Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
And I'm here. Aha!
Woot.
There you are.
Yeah, so let's keep this one a little toned down.
Toned down, really?
Yeah, I'm here tonight, so
oh shit, we got to be on our behavior.
I can sit there and kick people if I want to.
I think I was pretty well behaved. It was Nathan. It was a little out there.
I think everybody was a little out there.
Well, we're here on Gun Channels on a Friday night. I think we're all a little out there.
I will freely admit to not leaving the house at all today, so I haven't been out anywhere.
I went to Taco Bell for lunch, so I can't say that.
So, Pink, I don't think we've ever spoken before. Hello, how are you doing?
Okay.
Oh my God, Dead Horse! What happened? Why is your avatar a shotgun instead of an AR-15?
Is that the before picture, or the one you?
Yeah, that's the before.
It seems unnatural for you.
So you turned that into an AR-15?
I sure did. With 30-round clipazines.
Oh no, not the clipazines again. It's the clipocalypse. These are dark, dark days.
So has anybody else been getting their Yankee patches in the mail?
I just got a question. Did yours come with crayon on the envelope? With your name and address written in crayon?
Nope. Mine was printed.
I think Yankee does that for shits and giggles.
That does kind of sound like him.
Remember, Yankee has to do things over the top. And I didn't subscribe to Yankee's patches, so I didn't get any.
Yeah, I'm not going to show his address, but I got this and showed it to my parents. I was like, look, Yankee likes me. He sent me a love letter. He wanted to thank me for being his friend. And they actually fell for it for a little bit.
And then they got wise.
No, I told him, I was like, no, I just got some patches from him.
How come the patch looks nothing like him?
I think it's a character from a movie, I think. I'm not sure.
Maybe it's how he sees himself.
It's because he's not pretty enough for it.
Maybe he has a really positive body image.
Don't we all?
No. What kind of FN is that?
It's the FNS-9C.
Nice. I had the X45 Tactical because the word tactical was involved. And that's really the main reason that I bought it. It was a terrible, terrible choice.
Oh, no.
Because you have to be tactical.
I like mine.
Yes, I absolutely do have to be tactical. Well, I did have to be tactical. Now that I have aged a little bit and spent a little bit more time around firearms, I do not have to be tactical anymore. Welcome back, Tyler.
Yay, the Canadians back.
So did you guys hear about the woman at Home Depot who shot the robbers' tires out, and now she's going to lose her CCW and might face other charges?
Really?
Yeah, I saw that.
What state was this in?
Oh, I don't know the state. I just know that a bunch of robbers ran out of the store with like carts filled full of power tools, threw them into their SUV, and
I think it was Michigan, wasn't it?
I don't remember, but I just know that she shot one of their tires out as they were leaving. Then she waited around for the police to come and everything, and they took her gun and they're going through.
They were less than thrilled with the situation.
Yes. Like I see, my thing is I don't know why she tried to shoot their tires out. I just would have shot them. Like because those guys.
Well, they were already in the SUV. By the time she came up on it, they had already gotten in their SUV and started pulling away.
Well, we just need less people like that in our society, and I don't really want to pay taxes on keeping them jailed. So, I think that we need if people are going to start doing that stuff, and I think that we need to let them know that it could cost them their life.
I think we should reinstate the firing line. A bullet is cheaper than lethal injection.
We already have that here in Utah. We still have firing squads here.
Yeah, Utah and Oklahoma are the only ones that still have it. The states. But Oklahoma only uses it as a secondary in case, the first one didn't work.
No, I heard something not too long ago that there was 3 or 4 other states that are going to start doing it too because of they can't get the drugs anymore for lethal injection, so that they're.
Yeah, because we have to buy them from Europe, and the European Union is opposed to killing criminals or euthanizing criminals.
Well, can't you just fill a syringe full of bleach or ammonia or something? Isn't there some pretty much over the counter stuff you could just give them?
It's not instant. That's the problem.
Well, who gives a shit if it's instant? I'm sure their crimes against their victims weren't instant. Who gives a shit if they're gonna suffer? Who really cares if they're gonna suffer? I don't.
I don't either, and by that right, I also kind of believe that we should hang people again. But hanging people is kind of messy, so I can see why not to do it.
I think we should only hang people if it's in public, so then other people can see, oh look, this is what happens to you when you turn bad. So.
But remember, Dead Horse, I'm from Arizona, so my perceptions are already flawed. I don't know about you if you're originally from Utah or not.
Most of my youth was actually spent in Colorado. I was born here, but I spent most of my youth in Colorado, then came back.
Yeah, but in the western states that aren't California, we kind of grew up, watching all Old West TV shows and whatnot, and we're more in tune with the Old West than California is these days.
Funny thing is, I was mostly raised by my grandfather, and he had the Western Channel on the entire time that I was being raised. Gunsmoke, Bonanza, he's seen every episode, and still he watches them. DirecTV makes so much money on the Encore Western Channel because of guys like him who turn on the Westerns, prop up their feet, and go to sleep.
Yeah.
So Ben Carson recently had an interview where he said that if he had faced a shooter, he wouldn't just stand there. I haven't seen the entire interview, but I assume he mentioned running at the shooter, even though he might die. Somebody else might not, which is great. And do you guys remember Steve Marmol?
No.
He has a an interesting view on firearms, something along the lines of kill all gun owners. I believe he said that at one point. Anyway, he's pretty popular as far as anti-gun people go. And he dug up something that Ben Carson said in an interview where he has had a gun held on him when he was in a Popeyes. Not bringing up him being in a Popeyes at all because, as Adam Sandler said, Popeyes chicken's freaking awesome. A guy comes in, puts the gun in his ribs, and he just said, "I believe you want the guy behind the counter." Now, this is a classic tactic where a gun control advocate takes the first part of a sentence from a gun rights advocate, forgets the rest of everything that he says, and then pulls up something that happened at a different time and sticks it at the end as though that was the sentence that he gave.
Yes, I saw that whole interview, and he Wolf Blitzer asked him a couple questions from things he said, and only did parts, and he corrected him saying, "Well, you only took out you only took out a couple parts of the entire conversation," and he went and said, "This is what they asked, and this is how I responded." So if you're gonna quote me, at least have the decency to go and tell the full context, and only instead of just what you want to you want to hear. And Wolf Blitzer was really quiet. He even turned a little red because Ben Carson called him out on only quoting him half-assed, because the media wanted to, I guess either his bosses just wanted him to hear that, or they
I can hear you, Tyler.
We can hear you, Tyler.
Oh, sorry, it's not lighting up the little green lights on my end, so I couldn't tell.
But Wolf Blitzer got really quiet and didn't say anything. And he even turned a little red if you watch that interview. Embarrassed for being called out on his bullshit.
Well, at least he has enough integrity to be embarrassed about being called out. Most of the time, it's indiscriminate.
Yeah.
What we should talk about is the biggest problem going on right now, and that's all the mass stabbings in Israel. So.
And Los Angeles. Or no, Sacramento. Excuse me.
Yeah, and I think there was some in San Francisco too.
And,
oh my God, San Francisco!
Stabbings in the UK.
San Francisco, the stabbing capital of the United States.
Well, can't we use Israel as a good point, as well, even if there were stricter gun laws or whatever, even if you took away all the guns, well, look at all these mass stabbings in Israel right now and all over and everywhere else where there already is heavy gun control and they're not allowed to have guns. What stops people from picking up a pair of scissors and stabbing 10 people?
I find it interesting that the same sort of government that puts out a run, hide, fight video that says you can use scissors as a kind of weapon doesn't expect you to use any kind of knife to hurt people if you have that kind of, murderous intent.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, and not only, I don't know if you guys saw it too, but there was some in Arizona how there is those what did they call it in Arizona? The guy who was shooting at the freeway at everybody. It was like the DC sniper of Arizona.
The Beltway sniper or whatever, yeah.
And that's going on in Israel right now, but with slingshots. And there have been like 3 people killed so far, and like dozen injured, like severely injured, because someone's like shooting, or I guess lots of people, or I don't know if it's one person or what, but they're shooting like ball bearings at people with slingshots, and like homemade slingshots, and like seriously messing people up. I mean,
you can absolutely kill somebody with a slingshot. I used this particular slingshot right here to kill my aunt's hummingbird feeder. That was off topic again. Dang it.
If someone wants to hurt someone, they could use a shovel, an axe, they could just pick up a rock off the ground. I mean, how far are we going to go with banning and legislating things?
And some diesel fuel and whip that out the back of your truck.
Tyler, have you switched to a different form of microphone? Because you sound completely different.
I don't know why. It seems to be my thing's going weird. Wait, do you mean different from just when I got into this chat or from the last chat?
From the last chat. Last chat, you had very clear audio. It was easy to understand you. Now your audio is less gooder.
Did you turn on your Call of Duty? Maybe it's taking up all your bandwidth.
I got fiber up, bro. Ain't nothing to take up my internet connection. I'm sitting here comfortable with that nice 30 megabit per second upload and 30 megabit per second download.
Huh.
Is it still sounding crappy?
A little bit. And by that I mean there's no change.
How about now?
I don't hear anything different. You hear anything different, Dead Horse?
I can't even hear the guy at all.
Huh. That's odd.
Hello?
Hello.
Is that any better?
I can hear you. You sound muffled, but I can hear you.
Are you like underneath your blanket
microphone is,
talking or
really
something?
loose. Odd. I don't know. What am I supposed to? That's great.
Oh, The Princess Bride is on.
Classic.
I think I've probably seen this movie 100 times, and every time it comes on, I won't even change the channel.
Any difference whatsoever?
No difference whatsoever.
None of it.
Like, sounds like you're like underneath your bed. Like, I don't know.
Oh.
There we go. How's that?
There we go.
Yeah, for some reason my laptop had switched back to its default laptop microphone instead of my headset. That's odd. Sorry about that.
I am very glad that it now works.
Yeah, really, Christ.
I was gonna say maybe it's past your bedtime. Maybe your computer's telling you that.
Yeah, what Canadian time zone do you have over there?
I'm in Nova Scotia.
So you're an hour ahead of Eastern Standard Time?
It is 12 o'clock right now.
Yeah, I was right. I have a friend in Nova Scotia.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, not you.
Oh.
I'm sorry. That was a little bit mean. But it was more funny than it was mean, so I went ahead and did it. Oh, now there's a thing from Rand Paul saying the militarization of police is crazy out of control, according to the Washington Post.
I thought that was out of control back in the 90s when small towns of only 100,000 were getting full armored, military vehicles.
Yeah.
So that was going on back in the 90s. What's changed now?
They probably now have actual tanks. Like they've got actual M1 Abrams.
Speaking of tanks, have you guys seen Fury? Man, that's a good movie.
Oh yeah, that was quality.
Yeah, I actually went and saw that in the theater. I don't go to a lot of theater movies, but that one I was like, oh, I'm going to go see this in the theater.
That was quality film right there.
Yeah. Really nice and gory.
I watched The Age of Ultron the other night, and that actually wasn't that bad.
Yeah, Paul Bettany, he's a good actor. I like him.
Like, I'm not a big superhero guy. I'm not like Yankee and all that. I don't know a lot about the, Marvel universe or whatever. That the one computer guy, what was his name, Jarvis? Like, he becomes like a superhero.
Yeah, he becomes Vision.
Okay, the dude is like so powerful that he can pick up Thor's hammer. But
No, the reason why he can pick up Thor's hammer is because he's an AI. So since he's an AI, he doesn't have any human vices.
Fallibility.
He doesn't have any human vices, so therefore he's automatically worthy.
Well, there's that.
I'm a bit of a nerd, sorry.
oh, okay, like So,
It still surprised everybody. And it was good for a laugh.
Oh yeah, it was
Now-
hilarious.
I was kind of thinking at the very end, like I don't. Have you guys all seen it?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, well, I don't know. I don't want to. If anyone's watching that hasn't seen, I don't want to give away too many spoilers or anything. But
Spoiler alert! This is an official
Yeah,
spoiler
yeah,
alert.
spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! He goes after the other computer guy, Ultron or whatever, right?
Yep.
So at the very end of the movie, he goes after that last bad computer guy, Ultron. I was kind of thinking, is he going to be a bad guy in the next movie? Like, does he end up going bad, or do you
Vision.
guys know? Or Jarvis, or whatever his name is?
Vision, yeah.
I don't
So,
think Vision's
From
technically.
my understanding of the comic books, but they deviated from the comic books so far. Jesus Christ! But from my understanding, no, Vision is not a bad guy at any point.
Because he has that Infinity Gem like stuck in his head,
Yeah,
and I
he's
thought
got the
those
Mind-
things were like
he has
evil.
the Mind Stone, which is also why he can lift Thor's hammer, because he has the most powerful mind in the universe.
My understanding of Vision is that he doesn't fit our definition of good in the first place, so he can't really go bad.
Yeah, he's sort of just like, oh, this is the least. This
He's
is
a
like
bit-
the most logical thing to do.
He's a bit elemental. That's the word I was going for.
Elemental.
And then the guy that they show at the very end of the movie with the glove with the other Infinity Stones,
That's
who's that
Thanos.
guy?
Thanos.
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 What's he, a Kree or Krell or whatever the hell?
Skrull?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. He's basically Marvel's version of what was the guy's name? Apocalypse.
Galactus, I think you're thinking of. Maybe. Marvel's version of Galactus.
I thought Galactus was a Marvel character.
Oh yeah, he is. I'm thinking since. No, he's not.
Yeah, he's the
Yeah, yes,
Silver Surfer.
Fantastic Four, Silver Surfer.
Or I'm thinking of the guy from Green Lantern. Derp.
And where was Agent
Parallax.
Coulson?
Yeah, Parallax. That's who I'm thinking of.
Oh, he was busy with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Kind of like how in all of these world-threatening things, all of the rest of the Avengers are too busy.
Yeah.
Who was with the Agents of Shield?
Coulson.
But they still think Coulson's dead. They don't know about Project Tahiti yet.
Yeah. I've heard that the second season, or the first season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. got better towards the second half. I tried watching
it's incredible. It's so great. Oh my god, man. Go back and watch it. You're like I stopped watching it after like the first 2 episodes because I thought it was dry as hell. But oh my god. It picks up.
What about the Agent Carter show? Is that any good? With the
Never
chick?
watched it.
Never watched it.
If you guys like superheroes, watch Arrow and then The Flash.
The Flash is my second favorite TV show for
Oh,
superheroes. My first favorite.
You should have watched the Arrow first. Oh my god.
No, I've seen Arrow. I've seen all the episodes of Arrow. I'm caught up. Saw the season premiere. But my
Don't
first
talk about
favorite,
season premiere yet.
my first favorite so far of any superhero show I've ever seen was Daredevil on Netflix.
Yes. Oh my god, yes. I'm also super excited by the fact that they're bringing the Punisher, who is like my favorite superhero of all time.
John Bernthal.
John Bernthal. That just
What if-
that disappoints me.
Here's my theory about the Punisher. What if he actually does have a superpower, and his superpower is that whatever he holds becomes more lethal?
I've always thought he was like slightly invulnerable to damage. I thought he had a higher durability.
Yeah, there is that. Have you seen the Dirty Laundry short on YouTube?
Oh yeah, of course I've seen the Dirty Laundry. Like
How did that-
Thomas Jane is the only Punisher that will ever be the proper, like especially because I played the video game when I was like younger. Like I played the Punisher video game and Thomas Jane voiced that. So yeah, he will be the only ever Frank Castle for me. Just no one else.
It just seems like everything that he touches gets more lethal than if anybody else had it. Like that Jack Daniels bottle.
Base
Either
of
that was
operations. I'm on the Marvel Wiki right now. Let's see.
I don't think it's ever explicitly stated, but that would make sense. You know, if
That
that
would
was
make sense, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he uses a 45, so that's automatically just, 9mm kill your body, a 45 kills your soul.
Yeah, I did like the gun porn in Punisher Warzone.
Yes.
I didn't like the film, but I like the guns.
Uh,
What else did I see that I really liked the guns in? The Unit. I like the guns in the Unit
the unit.
TV show.
What's the type of stock called on like a on a shotgun that folds up over the top? Like
Like a spaz?
yeah, like a spaz that
It's just
folds up.
folding stock.
It's just called. It doesn't have like a special
I would
name or
imagine it's
anything.
called a top folding stock.
Probably.
I watched a movie last night. I haven't seen it for years since I was a kid. But it's called The Wraith, with like Charlie Sheen. And it's about this like guy who comes back from, I guess, heaven with this badass car and stuff. But he has a spaz in that. I totally forgot because I haven't seen it since I was a kid. But he has this like spaz 12 in that movie, and it has that top folding stock, right? And then even though it has the top folding stock, it has a full wood stock still coming out the back.
Oh
So
my
it's like,
god.
so it's like, why is there a top folding stock on it with this wood stock coming out the back of it?
Well, that's an interesting thing about the mythos of the spaz is that when you see it in movies and video games, it always has that stock folded on top. Like rarely does it actually have it folded down. People must think that it's just part of the gun that it looks like that.
Yeah, well, and then they put all these like LED lights inside that top folding
Oh,
stock,
geez.
these like red LED lights to make it, I guess, look like it wasn't a stalker, like it was part
Like
of the
the
gun.
Lawgiver or something like that.
But the gun actually, when I was watching the movie last night, it actually looked pretty badass because it had all these like flashing lights on it. But just the wood stock that was sticking out the back of it just totally ruined everything else. Yeah, made the gun look cool.
Can I say something about The Punisher?
Good.
The only Punisher movie I really liked was the one from the 80s. And even though I was born in the 80s, the fact is, I got that on DVD when I was working for Walmart. And I've seen the other ones in theaters, but I like the one I have on DVD because, I don't know, it felt more period correct. And, the whole Marvel universe during that time seemed darker than the other ones.
Yeah,
So
I
Dolph-
like my superheroes dark.
It seems like they got the proper darkness of Frank Castle, him being against pretty much the world because, of what, I would say he punishes evil. That's his thing. Okay, granted, it's probably a little more complicated than that, but that's the surmise, and he did it more in that movie than the other ones. The other ones they tried to add a more he's an actual person type thing when he's
He's a monster.
if he's the Punisher, he's pretty much lost most of his emotions because of watching his wife and his children die right in front of him.
Yeah, the hook of him is that he does not function as a human being anymore.
No.
He is now a monster.
Well, no, he's not a monster. It's like he's got autism, but autism to kill bad guys.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you after watching something like that happen? Jesus.
Yeah, but in the movies they try and make him a bit more roguish than and I mean rogue as in like he's not he's an anti-hero instead of just a
He's more
psychopath.
of a Wolverine. He's more of a Wolverine than just a psychopath.
No, a Wolverine it doesn't kill people if he doesn't have to.
No, but he's more of like he's like a human. He's more of a relatable anti-hero than just an absolute murder machine. Is what I assume you're trying to get at. Shit. Hang on, I'll be right back.
If they
I'm
make
afraid of
another movie
nosebleeds.
or if they make a series, that's great. Let's just hope that they, try and incorporate all these other incarnations of the Punisher to come up with something that is truly awesome.
Yeah, they're adding him into Daredevil. I don't know if you were there for that
Yeah.
part of the conversation.
I'm pumped.
I haven't watched Daredevil just because I didn't like the movie. I thought the movie just sucked.
Oh.
Oh, by the way, it was either in the Captain America and Winter Soldier, or it was in Age of Ultron. There was a yellow truck, and people have been saying that the guy who was driving the yellow truck was the Punisher, the yellow Penske truck or something.
Yeah, that was in Winter Soldier.
Yeah, they're saying that was totally the Punisher.
Wait, sorry, I didn't hear that. I had to run to the bathroom and get a nosebleed. Say that again.
So he traded his kick-ass van for a Penske truck.
No way.
There's a fan theory about Punisher being in either in Age of Ultron or in Winter Soldier. He was driving a yellow Penske truck that just happened to show up at an appropriate moment to hit someone. I don't even remember who it hit. Like when I heard yellow truck, I immediately started thinking Bumblebee and Optimus Prime. What?
No.
Well, do you know? Have you guys seen the new the whatchamacallit trailer, the Suicide Squad trailer?
I've not seen the new one. No, I did see the video of Will Smith at Terrain Tactical.
But you know,
I've seen it.
have you seen the picture of Jared Leto's Joker?
Yeah.
You know the J on his face?
Okay.
There's a J brand on his face. And the theory people have as to why Jared Leto's Joker isn't
Oh,
the
yes,
same
Jason
as the regular
Todd.
Joker, because he's Jason Todd. Because in the new Batman game, when Jason Todd's revealed as the
Spoiler.
when Arkham Knight is revealed as Jason Todd has a J brand on the side of his face. And it's a speculation that this was when you look at the Jared Leto Joker picture, there are scars on his chest. They're the same as the Batman versus Superman. You can see Jason Todd's armor, and the holes in his armor match up with the scars on the Jared Leto Joker's chest scars. So there's theorizing that the Joker, that the Robin that died in the Batman versus Superman universe became the Joker in the Suicide Squad.
So
Yeah.
Robin became the Joker.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
not the
buy
first time that it would happen.
Well,
because
he became the.
did you watch the animated version of Under the Red Hood?
Oh yes,
Yes.
it was awesome.
Okay.
I
If they're
heard
going by, and if you read it in the comics, you know, the latest comics rendition of it, you know, they did it pretty much like that animated movie. And I'm going to tell you right now, you saw how angry he was and how pissed off he was at the Joker? I don't think he would adopt anything of the Joker that was, you know, anything that was a part of anything that killed him. Because, you know, granted, it was Ra's al Ghul's, you know, fault for bringing Jason Todd back in the first place. But let's be honest, those Lazarus pits aren't
they were
healthy
saying
in the first place.
They were saying here that it wasn't so much that the Joker killed him in this one. They're saying it's more that the Joker simply tortured him to the point that he broke and became insane and turned into the Joker.
Yeah, little Stockholm.
Yeah.
I don't buy Jason Todd becoming a Joker. I can buy him being, you know, an appearance as the Red Hood, but that's about it. That's as far as he would go, just in any
Here's the
incarnation.
question: Punisher versus Red Hood.
Punisher.
Oh, Bat in the Sun has already done it. You guys haven't seen it?
I know,
Superhero.
but I want to know your guys' opinion.
I'm thinking Punisher.
By the way, there was a crossover of the Punisher and versus the Joker. He made the Joker almost shit his pants.
Oh yeah,
Because the Joker, you know, Joker, you know, tried to distract him, you know, and you know, and pulled out his, you know, his signature revolver, and the Punisher's got like two Uzis right in front of his face.
yeah.
You know, that was badass. And the Joker's face was not smiling.
Yeah. I mean, when you can take a character that literal gods are afraid of, you know, the Joker in the universe, like literal gods are afraid of the Joker, and the Punisher can make him shit his pants, that's just,
That proves the superiority of Marvel in that instance. Though
Now,
I'm not a
there's one
fan of the
question,
new
though.
Marvel Star Wars. I prefer the old Dark Horse comics because they showed the Star Wars galaxy as being a dark time, no matter
I can't
what
wait for
time period it
1313.
was.
Can't wait for 1313 to come out.
They
gonna
canceled it.
They're remaking it.
No, they canceled it.
They canceled it again?
It's good. 1313 is done. They're not going to release it.
No, dude, I know the original 1313 has been canceled, but they're remaking a bounty hunter game that's like a spiritual successor to 1313. I'm not kidding.
So I may or may not have looked up Star Wars Bounty Hunter for the original Xbox on eBay. Jeez, those are pretty expensive. I should have kept my copy.
I didn't like it. I mean, granted, I wasn't a fan too much of the Battlefront series, even though I bought both of them and I played them to death.
That was my childhood, man. Don't talk bad about Battlefront.
But remember, I'm a PC gamer, so my graphics were always better than the consoles. So, you know.
I think the first game I ever played on the PC was Fallout 3.
I think my favorite game was probably as long as if it's Star Wars. It's a cross between either Love Republic Commando.
Yes, I thought you were going to say that.
Yep.
Or, you know, I go back to my original love, which was the Jedi Knight series.
Did you read the Republic Commando novels by Karen Travis?
No.
No, I did not.
Lucas gave her free reign to develop Mandalorian culture, and it was awesome.
And then they fucked it up in the Clone Wars.
Yeah, there is that. But the Clone Wars are better understood by reading those novels because you get the background that the Clone Wars were orchestrated. And I didn't get this when I was watching the films, but I got it better when I was reading the books. That the Clone Wars were orchestrated by Sidious to get rid of the Jedi. That was the whole point behind it. That was why.
That was only the first point. The second point was also to take over the Republic and, you know, turn it into the Empire.
There is that, but it also gave a good explanation as to why clone troopers were badass and stormtroopers suck. Because clone troopers were grown on Kamino. They had 10 years of training under 100 different trainers, all handpicked by Jango Fett. But the stormtroopers were born on and bred and all that in a year. 1 year on
it's not.
Moon.
It's not just that.
Actually, stormtroopers were also conscripted.
It's also that the clone troopers were direct copies of Jango, but the stormtroopers were copies of the clone troopers. So they were second generation clones. So you get the whole deficiency thing.
And then there were
if any of you played
stormtroopers.
Fallout 3, you know what happened.
Is that why they always missed
Gary.
and couldn't hit shit?
Yep.
And then there were stormtroopers that were actually just conscripted in, you know, the outer territories because the clones were really only the ones in the actual core.
But they didn't have to have the really nice armor that the clone troopers had. They got to have sucky armor. That's why one shot from a blaster pistol from Leia would take one down.
And here's another thing: not all, hardly any of the original Imperial Royal Guard were clones. They were actual. Believe it or not, they were actually Force sensitive, but they were forbidden from learning the dark side or the Force in general, and then only trained in just hand-to-hand combat and lightsaber combat.
And screw that, I'd be a great Jedi.
They were originally. Most of them were originally stormtroopers.
I think the best Jedi are kind of like the best politicians, the one that don't want the job.
You mean like Yoda?
There.
Up until like you remember.
The best Jedi is Starkiller.
You remember when we saw the old movies, the original movies before the prequels came out, and you know we were all seeing how frail and old Yoda was in Empire Strikes Back, and then Return of the Jedi, and then when it comes around to Episode 2, at the end of the movie, he just starts to open a can of whoop ass that no one had ever seen before from Yoda on Count Dooku.
Dooku.
Yeah.
And then again on the clone troopers on Kashyyyk.
Yeah, and the first time we saw him do actual combat was at the end of Episode 2, and I'm like, yes, I was right the whole time. He totally has his own mini saber.
A mini saber. I've got Soul Calibur 4 fighting game with both Yoda and Starkiller in it.
Well, there's an interesting thing if you look up the lore of like all the different types of lightsabers.
Isn't Vader supposed to be in that one too?
I think Vader was in the PlayStation version. I have the Xbox version.
Oh, right.
But yeah, a bunch of different kinds of lightsaber combat, and
well, no, there's like the crazy thing about like lightsabers is there's like lightsaber whips, there's like lightsaber lances, and like spears.
There's even axes.
Yeah, there's axes. There's like giant ones that are like designed for a bigger species. That'd be like a broadsword.
Yep, they were ridiculous and crazy, but that's why we love them.
Oh yes, and then of course there's the bastard sword we saw in the new trailer with the crossguard.
That just looks wrong to me on so many levels. I would not want to wield that, even if I was Darkseid.
And here's the question: why?
Because I'd be afraid of cutting off my own hand.
How so?
You do have to have a lot of.
Because you know that Jedi's use the Force to know where their blades are at all times. They're
Yes,
not
but
actually.
you remember, fear is of the dark side.
Yes.
You know, fear leads to hate. Hate leads to
Fear leads to
anger.
hate. Hate.
Anger leads to
Anger.
suffering.
Anger leads to suffering. Suffering leads to jealousy.
Fear leads to hate.
God damn it! There's
Hate
always
leads to
someone who can do
anger.
it better. God damn
Anger
it!
leads to suffering.
Fear leads to taking all these movie roles that you really don't want.
Okay, Nicolas Cage.
No, that's Christopher Walken. And yes, there is always someone who can do better at Yoda voices. You know, I can even do it, do a skit,
This is the only voice I can do.
and you do it horribly.
But he's
Better than me.
No, I'm kidding.
What the fuck? You
But yeah, let's get back to guns because
Yeah,
we'll get
sure.
Well, actually, you know what? Let's bring her on back to guns. No one blamed the lightsaber when Anakin killed the younglings.
No one knew. That's the problem.
Did you guys play the Episode 3 video game?
No.
Yeah, you get to that part and it's a little bit messed up.
Yeah. Well,
Kind of like the airport scene in Call of Duty.
Oh, I
I don't play Call of Duty.
I play Call of Duty for the campaign. Other than that, I don't play Call of Duty.
Yeah, that's why I buy Call of Duty used. I never pay the full price for it.
Because like the campaigns in Call of Duty are better than some action movies.
I wait for Steam summer and winter sales.
Yep.
There you
well,
go.
no, it's called Yo Ho a Pirate's Life for me.
Nah, yeah, only in Canada because you can get away with that shit.
Yep. Well, no, you can't get away from that shit. I just do IP bouncing.
Don't worry, Canadian, special forces, whatever. We'll give you his IP address later.
The JTF2 are probably already watching me. I'm probably on every single watch list known to man.
Yeah, just don't try and come to the United States. We don't want you.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Hawkeye.
Sir.
You there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, did anybody ask you the new panelist questions?
New
Yeah.
panelist questions. I think I saw a link from
we
G-Webs
were
earlier.
waiting for you, Pink.
You don't have to wait for me. They're out. I mean, the link's out there. So
Yeah.
okay,
Let's see if we can find it.
let's ask you some questions then. What areas of shooting do you enjoy?
I enjoy recreational shooting. I would absolutely love to get into IPSC, USPSA, IDPA, but I do not currently have the funds. Currently, I just shoot at the handgun range in my backyard.
What state do you live in?
Tennessee.
Okay, you know there's a match next weekend, don't you? For in Kentucky that everybody's talking about.
I do, and Caleb and Foose were talking about that in an earlier chat. It's like near
Yeah.
Lexington, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm driving down next weekend to watch the match.
Nice. I have
Yeah, 'cause
$30.
I'm not in. No. Yeah, I was gonna say because I'm curious about getting into it also, so that's why I was gonna drive down there and watch the match. Let's see. Are you from a communist state? Well, you said Tennessee, so I guess not.
Yeah, we're turning a little purple in some spots, but
No, he's a good old boy.
guns.
Let's see. What firearms do you own?
I currently do not own any firearms. I took a fishing trip with my grandfather, and they all suffered an unfortunate accident.
Oh no. What was the
Oh,
Let's
damage?
see.
The damage was there were at least 3 gar. You guys ever heard of alligator gar?
Yeah.
Yeah, there were at least 3 gar that had a terrible day that day.
Like, what do you mean by unfortunate accident? Like, did the boat sink or something and you lost your guns or what?
No, the boat didn't sink, but I did end up losing all of my firearms.
So you flipped?
It was an unfortunate boating accident.
Oh.
I
He's
think
just
it
saying
happens a lot.
he's saying that because he's on live air, guys.
Yeah. Hey,
Okay,
I refuse to answer what firearms I was in possession of, so don't worry, it's not uncommon.
I have built an AR-15. Actually, I went through you don't really build an AR-15. You assemble an AR-15, and I went through that process directly after Sandy Hook because I had never really gotten into firearms. They were just around. But I'll never forget where I was. I was still working at Walmart at the time, and I was directly behind the building at the layaway containers. We had these big shipping containers for layaway, and I was taking things off of our L-shaped carts and putting them into the layaway trailers and binning them in and everything. And a coworker ran up and told me, and I'll never forget how beautifully blue the sky was that day. And I'll never forget her blonde hair. And I don't know why I remember these weird things. Like I remember the day of September 11th, we had Salisbury steak for lunch.
Okay, you're not a politician. Stop, polishing
Anyway.
a turd, okay?
Anyway, but then after Sandy Hook, people were telling me that AR-15s were evil, and I said, I don't think they are. Can I prove that they aren't? So I touched every part in an AR-15. None of them were labeled evil, and I was kind of satisfied with that.
Okay, which of your firearms that you lost was your favorite to shoot?
SIG P320.
Okay. Let's see, which do you like for pure enjoyment?
Probably an AR. No. Scratch that. A Zastava M92 AK pistol. Because
Okay.
there is a fireball at the end of that.
I bet there is.
Which firearms do you remember shooting? That you
I
got
remember-
going on?
I remember there was a Heritage Rough Rider 22 because everybody had those. Academy sells them cheap. My great-grandfather's 38 Special, I believe it was a Taurus import with a broken rear sight blade. That was a fun gun. We got a leather belt for it and everything. A Taurus PT99 with adjustable target sights. Taurus PT1911 AR because I didn't know anything about 1911s. I'm going to go ahead and let Night Strike laugh at that. He knows what I'm talking about. Glock 21.
Yeah, we had a conversation about it the other night.
Yeah, Glock 21 small frame, Springfield XDM. That was my second favorite that I ever owned that I lost. And then the H&R Partner Pump Protector and the SIG.
Wait, a palm protector?
H&R Partner Pump Protector.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's basically a Norinco shotgun.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
like, if you had,
isn't that
if
the
you had, like,
copy
a
of the 870?
Pretty much, yeah.
I was gonna say, like, if you had like a Chicago palm protector, like Jesus, dude, please sell me.
Sell you?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone would buy you. Continue, Binks.
You know, I am.
Okay. Do you hunt annually? And if you do, what do you hunt?
I don't hunt. Anyone that wanted to take me hunting always wanted to go early in the morning, and I didn't want to go because it was really early.
Boo.
Let's see. Have you taken any education training that you...
Yes.
Or have you taken any education and training that you want to take?
I have taken some. I took of course, the required handgun carry permit test here in Tennessee. It's a 4-hour class and multiple choice test and everything. I also took a one-on-one class with a guy that trains with the HRT in Quantico. His name's Officer Zirk in Chattanooga, Tennessee. He taught classes at a Shooters Depot. And took one of his classes. I would absolutely love, this is my favorite that I would ever want to do, the ShivWorks ECQC, Extreme Close Quarters Combat. I know I will get the shit kicked out of me while I'm doing it because everybody does, but I would learn so much there.
Right on. Okay, and the last one is, let's see, cost and legality not being an option. What is your dream gun?
Cost and legality not being an option. Full auto, short-barreled rifle, Chris Vector.
Yes. You and I are officially best friends.
Suppressed, of course.
Okay,
I want
that
to
was the
change my
question.
answers
So.
now.
What'd you say, Nice Strike?
I said I want to change my answers now.
Yeah, that was my answer too. Was a full auto Chris Vector.
You're next, Tyler.
Oh, okay. Sure, I'll do these again. Why not?
Have you
Well,
already
you
been
do-
asked these?
Yeah, I've ever been asked these, but I don't care.
May I ask what the importance of these questions is, just so we can know whether or not we'll get along?
Okay.
There's just new member introducing themselves questions.
Oh, cool.
That we ask people.
Everybody's
Wait.
required to do them.
I mean, not required, but
Well, not required, but you know.
And has Yankee Marshall ever tempted you with candy to step behind his woodshed?
No, because he is the only slightly overweight bearded person in all of his encounters. I'm not allowed to be a second slightly overweight bearded person in his
Hey
life.
man, with chest hair like
Same.
that, he doesn't need to use candy.
And remember, he also said the other day that he's trying to cut down on his sugar intake in the first place.
That's
Which
true.
is great. I hope that he has the same level of physical fitness success that James Yeager had.
And without the argument and
The
feud
anabolic
with
steroids?
Instructor Zero.
Oh god.
Now, if I had access to a PKM, I would do PKM sit-ups just for fun. You guys see that video from Yeager?
no.
He did PKM sit-ups. He would, of course, he'd have the very heavy on his chest sit up, put off. I don't even have to describe it to you. You can figure out what it is.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of those that's always misclassified as an LMG because it fires a full-size rifle cartridge.
Well, what's the PKM?
PKM is a machine gun, not a light machine gun. Light machine guns don't fire full-size rifle cartridges.
Oh, I see.
The 7.62 by 54R is a full-size rifle cartridge.
Oh god, I can feel the recoil. I can just feel it in my shoulder already.
And
I
just
feel
in
it on my
case,
Xbox controller.
just in case the YouTube community does not know what 7.62 by 54R is, it's the same round that the Mosin Nagant uses.
AKA bigger than a 308 by just a few millimeters. So if you ever fired a 308, just think that, but more.
But just more, yeah.
Just more.
That's the
So
same
Nice
round.
Strike. Have you?
Good.
Nice Strike. Have you ever been asked these questions?
Yeah, I think Dead Horse did them when I first joined one of the chats. I mean, just look at
Okay.
one of the chats from back in July or August, and you'll see I went over them.
Okay.
I just want to change my answers because
Well, you know what? Let's just do it again then.
No. I'd already done it. I've already got my badge for it.
Are there badges?
No, it's.
I never
I'm
had a
making
sticker.
joke.
What is this? I feel like I was gypped out of my sticker.
Well, there's
Well, the problem is Tyler, you have to be this tall to ride, and you're not that tall yet.
Oh really? What's this tall?
You got to wait for that growth spurt to kick in.
Oh yeah.
He sounds like his avatar.
I know, that's the funniest part. He's probably one of those Reddit trolls.
But no.
But 4chan is awesome.
okay. Well, we can get back to guns now if you.
Yeah, let's get back to guns, please.
Ugh.
EB, you've been pretty quiet.
He's waiting to show off his posse patches.
Oh god, G-Web says we could add badges for people who answer these questions. G-Webs, if you want to make a special badge, go ahead, man. I mean, it's your website. We're here just using it. So you want to add more cool shit, be our guest.
Am I the only one that was having Does anyone have like connection issues when they try to get onto the Gun Channel's website? Like sometimes I have, I'll click it and it'll take like a couple of minutes before it'll actually load up. It's
The problem is you have that Canadian internet, which is not as good as American internet, and
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
That's what I was gonna say.
some
I
of,
just,
I
one-
know
let me
guys in
just-
Canada, and some of them are still on fucking dial-up. I mean, come on, man, get with the times.
oh, get with the times. Get with the times, eh? Get with the times.
Yeah.
You want to see
Wait,
my
isn't
internet connection?
Canadian
homie?
internet free, like their healthcare?
You want to see my internet connection,
subpar?
homie?
No, because I don't look at other people's internet connections. And remember, Mbps is not the same as MB/S. Mbps means megabits per second, not megabytes a second.
I'm aware.
Just in case you didn't know.
I don't know.
So I,
I didn't
see
even know there's a
Obama
difference.
traveled. I see Obama traveled to Oregon today.
Yeah, he's trying to prod the fire to try and, you know... What are we supposed to be looking at? I can't read that.
195 down, 37 up.
So?
Is that in
Okay.
kilobytes?
All right, you
Probably.
got me there. You got me there. Touche. Oh wait, am I still screen sharing? Damn it.
Yes, you are. You might want to stop that.
Hang on, I need to go get an ice pack. I'm currently living the struggle of where I gotta use ice packs to cool my laptop.
I mean, Dead Horse can vouch for me because he's the one who gave the questions.
Well, anyone who's been asked Yankee Candy question, that was me.
Yeah, that was asked the Yankee Queenie question.
Yeah, that Yankee. And we make so many jokes at his expense. I kind of feel bad, but then I remember that he lives.
Like
in
he wants
he-
that though.
He
likes
wants us to feel bad, or he just wants the attention.
the attention.
So he doesn't care what kind of attention it is, just as long as he gets it.
Exactly.
Okay, now I don't feel as bad.
Hey man, any press is good press.
Well, I also realize that Yankee doesn't really care what other people think in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't be making YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, he makes YouTube videos based on what he wants to show you, not on what you want him to show you.
Or what he wants to make fun of.
Yeah, there's that too.
Well, sometimes his humor, like he'll be making fun of something, but people will take him serious about it. So if you read his comments, like a lot of people get like really upset when he'll say something.
Oh yes.
That he does that on purpose.
Straight face, deadpan sarcasm.
Yeah.
I love it. So I've got to rethink my nighttime home defense plan. Anybody want to help out?
What would that be? What is your nighttime home defense plan?
It has been have the grandparents call the police because I'm staying over at their house while they're taking care of the baby, and keep the shotgun pointed down the stairs.
Wait, who's baby?
Wait, my niece.
Okay, good. Just as long as we, you're,
Not mine.
everything is cool.
No, and this is
It's
not. I
sad
did not
and
find a
great.
baby at Walmart.
It's sad in my country that I'm limited if someone was to break in, I'm limited to my bow and a machete.
Okay, well then I guess I would go with the machete over the bow.
Hey, bro.
Anyway, this is 12 gauge pointed down the stairs, but on the wall on the other side of the stairs is the couch where the baby likes to sleep, along with one of the grandparents right there on the couch.
Not helpful.
No, not helpful at all. Used to be everyone would sleep upstairs. Now, taking care of the baby more and more often.
See,
Yeah,
I'm in a nice position where I can, if someone were to break in the middle of the night, see, as I'm staying in my basement, that I can open my door. I could use my computer table as a rest, and could basically watch the stairs that are where the front door is, as someone were to come down them to come into the house, which is the only way in to this floor of the house. So I could essentially just sit there, rested up with basically perfect cover, with a wall to my right and a pillar that's solid to my left. And I sort of like gives me like one of those turret slits you'd see on like the old forts.
Yeah, that was basically me at the top of the stairs with the shotgun. I didn't care what happened downstairs. That's just stuff. But if they start coming upstairs, yeah, I start caring.
I always lock my bedroom doors, so that way, if they try and break into my room, my bedroom, I'll see them coming. But I also keep a bayonet on an AR-15 on at the end of my bed, and then I have my 9mm, my 1911, on my nightstand.
Is it a 9mm 1911?
No, it's a 9mm Beretta 92S, and it's a 1911 45 ACP.
Okay.
home.
I'm not one of those that would judge you for a 1911 and 9mm. I wouldn't judge you.
But here's the thing: if a home intruder came into my room, I would grab my rifle first because it has the bayonet on the end of it.
Sorry, go ahead, Dead Horse. I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, I was just going to say my home defense plan is I have a sign out in my front yard that says no guns, no alarm, lots of electronics. So that's how I go out my home defense.
About 50% of any plan I have is that someone believes that this is real.
And it's not?
It's not. It's pretty convincing, though.
Yeah,
What is it, a lighter?
What is it?
Pellet gun.
Pellet gun.
So
Okay.
it does actually take shells, which is kind of nice.
Well, Bill Burr said, and I'll never forget him saying this, that if you hit someone right in the elbow with a pellet gun, they've at least got to go outside and regroup.
Well, no, the Canadian pellet guns are limited to under 500 feet per second, so
Nope, that's a
they
lie.
don't count.
It's 1,500.
It's 500 feet per second. If it's over
No, it's
500,
1,500.
then it's classified as a firearm, and you have
It
to
is
have
1,500 where it is classified as a firearm.
It's 500 because the two of the pellet guns I ordered online came to me, and I got the Canadian versions with the little info in the box that says that their Canadians are limited to 495 or less.
That's out of date because it's 1,500.
Well, he has one that's over 500 and less
This
than
is over
1,500,
500.
and we're happy for him.
This is over 500.
And
He's
I'm
such a
happy
rebel.
for you. I'm happy for you. Okay, we can move on.
Yeah. Now grow up and get a real gun, please.
Hang on. Oh, it's underneath my bed. If I can get it without actually.
The good thing he doesn't need it right now.
Well, no. The idea is that you hold this at them while you're reaching under the bed, digging desperately, and then reaching up into the box above my head for the 22 bag.
So on like the 5 websites I just pulled up right now, they all say that under 500 feet per second you don't need a license. Anything over 500 feet per second, you need a license. But maybe you're thinking in like what? You guys use the metric system there or something? So maybe you're thinking in like.
Oh well, it would be even less because it'd be meters per second, right? So 1,500 is the, or maybe it's 1,200, because I know. I mean, at least at the Army Navy store I go to,
Because I actually subscribe on YouTube to a lot of pellet gun videos. I shoot a lot of pellet rifles, so I think I kind of know what I'm talking about. Here at the Royal Canadian Mounted Police website, they even say 500 feet per second. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police website.
Hold on. Are we talking Canadian feet or are we talking
Oh,
American?
that's right. Maybe they're thinking
There's a
inches.
conversion.
Because you're thinking 500 meters per second, maybe. I'm talking about 1,500 feet per second, because a foot
No,
is
I'm
3
talking
meters.
about FPS, feet
Because
per
a foot
second.
is 3 meters, right? Or a meter is 3 feet. So I'm talking about 1,500
No, a
feet
yard
per
is
second.
3 feet. A meter is over 3 feet.
Yeah, but I'm saying roughly.
I think you need to check your own Canadian gun laws there, pal, because I shoot way too many pellet guns and I'm way too much into the pellet gun world to be wrong on this.
Well, dude,
And
I mean,
I
this-
know what I'm talking about, and I've had chats with Canadian pellet gun
Well, if you-
owners
if
all
you
the
look-
time.
if you look on the RCMP website, air guns are completely illegal. Air guns are absolutely banned. They're a prohibited weapon. So the RCMP website is not reliable.
If they're over 500 feet per second, you need a license.
No,
if they're
like
under
any
500
replica
feet per second-
firearm. So it literally says any replica firearm that is something that is designed to replicate a firearm, even if it is made out of clear plastic with a yellow-orange tip, is a banned weapon in Canada. Completely. But somehow airsoft guns are still sold.
Websites don't always get updated reliably.
I mean, look at what the RCMP website looks like. It's 20 years old.
So you're telling me that like companies that have YouTube channels that do nothing but sell pellet rifles in Canada don't know what they're talking about, and these guys sell pellet rifles for a living, and they actually own businesses where they sell pellet rifles and air guns, and they don't know that they can sell guns over 500 feet per second without a license? So that you're telling me that these guys for the last 20 years that they've been in business have been selling guns that are under 500 feet per second to civilians when they really could have been selling more powerful air guns without a license? That doesn't make much sense. I think those guys would have looked into that and
Listen, man, not a lot about Canada makes sense. Doesn't mean it's not the case. Although I swear to God, because I know to go out and
Dude, also, you're 16. These guys are in their 40s, and they've had businesses that have been open for the last 20 years selling pellet rifles. You really think that
I know,
you
like
know
Canadian Tire, they wouldn't be breaking the law and selling 1,500 feet per second airsoft guns unlicensed. It's like one of the biggest.
You
chains
have
in
Google
Canada.
in Canada, right? Or is that illegal?
No, we do have Google in Canada.
Okay,
But
if
what I'm
I was
saying
you,
is-
I would take a minute and get on Google and do some research and come back and prove me wrong, okay?
I'll come back. Give me a moment.
You ever have that point at which you just want to not talk about the stuff that's been talked about, like enough to say, okay, cool.
You know what I'm thinking about right now?
What are you thinking about right now?
I'm thinking about banjos.
Why are you thinking about banjos?
Because I've got that song from Deliverance stuck in my head.
Dueling banjos.
Dueling banjos. Why not?
Family Guy had a
Wants to
fart
take a
joke about that.
kayak trip.
I wanted to say you got a birdie mouth, but I think that's actually Sling Blade.
Yeah, I don't know how I would respond to that. I'd probably
Pretty much.
just
Wait, I
mute
think
you.
that is Deliverance, isn't it? Sling Blade was the French fried taters.
It's squeal like a pig in Deliverance.
What was it? Sling Blade that had the pretty mouth line. I just remember Sling Blade for the French fried taters. Oh,
Man, Deliverance totally ripped off the Hunger Games for the use of that bow.
Deliverance was made before that.
dude, that was Burt Reynolds, dude. He
So,
was a badass
you
in that
know-
movie.
You know how we were just talking about straight-faced, deadpan sarcasm from Yankee Marshall?
Yeah.
I'm going to let you connect that conversation to the thing that I said about Deliverance.
And I'm gonna shame you for even mentioning the Hunger Games.
I enjoyed the books. I ate up the books, but the movies, no, I can't. I like that with a lot of books and movies.
It's like the post-apocalyptic non-Twilight movie for Twilight fans.
Except Jack Reacher. I like those books. I mean,
I
it's... some
I
of
look
guns
at
in
the
them are
Hunger
stupid.
Games as our future if we ban firearms.
There's that. But yeah, the Jack Reacher books have some pretty nice gun stuff, and one of them features
Well,
a.
Dead, I apologize. I seem to be wrong. I
Wow,
apologize.
apparently Dead Horse is the guy you need to go to argue with Canadians about their own laws and prove that he's right.
I swear,
Well,
no,
I
I'm
just
gonna go
know that.
I'm gonna go to Canadian Tire tomorrow, and I'm gonna take a picture of this sign, because I swear to God.
I just know that because I ordered 2 pellet rifles from Cabela's, and they sent me Canadian models, and they had all this information in the box about the Canadian pellet gun rifles, and that these meet Canadian gun codes, and they don't fire over 500 feet per second, and all this extra crap. And I had to go through a big fight with Cabela's for them to send me the right ones, like the American version ones, and I had to go through a whole big thing about that. And then I talked to a whole bunch of Canadian guys after the fact, and they told me all about their Canadian pellet gun laws. And some of the guys I talked to actually own air gun shops up in Canada, and they told me all about how they can have pellet rifles that are over 500 feet per second, but then they're actually classified as a firearm at that point, and so they have to be licensed and all that. So
Yeah, that's odd.
that's the only reason I know that is because I went through a whole big ordeal. Like, I literally had a fight with Cabela's for 3 weeks over it because they didn't want to return it because they thought my return reason was kind of bogus. That, oh, what, the guns aren't broken? We're not going to take them back. Well, no, it's not that they're broken. It's that you sent me the wrong ones.
The wrong product, yeah. But yeah, like I'm thinking when I'm looking at the RCMP website, it's talking about the muzzle energy. So I'm thinking that since this revolver might just have that lower muzzle energy, so that's why it's legally above the 500 because it's marketed. I think it's 6. I don't know where the box is.
But the foot
yeah.
pounds.
Yeah, I think the joules might be below what it is to be legal because I think it said 5.7 joules or 500 feet per second. So that might be what it is.
Yeah, it's 4.2 pounds of force is what it is for Canadian. I don't know the joules, but I know that foot pounds is like the foot pounds is 4.2.
Yeah, so that could be what it is. That might be where I'm thinking because yeah, I was seeing air guns that were firing at much higher feet per second than that, like 1,200, 1,300 just in the rack.
And that doesn't just go with pellet rifles. That goes with like airsoft, paintball, all that in Canada. So a paintball gun that shoots over 500 feet per second is considered a firearm in Canada.
But in Australia, possession of an airsoft gun is considered possession of a firearm.
But here, do you want me to show you something interesting though about Canadian firearm stuff? There's a thing here when you look at air guns in Canada where it says that anything that's a replica of a firearm is completely illegal. Yet, I mean, you guys saw what I have here. That's a fairly convincing replica.
I ship it.
It's a gray area.
Here, look.
You have those in Canada too, right?
Well, in America, there's a federal law that prohibits any state, municipality, or city from classifying an air gun as a firearm, but yet if you look at many city codes, like as this personal city I live in's code, it says that discharging an air gun inside city limits it's a firearm and that you'll be charged with firearm violations. So they still do it. They still put it on their books as a law, but federally it says that a city can't do that. But
Well, didn't Minnesota also say that a BB gun is a firearm?
yeah,
I think
because they
it's-
charge that felon for having one.
I think they only meant CO2 powered ones, but don't quote me on that.
That's an air gun.
And this one is CO2 powered.
Because like ATF or like federal definition of a firearm is like a chemical reaction has to take place, and in an air rifle there is no chemical reaction, and that's why under federal law an air gun cannot be classified as a firearm, but states can kind of do their own thing and still classify it as a firearm if they want to, even though federally there's a law that specifically says states cannot do this, but they
Could you
do it
technically-
anyway.
Could you technically have like a fully automatic railgun or a coil rifle?
No,
That's
not fully automatic.
But since it's not a firearm, right? So it wouldn't be under the firearm laws. Because there's no chemical reaction, so that it wouldn't be.
I think the only
Have I just broken U.S. firearm laws?
no. You're Canadian. That can't happen.
coil-powered guns seem a little bit expensive.
The problem with coil power guns or just rail guns in general is the power required for
Oh,
each
yeah.
shot is
Oh yeah,
ridiculous.
it's retarded.
Which the only way to use them reliably is to actually have a nuclear reactor, because that way you always have the right amount of power. But if you're going to do that, you might as well just put it on a ship.
Well, it's really cool tech though. Like just for like putting on destroyers and on battleships and stuff. It's a neat idea.
There's
That's
a lot of
why in a lot of-
YouTube videos of guys who've made their own. There's a guy who has one that takes up pretty much his own garage.
Yeah.
That'll throw a 400 grain, like 50 caliber round ball. It'll throw that ball over 3,000 feet per second.
Holy balls.
And he built one in his garage.
But you
And
notice, a lot of those guys' coil guns and rail guns, each and every one of them always end up burning out a capacitor, or the rails touched each other via the ammunition and burnt out.
Well, yeah, the one thing I know about railguns is that there's no material that's a good enough conductor and is like lubricated, or what's the term? It's slick enough that it doesn't just like the friction doesn't just destroy the rails after a few shots. I forget what the term is.
So you better have a one-shot stop,
Yeah.
or else you'll have what they call in the scientific world an uh-oh.
Yeah.
No, I think it's called the Great Scott.
Great Scott.
Northern Arizona University fight. Oh, for Christ's sake, this should be good. Young Turks has now released a new video on the Northern Arizona University mass shooting. This should be good.
No, it shouldn't.
Oh, who cares about the Young Turks?
The Young Turks.
The 2.3 million viewers they have. Jesus.
I've subscribed to the Young Turks for a long time, and I'll say that most of their stuff I don't agree with at all. But sometimes they do make good points, and sometimes some of their shows are pretty decent.
Oh yeah, like
But-
their whatchamacallit, their money in politics thing is incredible.
But most of the time, I would say that they have an agenda, just like most media does. They they have their own personal agenda, stuff like that, and most of the time it's totally bogus.
You hear Jank talk about how the armor-piercing bullets were so powerful they managed to go through the theater seats. They managed to go through a movie theater chair.
I
God.
think my 22 rifle would go through a theater chair.
I think if I were to take a pointy stick and lightly drop it onto a theater chair.
I think my 45 ACP could go through a theater chair.
Well, they hopped right on that whole green tip bandwagon.
Who didn't?
Yeah.
Everyone was against the green tip ban, and hey, guess what? It didn't go.
No, I'm saying they were right on that bandwagon to ban it.
What, the Young Turks?
The bandwagon, if you will.
Exactly.
Yuck, yuck, yuck.
One time at band camp.
No.
Well, and when you actually look at the damage on a human body, though, an 8.55 doesn't do near as much
I was gonna
damage
say-
as an M193.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't it less than regular rounds?
Yeah, because it doesn't fragment like a 193 does. It doesn't have like that terminal
It pokes,
ballistic. It just pokes a nice little hole.
You would have a larger wound channel or wound cavity with a kitchen knife.
Well, I mean, for God's sake, an arrow is more effective at going through a bulletproof vest than a bullet is. And we don't have a call to ban assault compound bows.
No, but there will eventually be one to ban snipper rifles.
Oh, Jesus.
And then there'll be one
Isn't that
to
what a
ban
hunting rifle
crossbows.
is?
Yeah.
No, but you see,
Isn't
like,
that
hunting
what your
rifle
average
is...
hunting rifle is a sniper?
Hunting rifle has a woodstock. A sniper rifle is a big black scary rifle. I'm not
Except
racist.
for the one that was used to shoot JFK had a Woodstock.
I would say most sniper rifles have wood stocks. They're the most common ones.
They have
Uh,
Woodstock.
You're breaking
about-
my ideology.
I read some articles about Vietnam where the guys
The
were
M21.
literally taking their Winchester Model 70s and Remington 700s and their personal firearms and implementing them into Vietnam's and using them as sniper rifles. And these were these guys' personal hunting rifles.
The best thing that you can have, better even than a wood stock, is a half-cock. No, Carlos Halfcock? Guy that dragged his skull for 3 days to... No? Nobody?
Yeah, I know Charles
Wait,
Hancock.
wait.
Isn't that the guy that like crawled for 3 days through the field to kill the guy and then crawled 3 days back?
Yeah, that was what I meant when I said he dragged his skull.
Yeah. I don't know, man. White Death.
Yeah. Mosin.
I do love me a nice Mosin.
I don't actually own a Mosin.
I've been thinking about buying one, but I'm saving for a new computer because I want to play Fallout 4.
I got a Milsurp SKS instead.
Well,
There you
by definition, they used to do this volley fire with the Mosins, where they would like literally lob projectiles in thousands. I mean, like over 2,000 meters. And it was called volley fire, and it was like artillery hold. I mean, like they were literally shooting the Mosins like artillery, like up into the air to lob fire in. It was called, So isn't that kind of like what a sniper rifle is?
This right here is a
yes.
sniper rifle.
That's a sniper rifle.
That's a
It's
DMR.
Dragunov.
Snajperski wintówka Dragonowa.
Sure.
That was the first thing I learned to say with a Russian accent. Because I'm that much of a loser when it comes to Russian firearms.
I can only do a really bad Soviet Russia accent.
Oh, my accent is terrible.
The Ivan Chesnikov posts crack me up.
Ivan Chesnikov.
And among my friends, they found a page of Latvian jokes one time and told me, Mike, you got to do your bad Soviet Russian voice and tell all these jokes. And I did it, and they wouldn't stop laughing for like 15 minutes. But only because it was bad Russian.
Oh, 4chan.
It wasn't 4chan they got that from.
Here you go.
No, the Ivan Chesnikov. Oh, 4chan.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I saw a Bubba at SKS and I had to close the page. My SKS is completely stock, minus the bolt carrier and the bolt because I had to replace those.
Read this. Oh, my God.
It's worth reading. And that started the whole rifle is fine thing.
Da, rifle is fine.
Usually, niet, rifle is fine. You ever want to put a scope rail on your AK? Niet, rifle is fine. What is reason for pistol grip? If you need to fire from hip in emergency, now hand is twisted into painful angle, and you miss every enemy.
Who was it that was trying to say that pistol grips were designed to allow shooters to hip fire? Who's that? I'm going to assume Feinstein.
You can usually vote Feinstein with some sort of form of confidence.
No, it was De Leon.
Okay.
No, I don't actually know who it was. I was just trying to blame it on him.
He is a producer of some fine quality derp.
Is that the guy that was the ghost gun guy?
Yes. The 30 caliber.
The 30
magazine
caliber
clip.
magazine clip. Yeah. This is a ghost gun because it can fire 30 magazine clip per
And then
second.
Michalek trolled him. Michalek, whatever you
Oh,
pronounce it.
Jerry Michalek. Oh my God.
Yeah, Mikulek's like, well, let's see if we can build one of these 30 caliber magazine clips, and he gets duct tape out.
Oh God.
Oh, that was hilarious. I love that video. I may have to watch that video again just for the walls.
Okay, I've got something from Volok. Let's see here.
Go ahead.
Anning, right meow. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and guess Cuomo because that's new site, New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Cuomo from 2013. But the title of the article is, "Do pistol grips make semi-automatic rifles more dangerous because they, quote, aid shooters when spray firing from the hip?"
Oh God.
False.
Yeah. Gonna go with false.
Depending on what side of the hip, it might actually hurt. Because
Yeah,
if
man.
you're shooting left-handed and you've got like, say you've got a 9mm or like a Beretta 92 or a 1911, that's gonna eject right into your hip.
Oh yeah, that'd be crappy.
Oh, here's something from ARFCOM.
Hey man, ARFCOM is my peoples. Don't talk about them. Where do you think I learned to assemble my AR-15?
Well, it's already not looking good because the link in the ARFCOM post was to an NBC Nightly News clip on the YouTubes. In chat.
Oh man, that's not good. Hey, it's that guy who got in trouble for stolen valor.
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, he was there.
Which guy that got in trouble for stolen valor? I see like a new video on that every week on YouTube. I
It was,
subscribe to this one
It
guy,
was the news anchor.
and that's all he does.
What's his name? Brian Williams or something like that?
Brian Williams. He was in a helicopter that got shot down under sniper fire. No, wait, that was Hillary.
No, that was her server. Her email server.
Uh, 1 minute 32 seconds when Lisa Myers starts talking about critics claim that features of this rifle make them especially dangerous in the wrong hand. A pistol grip that allows firing from the hip.
Right.
It's only on an AR-15.
I never understood the obsession with the AR-15 though.
It's
Because you're not American, that's why.
It's a
No,
military
honestly,
rifle.
No, I mean like the media obsession with it, because it's not that aren't most mass shootings committed with handguns?
The reason the media goes after it is because it kind of looks like an
Is that a
M4
freaking Obrez?
or an M16. That's the only reason they go after it, because it's black. I mean,
No, I
if
know, but I mean,
it was painted pink with blue polka dots, they wouldn't fucking care.
No,
Oh,
but
yes,
I mean,
they
like,
would.
why
They
don't
would say it's
go
marketed to children.
But why don't they go after handguns? Because isn't that what most crimes are committed with?
They tried. And then, what was it, DC that got shot down on their ban on handguns?
Yeah, you can now buy as many as you want instead of one a month.
What was that, the thing that you just had up there, Tyler, before the bow? Was that an Obrez?
I'd say Lee Enfield.
Okay, because it looks like a really short Mosin Nagant. Maybe it's just the angle.
Yeah, it's 303 British, so I'm assuming it's a Lee Enfield.
What are you
was
playing?
Long Dark.
Oh, I've heard that one. I heard it sucked.
All right.
But you're Canadian. Why are you playing that game? That's just like being outside.
It's set in Canada. Made by a Canadian company, so I kind of.
Oh, you're obligated to play it because it's made in Canada? That's just like the Polish saying, we're obligated to play every version of The Witcher.
I've heard The Witcher 3 was really good, though.
Yeah, but The Witcher 2 was critically acclaimed, and it was Poland's only export that year.
Poland's only export. Poland makes vodka.
No, Poland doesn't make good vodka. We're talking about good exports, not bad.
Okay.
So what do you guys think
No.
about ISIS trying to obtain nuclear material to make nuclear weapons?
They're going to burn themselves. I don't think they have anyone smart enough to actually do anything with that. They'll end up dying from radiation poison before actually accomplishing anything.
Well, there is Russians that were just arrested, thanks in part to the FBI and someone else trying to caught like red-handed with actual nuclear material. They thought they were meeting an ISIS representative, but I guess it turned out to be like an FBI undercover agent.
Now, were they Russian?
Were they what?
Were they Russian mafia or were they just
Probably Russian
Russians?
mafia.
Because if
Maybe.
they were Russian military, then we could totally go after Putin with that.
Well, almost all Russian mafia is ex-military.
No, they're ex-KGB or ex-Soviets. At least the older ones
But
that are still alive.
From this report, it's not the first time it's happened, and they estimate that that there might have already been some successful deals, and they might have as much as 6 pounds or 6 kilos. So I guess that's like what, like 12 pounds of nuclear material by now. So I don't know how big of a blast 6 or 12 pounds of nuclear material would cause, but I'm sure it's enough to mess up a good-sized city.
I'll let you know right now, even if they got nuclear material, the problem is they would only get nuclear waste. And
So
the
like
only
one of
thing
those
they'd be
dirty
able to do,
bombs?
the only thing they would be able to do is dirty bombs, because no one in hell is going to give them, atomic bomb capabilities regardless.
Well, you can pretty much
Possible
read
spot.
on how to make an atomic bomb online. Like, I mean,
Yeah, but
I
they're
don't
not
think
gonna
it's-
they're not gonna be able to get enough material in order to make it. They'll just do the quick and dirty method and make a dirty bomb. Osama bin Laden, for the longest time when he was alive, was always being reported of trying to make a dirty bomb himself.
So let's say they made a dirty bomb. Who would their target be? Would it be USA? Would it be someone else? Would it be Israel? Like, who would ISIS go after? Let's just say
I'll be
they
honest,
had dirty bombs.
ISIS is probably warped enough that they would probably attack Baghdad first. Just plain and simple, attack the opposition. That's they wouldn't bother with Assad, they wouldn't bother with Iran, they would go straight for Baghdad so they could take over the rest of Iraq. Granted, if you think they're going to go after the United States first, well, I guess, but I don't see why they would do that. If they have a weapon of that much destruction, why not go after your closest enemy instead? It's standard military tactics. Because they don't have ships that they can, they might be able to smuggle it through other countries, but they haven't been doing a good job with a lot of that stuff lately. We've been catching them left and right. I mean, they were only able to get into France and do something, or they were able to do it in Australia.
British prison.
And I'm not trying to say that they can't do it and they're incapable of doing it. I'm saying that we're, I guess here in the United States, we're better equipped to catch something like that before it happens. And I may just be being optimistic, but I don't think they'd be able to get away with it.
What if they made a Metal Gear?
We've already done that.
I still think that's the most ridiculous nuclear device.
Go look up on YouTube Megabots. We've already done that. I'm not kidding.
Am I going to see a G4 Tech TV logo?
I'm lost. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Metal Gear.
We already went and declared a duel with Japan already.
Oh.
We've already thrown the gauntlet down. The whole giant robots thing was already done.
Yeah, Dead Horse. Metal Gear is a reference to the Metal Gear Solid video games by Hideo Kojima, usually on Sony platforms. Metal Gears are large robots, apparently capable of delivering nuclear weapons in a way that's not possible to do with airplanes, submarines, anything like that. I don't really understand how they function, why they function better than anything else, but they're popular for video game characters.
Yeah. But the Megabots, they made the Mark V, which basically is like a think more Mech Warrior with tank tracks.
Oh.
But they challenged a Japanese corporation that already made a working, mech, and it's basically registered as a vehicle in Japan, and you can drive it around. The only thing is, it costs about $1 million or something. And they challenged Japan to a duel, and Japan said, "We accept, but we want melee combat." And then the guys went and responded, it's like, "All right, you want melee combat? We'll give you melee combat." It was ridiculous. I will link you later.
Okie dokie.
Did you guys hear about Obama apologizing for the hospital that we blew up in Syria or whatever? I guess we bombed a hospital where they had the Doctors Without Borders had given the U.S. their coordinates where they were working in some kind of makeshift hospital like weeks prior. Then we still went and bombed it and killed like 22 people.
Yeah, the general who was in charge was put in front of a hearing this week, and he's like, "Yeah, it was a mistake. It should have never happened, but it did."
So I bet
he didn't even really take responsibility for it.
Because an apology is 3 parts. There's, I did this thing, or we did this thing. You take responsibility for it. You say, this thing that I or we did was wrong, and the third part is, we or I will not do it again. Anything else is a non-apology. Like, I'm sorry you feel that way.
I bet Russia's running with that right now on their media. Like, look, we haven't bombed any innocent people yet since we joined the bombings.
No, they just attacked the Syrian rebels instead. Instead of attacking ISIS like they said they were going to, they went and attacked the Syrian rebels instead that were fighting Assad. That doesn't help the situation. That makes it worse. That's like fighting a 5-way war.
Did we expect anything other than Russia helping Assad because Assad provides a warm port to Russia?
I don't think we should even let Russia, go in the first place.
Yeah, but what are we going to do? Run to the end of our chain and bark?
Well, Obama might do that. Remember, he's all bark, no bite.
All bark, no bites.
And apparently, if you get decapitated now, they can put your head back on. Some toddler, I guess, got decapitated, and doctors put his head back on.
Only toddlers. I think the baby was like still in the womb or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
It looks like a toddler. It doesn't look like a baby. It looks like it's at least maybe 1 or 2 years old to me.
Oh wow! See, I heard about it. I didn't even check it out yet.
That's still a cool bit of news.
Fucking cyborg babies out here.
That's crazy, man. Like that, they could do that. Oh, I know what I wanted to talk about with you guys. Did you guys hear about the $100 million bounty put on Trump's head by El Chapo?
Yep.
No.
Wait, what?
El Chapo put a $100 million bounty out on Donald Trump.
Fuck.
And
they tried to warn him.
You don't think Trump could just pay it?
Well, El Chapo doesn't want to just El Chapo's the one offering the money. He wants Trump dead. So the first person to kill Trump gets $100 million.
Wait, why does he want Trump dead?
Because he wants to build a wall.
He's like, heard you were talking shit.
Are we
Trump
sure
talking
this isn't
shit?
just a joke?
Man,
No,
No.
it was broadcasted by El Chapo's son.
Joaquin Guzman is not joking. You what? Do you know he ain't playing with Trump?
I just find the absurdity of placing a bounty on a Republican candidate.
This is the guy who's broken
He's a
out of like how many
Mexican drug
prisons?
lord
3
who just
prisons?
broke out of prison.
For like the 3rd time. That was like the
Yes,
3rd
he's a-
prison he's broken
yes,
out of.
he's
Yes,
like
but
the-
But terroristically, well, this turns him from a criminal, a leader of a criminal organization to a terrorist now because he's threatening
he's been
criminal.
a terrorist.
He's been a terrorist, dude.
Well, we're not. Well, he hasn't been described as a terrorist in Mexico. Otherwise, we would have taken care of him a long time ago.
This is
Dude.
a guy who kills 30.
Yes.
Like he doesn't kill one person. He kills their
He kills
their
everybody.
mothers, their grandparents. He kills
At the
everyone
same
in their entire fucking family.
He doesn't care. He's on the run
He-
right now. He's in hiding.
He's
He does not
Tuco
care.
from Breaking Bad.
He's
Worse than that.
he's like what Pablo Escobar wish he would have been.
I can't hear you, Tyler. You appear to be muted on my side.
Man,
Didn't
Don't you
Trump-
knife hand me.
didn't Trump smack talk El Guapo? That's why he put the bounty on his head.
yeah, some shit about him, but
Yeah.
but Chapo's probably like Trump's bad for business. Look, man, you know what? To hear that, that's crazy. Like if I guess it's true because y'all said his son said it, but like honestly, that's like something that could seriously happen. You know, just think of the people that he has working for his organization that would do anything for him. They would do it for free. Never mind the $100 million. You know what I mean? Like that's a credible threat.
Like when you hear about in Mexico, they found 30 dead bodies, in like a ditch. Like it was El Chapo who did that, and his organization.
Yeah, when they kill people, they kill everybody. They chop bodies up, and they're not playing fucking games.
Hello?
Yes, now I can hear you, Tyler.
Pink, did you mute me?
Yeah, I blocked the gameplay.
Oh. Sorry.
Copyleft reasons.
Man, you over there playing NES and shit. What is that?
But El Chapo, I mean, this guy's like a mastermind type criminal who has, I don't know how big his bank account is, but I figured he wanted Trump killed because Trump said we're going to build a wall, and he was like, oh, well, that's going to hurt my drug business going into the United States. So
Dude, this dude's making hundreds of millions of fucking dollars. Like, come on, man.
Well, if he hasn't been labeled already, why hasn't the United States government labeled him a terrorist for trying to put a bounty on a
I bet he is. I bet he already is.
presidential candidate? That's almost like trying to assassinate the current president.
No, I think El Chapo was already labeled a terrorist because I think he blew up a plane that had some U.S. Was it ATF agents on it, or was it a car? Like I know he killed some ATF agents and stuff previously, and like I'm pretty sure he's already was considered a terrorist. a long time
he's
ago.
like shit. He's like one of the fucking most dangerous, powerful fucking like drug lord criminals in the world. You know what I mean? He's like that guy.
So he's like the Mexican Osama bin Laden?
He's worse than the Mexican Osama bin Laden.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's pretty bad.
He's worse. Like we find him and he still gets the fuck away. Like
Dude, this guy has
put him in
military
prison, he still
jets
gets out.
and airplanes and shit. Like he
But-
and helicopters and
See,
miniguns.
The difference with him and let's say Osama bin Laden or whoever, right, is that he has way more reach than them. He isn't using this. Like Osama bin Laden uses, I describe it as like mind control, radicalist Islamic bullshit. He isn't using that. He's using money, power, respect. You know what I mean?
Old fashioned.
To get his point across, right? And everybody at his table is eating. Everybody is eating. They're smuggling drugs every single day across the border, probably different countries and everything. Everybody's eating. Everybody's living good. They take out anybody who gets in their way with no remorse, no consequences. He gets locked up. They build a fucking tunnel and he get out of jail. Like, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
not.
The 3rd time, dude, he's escaped to maximum
He's
security.
that guy. You know what I mean?
This thing like Norwell, what was it? Norwell, God, I can't say his name. what's the Venezuela or
Noriega?
Nicaragua? Noriega, yeah. Like, look at that guy. He didn't escape prison. Like, look at all the other guys that haven't escaped prison.
That's Panama.
But,
Yeah, it was Panama. Yeah.
yeah, this guy's escaped prison like 3 times, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he's what Pablo Escobar wanted to be.
Escaped on the 11th of July. This was his second escape, according to Wikipedia.
The second? Yeah, okay, then it was the
second?
second. Yeah, that's the one they built a tunnel, like a mile-long tunnel or something. Y'all didn't hear about this? What? It's all over the
no,
news.
we were too busy getting reports of gun control shoved in our face.
Man, this shit was all over the news. But but speaking of that, right? I watched I don't know if you guys watch the guy Mixed Flip on YouTube. But I guess he's like in like Utah, Arizona, that area, whatever. I think he's in Nevada actually, because he's always in like Vegas. But
Noriega is still alive, by the way.
Huh?
Noriega is still alive, by the way, but he's like in his 80s now.
Oh, but so the guy Mixed Flip put out a video, was talking about he was saying, we'll banning all guns actually work. He's a pro-gun guy, right? So he's basically saying that, hey, if we ban all the guns, not only that there's still guns on the street, but just think about the black market that'll open up from them smuggling in guns from other countries. You know what I mean?
They seem to think that there are no gun manufacturers and capitalists anywhere in the world.
Right.
They seem to think that you cannot manufacture a single shotgun with a trip hardware store.
Well, it isn't that. You wouldn't have to manufacture nothing new. There's billions it's probably hundreds of billions of fucking guns in the world, out there. So, it's not that fucking hard. You know what I mean? It's not just as easy as these guys get guns on the street. It's just as easy that you can get guns in the country.
And you can build your own gun with just a piece of pipe and a nail, and it's a single shot, but still you can build a firearm yourself in your garage.
Right, but I'm speaking about the average criminal. They're not doing this. They're not building.
They're just buying stolen guns.
Yeah, exactly. They're buying stolen guns off the street. You know what I mean? Or they're breaking into.
Or they're getting them off the black market
from time to time, or robbing whatever. You know what I mean? They're getting them somehow. Shit, they're robbing each other for the fucking guns. You know what I mean? You can't. It's something that stop it, which I find is odd, is that no one addresses the criminal element. Whenever we hear gun control, they do not address the criminal element at all. They address these mass shooters and stuff like that, but nobody addresses regular everyday criminals who are doing most of the crimes. And I don't understand it. That's where
they don't want to give the criminals the glorification. That's the problem.
They don't.
No, it's not the glorification. It's that because they're the problem. The mass shooters are not the problem. That's far and few between. Yeah, they're happening. That shit sucks. But my everyday life, I'm not coming out of my house worrying about a fucking mass active shooter or whatever the fuck you want to call him. That's my least concern. I'm worried about the fucking dude that's standing outside my fucking building door waiting for me to come out the door and putting the gun in the back of my head trying to rob me. That's the guy I'm worried about. I'm not worried about a fucking mass shooter. I shoot him in the fucking face. Fuck him. But I'm worried about these fucking thugs running out here. Wow. Look at fucking Chicago. I was just looking at a fucking like a website that had all their murders. They're like, I think they said like 377. You know what I mean? In DC, where in my area in DC, they're giving like I think it's like 3 murders a week or something like that. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. A guy just got shot in the head in front of my girlfriend's mother 2 days ago on her street. Like, that's the people I'm worried about, not the fucking mass shooters.
But they don't want you to know that. They want you to see that this huge problem that statistically never happens, and G-Webs will tell you left, right, and center, this statistically never happens. They want to bring it as though it's a huge problem, and now the definition of a quote-unquote mass shooting is any firearms-related incident in which 4 or more people are wounded. It doesn't matter if you dove for cover and skin your knee.
That's Chicago every weekend.
I know. I don't know, though. It's starting to get a little colder. They might calm down every other weekend.
They're going to be killing people for fucking coats.
They'll just be criminal sickles.
Criminal sickles.
I don't know. I just want to see that aspect addressed. You know what I mean? By
But they won't.
outside their side, somebody, because even outside is plays that role where we don't really address that aspect as much as we should. I think we kind of play into their hand and talk about the mass murders, and then we get on mental illness and stuff like that. Fuck that. That's not the issue. That's not the problem. That's what they're going off of. We get the people by saying, hey, you're not fucking safe in your own neighborhood, not by a mass shooter, but by fucking Joe Blow, criminal that's, trying
wants
to fucking
drugs.
rob you on your way
Yeah.
to Starbucks. You know what I mean?
Because they don't want the problem solved. They want to keep talking about this while we don't pay attention to Russia doing stuff in Syria, while we don't pay attention to the Doctors Without Borders getting bombed. They want us to be too busy talking about guns and abortion and what was it I said earlier? No guns for dead babies?
Right. What? No guns for dead
What,
babies.
what does Russia do in Syria? How does it really affect us, though? I don't understand that. Like, who really gives a fuck what they do?
It embarrasses the leadership.
Why would we care about whether Obama's embarrassed or not?
We don't. However, the average television media consumer is told that they should care about things like that. Personally, last time, I'm going to make this joke as many times as I can because it's hilarious. The last time I saw a Russian treat an African American this way, Apollo Creed died.
Man, that's an
It's not funny anymore.
old reference, and it's older than you.
I know. And now I'm going to hum the montage.
Okay, stop that.
Get off the stage.
Anyway, we can't get out ahead of these while we're having to have the guns are bad, no they aren't, back and forth, duck season, rabbit season, that we are having to have this, to dance this dance just to keep from losing what we already have.
It's not duck season, rabbit season anymore. It's Elmer Fudd season.
Because fudge.
Yes, I saw that one. That's what happened at the end of that one. Duck season, rabbit season, Elmer Fudd.
Mm-hmm. But we can't get out in front of it and talk about real problems that cause these things, like, I don't know, poverty causing most of the violent crime or the illicit drug trade. We can't get out in front of these and talk about these things because we're too busy having to defend guns.
We should still defend guns, but as G-Web says, we should really be going out and protesting, or I guess taking more active parts in preventing worse laws from coming into place.
That is correct. That also reminds me of something I saw on The Truth About Guns. Love them or hate them, sometimes they make a point. The other side will get out and protest and literally rip their clothes off in front of someone for any reason at all. They organize like I have never seen before over nothing, and we don't organize like that, maybe because we're all, working. But that's beside the point.
Hold on, what? Where is this?
Here, I'll pull up the full article from T-Tag.
So they're suggesting that anti-gunners are mobilizing better than pro-gunners?
Yeah, just like that 8 that protested in Phoenix, right?
I don't know that they mean anti-gunners specifically or the political left in general. Question of the day. What are you willing to do in support of gun rights? Weird, guns don't have rights.
No, for your constitutional rights.
Anyway, Air France employees expressing their displeasure with executive management over their questionable HR plans to lay off 2,900 employees and asking pilots to work longer hours at the existing pay rate. Public in front of these elites coming out of a corporate meeting and literally tore their clothes off in protest. The point I got from this is that protesting techniques are changing, and we people of the gun should be willing to be just as disruptive as anyone else. And I hate to use them as an example, but Black Lives Matter shuts down highways when stuff that they don't like happens without even getting without even getting all the full story or most of the story.
So what?
So are we willing to sink to their level?
The problem is we don't want to break the law. We want to be disruptive.
Not willing. Willing implies that that's an effective strategy. Just because someone else does it doesn't mean that it's working or that it's better.
Okay, I guess the question that I'm eventually getting around to putting up is, does anyone think that we would be more effective by changing our strategies, or is the amount of success that we've had a good indicator of we should keep the strategies that we have?
I have a question for the panel. Are any of you guys NRA members by any chance?
I'm only going to accept that question from someone who can prove to me that they even have a concept of how many strategies are actually in place right now. Because I personally like to think I'm involved in this, and I had no clue how many people are working in so many different ways. And I used to sit here and rage against that machine, and that was my ignorant perception of the way things were going, because I didn't take the time to go out and research what is actually being done by the human beings that are doing work and have been for the last 30 years. So shame on us for sitting here and scorning anyone. It's easy to say, I think it could be done better, but that only works if you're educated as to what's being done.
Right. Now, all I was saying earlier is that, you've already said this many, many times, that instead of talking about it, we should go out and, I guess, take more action, but in the form of helping these groups.
Yeah.
Is anyone here a member of the NRA?
Yes.
How many of us are
the
here?
NFA.
The Canadians don't have an NRA.
Yeah, we do. It's called the NFA.
I know a lot of these chats will be like 10 guys in here bitching and complaining, and then you'll ask that. Not one of them are an NRA member. It's fucking hilarious to me. How about Second Amendment Foundation? Anyone a member of that?
I'm not an NRA member or Second Amendment Foundation member yet.
No.
I haven't joined yet.
Keep doing that. That's a good strategy, I think. Just don't join nothing. You
don't think.
Well, no.
I wasn't an NRA member until 2012. I was adamantly against the NRA until 2012, when I changed my mind just before Sandy Hook, because I was at the NRA Museum and I felt it was time to contribute to the work they're doing in both the museum and in their training. But until then, I didn't like the NRA, and I was not a member.
Member of the Buckeye Firearm Association.
It's on my list of things to do.
It's funny to me is that there's 5 million members.
I was not a member with intent, because I felt that as a pro-gunner, I didn't need to be on the NRA's board. They were, and always have been, the largest institution. So when they need me, I'm there. I don't need to be on their ranks, and I felt justified in my position for about 30-something years of my life, until just the last 3 years.
Maybe you haven't heard anti-gun, people talk about the NRA, I guess, and how terrified they are of them, and how basically they're the only reason they don't get what they want. I guess you forgot, you didn't listen to that.
No, and I don't.
And I don't agree with it. But I'm telling you, we need more members. 5 million is not enough.
I know people that are gun owners who are against the NRA. So to suggest that because
I know people that are gun owners that are for universal background checks. It really doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you also have to realize the NRA, they haven't always done what's in the best interest of, the American people so far as the Second Amendment. They've actually caved.
What have they done against it? Tell me what they did.
Well, I'm not saying that they actively go against it, but they haven't really always, done, the best interest either.
You can't say when you're trying to ask them when he asks you a deliberate question, and that was my problem. Is I didn't like some of their stuff like the cop killer bullets back in the 80s, but then I really didn't have anything else since then, and that's why I changed my mind and became a member. But I don't think it's fair to suggest that they have the ability to do everything, and they're definitely not tasked with doing everything, but then that doesn't excuse them from not doing important stuff either. So they're not perfect, but they're our biggest ally, so we need to...
Okay, here's one point.
The enemy of your enemy.
The NRA doesn't always support open carry. they've already said this before. They don't openly support it. You know, not that they have
It's
to.
$10 a year. It's fucking $10 a year.
Yes, you
I
can't.
mean,
think we should
give
be
me a
hammering?
fucking break, dude. It's
You know, I think
fucking
we should-
hilarious that there's been almost 160 million NICS federal background checks in the last 8 years, and there's 5 million members. It's a fucking joke. You know what I mean? It's practically, I think it's $10 a year if you don't want the magazine.
Wait, hold on. How many? 10 years?
No, it's $10 a year
no.
if you don't want the magazine.
How many NICS background checks?
There's been a record of, I think it's 16 to 18 million a year for the last 8 years.
16 to 8. No, it has to be more than that. There's
I read something that there was 200,000 just in April, or I mean in September. This last September.
Well, I'm telling you that they said it was record breaking. It's not 160 million. It's like about 16 to 17 million every year for the last 8 years. I think the record breaker was like 18.5 million one year. Might have been last year.
checks.
But it doesn't matter. My point is there's only 5 million members, and they shake those people up so bad. It's like, it's terrifying to them, the gun grabbers. It's fucking terrifying. But imagine if it was 20 million. You know, it would be over with. There wouldn't even.
Terrifying at all, dude. I don't think Hillary Clinton is terrified of the NRA. I just think that she's lazy, and the NRA is the thing that she can say that everybody who she is talking to knows what she's talking about. She could just say that.
Yesterday she called the NRA like dealing with Iranian ayatollahs and also the communists.
Well,
I mean, they just constantly talk shit about us, NRA guys, and then they are scared. I know they're scared of us. That's why, like, they don't even bring stuff up for vote. Because they're afraid of those 5 million people.
Is the NRA a big enough boogeyman, if you'll excuse the term, is the NRA a big enough scary monster that so much success can come from other grassroots, smaller, I'm not saying the NRA is not grassroots, but smaller grassroots organizations, because so much time and energy is spent blocking the NRA that other organizations get time to
That's a good
do
question.
things.
That's a good question. What grassroots organization are you a member of?
I am a member of the NRA. I wasn't going to be a member of the NRA, but then I got politically active on Twitter. Enough people accused me of working for them, so I said I may as well donate.
No, I mean there's tons of grassroots organizations, I guess.
The Tennessee Firearms Association.
Yeah, I'm a member of my state organization. That's probably more important than the NRA. I mean, I would rank that high because I've seen what they've done in my state. And if I live, in a state that had one, you got to do it. But I'm just saying, trust me, the NRA is very important. 5 million members isn't enough when we have about 500 million guns in America, and I forgot what the last statistic was. Like, they don't even know, but like how many gun owners are in America, and
That's because some gun
it's got
owners
to be
want-
100 million. It's got to be like almost 100 million.
When we revolted against British gun control, was there some type of organization back then that people paid money to help with our gun rights back then?
No,
to
the
try.
NRA was the first one.
Or did we just go out, grab our guns, go out into the street, and fight them?
The NRA
Yeah,
was
but in the age of information, you need a bit more organization.
The world is a lot smaller now.
Is it really smaller or is it bigger?
Dude, whoa.
Man.
You got to start small, dude. Before you're in the streets taking your clothes off, like you guys were suggesting before, or whatever. How about just joining the NRA? Join the NRA. It's $10 a year. We can start there.
You were pondering if the effectiveness of those like alternative
protesting methods,
action-based calls to action are effective.
I try not to suggest. I try to only ponder, because once I start suggesting stuff, man, people ignore me even more.
Can I make a suggestion then?
I'm not going to stop you.
You know how they did
Yes, I am.
the Supreme Court said that, I mean, this isn't like I'm trying to say something bad about gay marriage, but they basically passed gay marriage around the country by saying that marriage licenses from states that have legal marriage need to be recognized in other states, like driver's licenses. Shouldn't that mean that concealed carry and open carry should be legal around the entire United States because some states allow it and some don't?
If they want all states to be the same, how do we know they're not going to go with the most restrictive states as opposed to the most freedom-loving states?
No, but what I'm saying is when they're saying that a state must, but what I'm saying is when a state must recognize a license for a certain thing from another state, then shouldn't that be the same thing for concealed carry licenses?
No, because we don't have licenses for our rights, and that's a state's interpretation of a union between two people, which has nothing to do with an individual right that the Constitution was written to protect.
No, I'm talking about your concealed carry permit.
Yeah, and I'm suggesting there is no such thing. We have the right to own a firearm. We have the right to carry a firearm. Just because some states offer a permit doesn't mean that the federal government should somehow be involved. So to answer your question, no.
I was talking about this earlier
today. Privilege, not a
to
right. If it's regulated, it becomes a privilege, not a right.
Every state you can get your driver's license, right? So you get your driver's license in your state, and you're allowed to drive your car in every single state in America, right? There's no, oh, well, we don't recognize your state's driver's license. I don't know if that's some sort of standard like of testing, like, okay, well, everyone's driver's test. Because I had a friend of mine today tell me that it shouldn't be as easy. It's easier to buy a gun and own a gun than it is to drive a car. Like, come on, that's not right. Like, come on, common sense. And I was like, dude, first of all, I haven't taken a driver's test in 25 years. Like, I haven't gotten into a car with somebody and taken a test, in a long time. But besides that, like, that's a right, privilege. And I heard Yankee on Never Enough's Ammo's chat say something about, like, it is a right. Like, driving is a right. But either way, if the only way we could do that is some sort of national reciprocity act where every state has to recognize every other state's concealed carry permit, and the only way to do that would probably be some sort of standard testing process. Like, and then, it would be rough. I don't think we could ever get that, but...
Not to mention the standard testing process would be like California, where you can only qualify with the gun that you're going to carry, and that's the only gun that you're allowed to carry.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. I mean, that's what I was just saying. There's not one state in America where you can buy your gun and then bring that gun that you bought, say in like Utah. Not every state is going to let you bring your firearm into their state. And that's just the Second Amendment. Not even concealed carry. Like, if you bring your gun that you bought in Ohio to New Jersey, you're going to jail. So it's so much different than cars. It's crazy, man.
The United States driver's license is accepted in some other countries. Try doing that with a carry permit.
Yeah, that won't fly.
In 2014, there was 21 million background checks.
I don't know how they swung that, though. Like, every state recognizing every other state's driver's test, driver's license. Like, they just figure that the test is the same, even though you might not have had a test in 40 years, 50 years. Old people haven't had a test, some of them haven't had a test in 60 years.
Because driving is so, like, commonplace and so agreed upon that it's just a thing that most everyone participates in, it was never questioned. If firearms were like they were in the 50s, I contend that it would probably be the same way. Before we had these stupid laws that require where you can carry around your property, people didn't care, and you could have done whatever you want. In other words, I bet in the old days, you walked into Tombstone, Arizona, and they didn't go, "Do you have a carry permit in Kansas?"
I was talking about that for the last 2 days to like two of my old friends about it. Like, in Tombstone back in the day, like Wyatt Earp would have been there, like, give us your handgun before you come into town, right? I mean, some of these laws were around going back to the cowboys.
Yeah, but some of those cowboys, they may have given up their handguns, but they had holdout guns.
Yeah.
Also, back then, concealing a firearm might have been considered an act of cowardice, or maybe it was a time period before that. But I don't get why now there's a disconnect now that it's the opposite.
Well, not during the Old West. It wasn't an act of cowardice. It was just dirty.
Not at all. Where do you come up with this from?
Okay,
No, quit saying you know. When I'm asking a question, you got to answer the question. You can't just go, "Oh, well, you know."
I think his is similar to Obama's.
no, don't even associate with me.
Don't
Yeah,
suck the answer to
Not
that.
at
That's
all.
a good question. Moving
I
on.
suggest that I have history on my side, and firearms were invented, palm guns were invented, pocket guns were invented, derringers were invented. There are so many tiny guns before the whatever, the 1934 that
Right.
tell me that all those people were nefarious or all those people were unscrupulous.
I'm not saying they were.
There's some movies where poker players are like scorned because they did something bad, but no, little guns are what kept our little old grandmas alive and free and not worried about a cougar in the woods or a rabid wolf or some drunk or any other thing that they might have had to worry about.
So I guess you could say it kept the cougars safe from cougars?
No, you didn't. You did not.
I'm sorry.
I brought that from something that I had read without questioning it, and I never started questioning things that I read until I got into politics and in general and firearms in specific. So I'm still pulling out stuff that I've read before that and never questioned, but now I found what I read. And it's just the first sentence. Carrying a weapon secreted upon your person was at one time considered sneaky, dishonest, and downright cowardly. Now, citation needed. Not given. I guess that's my fault for reading something without questioning it.
Yeah, it happens to all of us.
Well, I mean, like the gamblers would have like the little derringers and stuff. I guess I don't know.
Or the up
Sneaky.
your sleeve gun from Justified.
It's pretty sneaky, but if someone's trying to stab you at the poker table or whatever, it's comes in handy, I guess.
So
I never thought of that though. But yeah, most of the cowboys were basically open carrying at the time, right?
So 6.6 million illegal or unlawful aliens have applied for a NICS check.
Or you're looking at the people that are breaking the law and not getting prosecuted for it. Because I remember last year they said of people who like lie on their forms and lie to try to get the gun, usually just walk away, even though it's illegal and you can be prosecuted for it. It's usually just like, okay, bye, goodbye, and then they go to another store, or they go down the street. They don't get in trouble for it for the most part. I think it was like 3 violations last year or something, 3 prosecutions.
Or 3 convictions or something like that.
It might have been 3 they tried to do it 3 times. It's just fucking ridiculous. But look at those freaking numbers, man. Like it was more than I said. Like last year was 20-something million.
There's
it's just most of these people go buy their guns, and some of them, you're right. Some of them are like they're just like, hey, I'm glad I got mine. Now I can go back to Huffington Post and vote for Bernie Sanders. I bought mine. I don't care. They're not trying to be active in gun rights or anything. I get it, but like I still think the 5 million number at the NRA is like not enough. And plus, even at 5 million, I know you're like, well, they might just say the NRA all the time because that's like an easy target, but they really are terrified. Maybe they're not terrified, but they know it's such a strong lobby.
I mean,
they're scared of it. They're very scared of 5 million people.
They're not scared. I don't think they're scared of the NRA, but I do agree with you that they're scared of those 5 million people that the NRA represents.
Facebook page called the Bipartisan Report recently posted a meme photo of Wayne LaPierre. Not a bad photo, even though I don't think he's the most photogenic guy, but it says the nation's worst serial killer, as though they don't understand that a person actually has to commit the murders to be the serial killer.
No, yesterday Hillary basically compared the NRA to terrorists. It's like dealing with terror. I've heard that before. It's like dealing with terrorists.
Well, there's a thing on the tweets of the redneck Taliban.
And she said communists, too, which is funny. Because she's running against one who's like a self-admitted commie. But he's cool.
Socialist.
I can't wait for socialist. Fascist. Is he a fascist? No. He's just socialist. But I can't wait for that debate. They're just going to go super hard. But basically, the NRA has them shook. The NRA had Harry Reid shook. A lot of those pro-gun Democrats from pro-gun states are terrified of the NRA because they'll throw that spotlight on them so fast.
Ooga booga NRA.
Yeah, they'll just get you to lose your job, and that's all they really care about is getting reelected. And they just are scared that the NRA is going to do everything they can to make sure they don't get reelected. And then I don't know really what the lobby is. Like the lobby, they're saying it's one of the most powerful lobbies in D.C. Like they come there and they lobby, and I guess they'll give you campaign money. They'll contribute, or I don't know how they can really help you with your campaign. I've never seen candidates like saying that they were like getting money from the NRA. You know, like they're just recommended or whatever. When you look at the list of politicians running for office, the NRA has like they have an approval rating, right? They rate people, and what's his name? Like certain people are proud of their rating, positive or negative. Like I think Bernie Sanders was proud that he was like a D. You know.
Then again,
they were accusing him of being too pro-gun, and he was like, "Come on, I got a D. Like I'm proud of that."
I think he got that good of a rating because of his vote for the lawful protection and commerce of arms, or it's midnight. I don't know what I'm saying as far as the mixing up the words, but gun manufacturers cannot be sued for the way their products are used. And he voted for that.
Didn't the NRA have some kind of test? Didn't they have, not a test, but didn't the NRA, don't they have some type of thing that they give to candidates, politicians to fill out some type of form or something, and then they rate them upon that form? They just don't. I thought they actually had to fill out that form or something in order to get a rating. Like there was some, I can't think of the word.
Well, I thought they just looked at your voting. Like, okay, here's what this guy is. Like, he's the worst, you know.
No, I know for a fact there's some form. I can't think of the word what they call it, but there's some type of form that they questionnaire or something that they give to politicians to actually fill out. So, thank you for that questionnaire. So I'm just wondering how many of them actually fill that out and then are rated, and then how many are just rated upon, yeah, their voting or whatnot.
I don't know. It's a good question.
But I remember watching an old Charlton Heston thing where he was talking about that questionnaire or whatnot, and I can't remember what politician it was that wouldn't fill it out, but Charlton Heston was basically just like going after this guy because he was too scared to show his true intentions by filling out the questionnaire.
All right, guys. Great chat. Again, I didn't suggest anything, and I'll deny if I did. I was just pondering. But y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
See you, man.
Sorry for jumping on you. And my headset is fucked up, so.
Night.
You're looking at those numbers. Like the other night, I guess Never Enough Ammo added up all the concealed carry permit holders in America. It was like 14 million, 15 million. So just a third of those people who jumped through all those hoops to get their permit, you know, who knows? It's astonishing to me that it's only 5 million. I found out that number like last year.
How many of those have 3 permits?
I have no idea. It can't be a lot, dude. I mean, I think that would be like very rare of a person who's like, I'm going to get the Florida one, I'm going to get the Utah one, I'm going to get the...
How about 2 permits?
Huh?
How about 2? 2 takes it down to 7 million instead of 14 million.
Yeah, still, it's not, it's still like nothing compared to the NRA. Then it's like, well, I mean, you jump through all those hoops to get your permit. I bet you like half of them are NRA members, if that. You're saying half of a half, maybe, you know. You went down, I had to go get fingerprinted at a police station, did all that stuff, waited 2 months paid all that money, and it's so easy to join the NRA. It's a joke. It's like $10 a year. I think people just don't care, man. Like they really just think, oh well, it's like someone else will join, kind of thing. Like someone else will give them the money. I don't need to. Like they got a lot of members, and I used to think it was probably like 20 million members. I had no idea it was 5 million until like a year ago. I was shocked that it was that low. Probably their fault, I guess. They don't do enough outreach, and they tried in the last couple of years. They were doing ads on TV that I've never seen before, had some fresh new faces and stuff. It was cool. So hopefully that'll bring in some more people. I just would like to see that number increase drastically before the election, but I doubt it will.
Well, who knows the effect this chat will have.
None of you guys will join. Anyone who's in here didn't join is never going to join. That's how my opinion is. Most of these people I've talked to in these chats would say that they don't like the NRA because they feel they don't do enough or whatever. So
I like the Rifleman magazine.
I never even got one. I'm too cheap. I was like, just let me get the membership without the mag. And I don't need the hat. Like, please don't send me the hat every year. And whatever other shit they give you. I get the insurance, though. I think it's like $1,000 or something. Firearms insurance.
I barely threw away, I don't know, a couple months ago. I actually asked everyone in here if anyone wanted any special issues or anything, but I just threw away like 15 years of the American Rifleman magazine just because it was taking up too much space.
I just think it's a start. To me, it's a start. It's just, that's common sense gun laws right there. You own a gun, you got a permit, you're benefiting from not having an assault weapons ban bill passed in 2012, and it's really like the least you can do, man. In my opinion.
Well, there's a good.
I think a lot of gun owners
it pisses me off, dude.
A lot of gun owners, I think, they're not gun guys. I think a lot of gun owners, they own one gun. It's underneath their mattress. It's for home defense. They might not even have a concealed carry permit. They might not carry it every day. They're not into guns. They don't talk about what new gun just came out, or, I mean, I think I would bet the majority of gun owners are not gun guys or gun people.
Well, I mean, I'm probably more of a gun guy. I'm probably more of an American gun guy than most Americans are.
We're all Americans, dude. You're Canadian and we're in the United States, so we're
well, you know what I mean.
So I would say a good place to start is start talking to those people who that only own one gun, who might not ever even go out and shoot it. It's just for home defense or whatnot, and tell them, to start supporting our gun rights. Because I think a lot of the guys who are into guns, who buy lots of guns, who collect them or whatnot, they probably are NRA members or support different organizations like that. But I would say that we need to turn to the guys who aren't gun guys, the guy who only owns one gun, who might not even have a CCW, and get him to start supporting our rights. Get him.
People like that. Like a couple of years ago, I don't know. Remember, like if you remember the controversy of a writer saying that the NRA is the modern KKK. It was like a couple of years ago.
I remember that.
But at that time, that really pissed me the fuck off. So I started buying the NRA memberships for Christmas gifts. I'm like, you literally don't even, you call the number and buy the membership for your family, and then just like give the address. They'll send the card there. Like, there's no questions asked. Like, you just made a member.
Or is that everybody hearing that?
It's my headset is so fucked up I can barely hear myself in here. So
I keep hearing like an electronic owl hooting.
Electronic owl. Who?
yeah, my headset is done. I lost my headphones, and I'm using this piece of crap headphone.
You sound fine to me, DV.
Oh yeah,
Running out of batteries
I
here.
can't hear shit. I mean, it's just muffled and.
Man, you gotta clean your ears out, man. You need some.
You're
Q-tips.
right. You're right. Too much shooting.
Exactly. Wear
You're
earplugs.
right.
Somebody's got too much NRA paraphernalia in their ears.
No. I'm just
Yeah,
I'm reminding
stop.
myself of the when
I was just waiting for the coupon code or whatever, so that like, when you got done rallying us up to the NRA, you're gonna be like, and then you coupon code TV.
Hey, you know what Josh should do though? If you're if you're a vet or like cop or shit like that, you can get the Life of Duty membership. Which is the same shit, but it's a nice little card they give you though. It's a cool looking card they give you. Switch over there and you get the cool card. You can be cool like me.
it's cool.
Be cool like me.
I missed out on the Adderall chat earlier. So.
Adderall chat.
Yeah.
But
doing
let's
Adderall.
keep it on guns here. Did something happen besides Hillary's thing? Did the president put down something about executive orders?
Yes, he did.
What's going on with that? 'Cause I've been
So from what I understand, if you're just a private guy, like one of us, we're not gun stores or whatever, but just say you're, because this is the way that a lot of people are kind of like misunderstanding what I think was being said there. A new classification of FFL. Some FFLs will have to get a new license, but really when you look into it, it's 50 or more a year. So if you're selling or trading 50 guns a year, private sale, then you need to get a license. Or they're gonna put you in jail. So I'm not sure. I mean, you think, I thought, wow, that's a lot. I trade. I do a lot of trading. I'm like, wow, well, I'm way, way under that, so I don't gotta worry. And 50 sounds like a decent number. And I guess there was no clarification back in the day. Like, I guess it was like, well, are you earning your income from it? I don't know what it was. Like, how many trades or sales you could do privately a year before it became, hey, you might as well get an FFL, or you have to get an FFL. Like, you're doing too much. I never knew what that was. I knew I was well under it because it was only like, 4 or 5 a year, maybe 10 a year if I was totally bugging out. You know what I mean?
So that means that if your grandfather passes away, or worse, both your grandparents pass away, both sides of your family, they pass away, and then you inherit the firearms eventually as the descendant, like anyone would get property, then and you try to sell those firearms, then you have to get an FFL to sell your own inheritance?
Yeah, that was part of it. Okay, so then it was something else about high volume dealers, where if you're a high volume dealer, maybe like someone like Bud's Gun Shop, you'll have to get an additional license. Then there was some talk in there about background checks for prospective buyers or something like this, where it sounded like you'll need a background check to even go shopping.
Yeah, to even go into a gun store, they were saying to even go inside one that you need a background check first. That's the way
That's what it sounded like. Prospective buyers, or what's the word I'm looking for with a P? But yeah, like basically you're not a buyer yet. You're just thinking about it, and then like you'll need a background check. But certain high volume dealers, it just sounds like a fucking mess. What's fucked up is that day that it happened, he came on the television and said, I can't do this alone. I can't do this by executive order. Blah, blah, blah. We need to politicize this and all this stuff. And I was like, wow, okay, well, that was pretty cool, because he admitted that he really can't do this. It's up to the people, and it's up to the Congress and the Senate. But he changed his mind. And good for him, man. He's only got a year and a half left, and he's getting a lot done for a lame duck. I got to give him that. I have a friend that's always like, he's a fucking lame duck. He's a lame duck. He's a lame duck. It's a lame duck. You know what? I've never a lame duck like this. Like if you can remember Bush's last year and a half, he kind of like went away. He just disappeared almost. Like bye. They were calling him a war criminal, talking about bringing him up on war crimes charges. I mean, that's how bad they hated that fucker. He just kind of went away. But this guy's doing a lot in his last year and a half, man. Like with the Iran deal, more executive actions coming down the pipe. You know, this other trade thing where they're talking about copyright laws, like you might not even be able to post links anymore. Like, it's just fucking nuts. And so, a lot of shit's happening. And that's why I'm saying, I mean, all I can think of is real quick, start small, just join the NRA, because I'm telling you, they're terrified of them. That's my opinion. I really do think they're scared of the
They're
NRA.
scared of the people who are members of the NRA.
I think they're scared of, well, the vote too, but they're also scared of that lobby. I don't know what that lobby does or what in D.C., if they're whining and dining and buying martinis and steaks for senators and congressmen.
That's the thing, though. That's why I got to stop you, man. I don't disagree with you in theory or like in the bird's eye view, but I disagree with what you're putting out there because I don't think that they're scared of the NRA only. They're scared of the people that the NRA represents, but not just the members. All of us. And the people like the Gun Owners America and the Second Amendment Foundation, the people that brought concealed carry to Illinois, the people that are fighting the stuff at the Supreme Court level, the people that are aware of and have strategy and are working together because we really do have the grassroots side. Those people are what they're definitely afraid of, but they don't have time to say all that or to even, I don't think they want to enlighten their side to how active our side is. So for them, it's just an easier way to say NRA does it all, they're the bad guys, NRA's the boogeyman. But I agree with you that they're afraid of us, but I don't think that they're really that afraid of the NRA. That's why they're willing to make the NRA their boogeyman.
Well, it's not even them.
So G-Web, you're saying that... I was going to say, yeah, so G-Web, you're saying like maybe smaller organizations like that Florida Carry and Utah Open Carry, stuff like that?
You're definitely afraid of all of us because, yes, we're very effective. And if you look, we're being very effective. We're very effective. We're stopping Bloomberg, who has money. He should be able to just drop fucking edicts everywhere. He can't because of all of us. And the NRA is one way to just say gun owners. It's a way to say all of us.
Well, what's the other one? Was it Gun Owners of America? I know if they got more powerful, they'd had more backing. I think they'd be a lot more scared of them.
And what about the NFL Freedom Alliance?
Never heard of them.
But I'm saying what DB is saying is we already have 5 million on the NRA, so all it would take is another 15 of us to jump on there. We'd have 20. If we went to 15 different organizations, we wouldn't get any of those up to 1 million or 2 million. You know, why not pile on the big ship and make it the biggest ship possible so that they're quaking in their boots after 5? Let's show them what it's like to have 25.
Oh my God! I think it would be like, let's just go to sleep from now. Like we can sleep and just chill. But Netflix and chill, dude. What I was gonna say is that they talk about it, and it's not just like politicians, reporters who are also like antis. They'll talk about the lobby, what a powerful lobby it is, one of the most powerful lobbies. And when I think of lobbies, from what I know from like movies, I'm not, I don't know what really they do, but it's a lot of whining and dining, and like expensive dinners and junkets, and basically like, spending a lot of time buttering up to these politicians, and
hey man, what works works.
I can guarantee that's not what the gun side is doing. Number one, we don't have that kind of money, and number two, I've met most everybody on this side. They're not doing that. They don't have the ability to do that. That would be like a bunch of good guys doing.
No, I mean in Washington, like in like the lobbyists, the NRA, ILA lobbyists in D.C. I don't know. Are they doing stuff like I've seen in movies and documentaries and stuff?
Not like the tobacco guys who are all trying to dodge and get corrupt shit passed. No, because we're
or even better, the pharmaceutical lobbies, dude. Like they're fucking private jets, expensive dinners, hookers. We're
the smallest of lobbies. They insist on suggesting that we're somehow big money or that the gun side is big money. We're a tiny little sliver. We've done the math before. We're tiny compared to any other lobby as far as financially. It's just that we're powerful because there's so many of us. The other lobbies are powerful for their money, but that's why they have to use their money in those ways, because they don't have the numbers. Our guys come up and go, you know, we have the numbers. Here's some things that we'd like passed. And the problem, I think the reason that the other side is so afraid of us is because what we're doing is actually very effective. We haven't won everything, but number one, we don't have a fucking assault ban, right? Assault weapons ban, and number two, we have CCW in every state. And that's two obvious ways of addressing the fact that we are winning.
Well, the other thing was that Obama was really upset about, and a lot of them were very, very upset about, was they didn't even bring it to a vote. Do you remember, like Harry Reid in the Senate, he was too scared to even bring the thing to a vote. So it just never got voted on. That's how that lost, that assault weapons ban bill in 2012. They were too scared to even talk about it, you know, in the Senate, because people were up for re-election. So it's not even like, they brought it up and it lost in votes. I remember Obama calling them cowards. He was like, you guys are a bunch of cowards, man. Like, you're just cowards. You know, at least bring it to a vote. Bring it to a vote. That's what the American people deserve, a vote. And the leadership, Democratic leadership, were just too scared. Huh?
No one wanted to vote on it, and if you remember, most of those people that were in the Senate that even put that into place, you know, aside from Feinstein, didn't get reelected.
That's the thing. It's poison. I mean, it really is poison. But you know, I remember over and over again you'll hear about Bill Clinton in '94 when that assault weapons ban bill got passed. He lost the House, and Newt Gingrich took over, and the Republicans took over the Congress. And he to this day still talks about it, that it was poison. And if you bring up gun control during elections, it's poison. However, his wife just doesn't give a shit. You know what I mean? His wife is going hard because look who she's running against, a freaking communist. You know, a socialist commie who sat in the Senate for 20 years, and they say he didn't even write or propose one bill. He just sat there for 20 years doing nothing. Some guy who says he's a socialist. So, of course, she's going to have to come out of her face and start talking about this stuff now. And if Biden gets in the race, now you're dealing with the guy who wrote the assault weapons ban bill in '94. Like, he literally wrote it with Feinstein. So, of course, Hillary's going to have to step up the rhetoric, man, you know, because look who she's going against. But I'm pretty sure her husband's back there going, oh, my God, shut up. Don't even mention it. You know, don't do it. It's poison. I can't wait for their debate on the 5th. No, it's not. It's like what is it?
You have to realize every anti-gunner, you know, even the ones that are in politics themselves, they're not going to go full on, oh, we need to repeal the Second Amendment, because that's political suicide in itself. That's trying to take away a right that's already in place. They just want to restrict it. They don't want to remove it entirely. They just want to restrict it so only their bodyguards have it.
Well, they restrict it and restrict it and restrict it until it's gone. They do it slowly.
Yeah, but they won't do it outright, you know, right away. We need to repeal it. Otherwise, you know, that might kill their career. You know, at least in the politics side.
I don't know. I wouldn't, when I look at, you know, history, I wouldn't say it's killed people's careers. You know, Hitler did it. It didn't kill his career.
Well, here in the United States.
You know, UK did it. I don't know. If it can happen in other places in the world, it sure the hell can happen here.
That's the problem. Like my stepfather was like, it worked in Australia, and I had to sit down after dinner and talk about, I think the number was 9 million guns were confiscated in Australia. That was the total number, I think, was 9 million.
Yeah, and crime and murders went up.
We have about, I would think, looking at these background checks and just the number that we heard was...
The most liberal estimate is 350 million.
That's from 1986. And then I remember in one of these chats, I think it was, PBR was like, well, you got to think. In 1986, if it was 300 million, a lot of those guns broke. A lot of those things are like out of commission. So maybe he's right. Like there's a revolving number. Like certain guns go out, certain guns come in. It's like a. But yeah, that 300 million, 320 million was from 86.
Well,
So,
a lot of those background checks are buying more than one weapon at a time.
Well, no, I said
just bought 6 at one time.
I forget what it was. It was 350 million though, but it was more recent.
okay, yeah, that's the thing. So I was like, well, if you look at the number from 86, like 300 million, I think it was, it might have been that guy Lott who did the study. But that was like just their estimation, anyway. But you're right. Well, you're not right, but you are right. But I think PBR had a point was that, that's a long time ago. Say it's like 30 years ago. So a lot of those guns are rusted now, broken now, decommissioned, whatever. Like, new guns come in. They're like cars. There's a junkyard somewhere, I guess, You would think, but the junkyard of guns. However, I would think it would be close. Let's just say it's 400. Let's just be fun and be like, so it's 400 million. So when they start talking about Australia, we got more concealed carry permit holders than they had guns. It's just a joke. You know what I mean? Like,
I love how when I Google how many guns in America 2015, the top results are 2 school shootings in a day are shocking, but 92 gun deaths each day. Gun violence archive, number of deaths in 2015. Gun violence in America, America's gun problem. 11 dangerous facts about guns. For God's sake, just tell me my number.
Oh no! Then the other day I was looking up because I was having an argument with my cousin. Defensive gun uses in America. These are statistics put out by the government, I think, but they have no real idea. But the number.
The range from like
it ranged from like 400 million. No, I mean it was like I want to say 400,000 a year to a million.
The one I saw was from 1.1 million to 67,000.
A year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
My point is, even at the lowest, even at 20,000, that's still double the homicide rate.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, man.
So if it is even a single person more than the homicide rate, that means more lives are saved by firearms that are killed, and at that point, there is no way that you can logically argue that a gun should be taken away. Because if they are saving more lives than they are taking, there's no logical way that you can say that it would be a good idea to take those guns out of the hands of the people that saved their own lives. Because now you just have more bodies.
Right, and then in that number, the double number, it's like half of them are suicides, and then the other half are like gangbangers shooting each other.
No, the 11,000 isn't. It's just homicides.
Oh, okay. Is it gangbangers too, and police shooting bad guys and shit?
It's all homicides, not justifiable. There are 230 justifiable each year.
Oh wow. Yeah, these numbers are fucking crazy. No one would ever know that and tell somebody that. I've seen on television news people.
There have been 30 deaths in school shootings. 30.
This year, right?
Since Sandy Hook.
Oh. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man.
It's not that gigantic of an issue that people want you to think it is.
Yeah. Well, I think if President Trump wins, we can all sleep. We can all go back to sleep. Everything's going to be okay. He said it. He said he's pro-gun. So hopefully he'll come through.
He released a paper. That's all he did.
Well, here's another thing I never understand when people talk about the UK and Australia. Like, people don't do you guys realize that those are islands, right? Like, those aren't countries that have neighboring countries like Mexico and Canada.
I always use the term England or Britain when I'm talking about, the English.
Or what did I say?
The United Kingdom is, a couple nations surrounding and including England.
any country that has a king and a queen and has that tradition, to me, just is like, come on, you're the peasant class. Now you want to talk to me about America? Like,
Hey.
it's crazy. It's like, no, I know, but it's just the peasant class always in history was unarmed. Like, you just couldn't have real guns, and you had to. You know, the king and queen was afraid of a revolution, so they let them eat cake. You know what I mean?
You know,
let
I'm
them eat
still
cake
trying to
and,
figure out how England can get away with calling it the United Kingdom, even though they haven't had a king since like what, World War One?
But wait, the English peasants were the greatest part of the English army. Like the Battle of
How can
Agincourt.
it be a kingdom if you only have a queen?
The Battle
Don't
of
you have to
Agincourt-
have a king and a queen in order to have a kingdom?
No. My point is that maybe if they would grab the peasants up and then you can fight for us now. Fight for the king and queen.
From birth, English males were taught how to shoot a longbow. Like that was their thing, and that there was no one. If the English peasants really wanted to, they could have absolutely fucked the shit up of the English nobles, because they were unmatched in any form of distance combat. They were legally.
I saw a documentary. It was called Robin Hood, and it was a whole different story, man. I mean, Robin Hood was an outlaw. It was like he had a bow and stuff. I think they wanted to take his bow.
Well, no. In Britain, like the peasants were not allowed to shoot at a distance less than, I think it was 100 yards, because they were supposed to train from the age they could hold and draw a bow to train for the Royal Army, and these people were ungodly with a bow. Like they were drawing bows that were 160-pound draw weight easily.
Like in Japan, I remember hearing about like the samurai and stuff. Like if you were a peasant in Japan, you couldn't have a weapon.
Oh yeah, if you were a peasant, if you were a peasant in feudalistic Japan, you were fucked.
Can I bust in with No's link there? I don't know. I just sat down, so I don't know if you guys were in the middle.
What did he say?
He just posted this link to the top 10 lobbyists. Was this in 2015? Yeah. So just to put it in perspective, the National Rifle Association, the NRA, was number 13 out of the top 98 or something, whatever.
No. It was the year 2013 was their highest dollar year was 3.4 million. That doesn't put them anywhere near the top 10.
Okay, so thanks. That's what I wasn't sure. But 3.4 million is what the NRA contributed to lobbying in 2015. And to put that in perspective, Verizon Communications was 6,000. So one company with a phone call, or a phone, what do you call that, mobile phone company, put in twice as much as the NRA. Northrop put in twice as much as the NRA. Lockheed put in well more than that. AT&T, like 3 times more than the NRA. Comcast was also 3 times more. So Google,
can you imagine?
Was 10 million. So 3 times plus was just Google. And now we're getting up to the big ones. A real lobbyist is the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is number 1 with almost $50 billion, well, $40 billion. And then the medical right below that with $20 billion. So the NRA is coming in at $3 million. And we're not just comparing it with these big numbers. What you need to do is say the top 15 or whatever, the top 10 on this list. I'm just going to read them off. 42, 19, so you have to go 42 plus 19 plus 15 plus 13, another 13 plus 11 plus 10. So you know what I'm saying? There's so many hundreds of trillions of billions of dollars that the NRA's 3 million is a bullshit number that Hillary's standing behind to act like as though that's some sort of a number. Shit, she probably has a house that's worth that much.
No, I haven't. Here's my argument to that. Everything else you just named is an actual business. You know what I mean? Like the NRA is not a business.
Well, there's the Medical Association in here, the National Association of Realtors is number 3. The Business Roundtable, whatever the hell that is.
I mean, Northrop Grumman, AT&T, Google, all those businesses.
Yeah, but what about the American Association of Realtors? What about the American Medical Association?
That's because that's their job. Right? They're lobbying for their careers. I mean,
they're lobbying for their industry. Yes.
It's an industry that makes money. The NRA is like basically a rights organization.
Well, it's also, you could look at it because it is an industry of firearms, and that's valid.
Wait,
Well, I mean,
do you not think that the NRA doesn't have corporate supporters? Do you
Yeah.
not think that there's
No,
a
no.
conflict of interest?
No, they don't. Because look, right there, $3.4 million, that is nothing. Trump could put that much in.
Well, maybe like Springfield Armory is like sending money to them or something, I guess. Maybe.
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean, G. What I mean is that the firearms industry supports you joining the NRA. It's not necessarily a dollar for dollar thing. There are cross interests here. Okay, so you have a company, Remington, Winchester, Silencer Co. You can pick whoever you want. Okay, these are companies that have vested interest in the promotion of us owning firearms, of us owning NFA items. So there's that support there.
Could you want to Mike?
Could I what?
I don't know what that was.
Something
That wasn't
funny.
me.
Come up with anything for that dude wailing on his mic.
I got it.
Yeah, well, the firearms industry makes a shit ton of money every year, and I would hope that they would donate or just contribute to the NRA. I don't know what their financials look like, but technically they're a rights organization. You know what I mean? I guess it would be like big tobacco, like someone. But even like smoking cigarettes is a right, I guess, right? You should have the right to smoke cigarettes if you want. There's no other thing I can think of that's like the NRA. It's like, I guess, like if it was like big oil, like oil rights, oil company rights organization. Of course, oil companies are going to be like, get in there, man, fight for our right to drill or whatever. So they don't spend a lot, is what you're trying to say. They're way at the bottom and they don't spend anything. So.
They do, but by comparison, they don't.
Now, that's the NRA, though. I didn't see them in the list here. Is the ILA NRA thing? Because that's the one that's supposed to be doing
Yeah, the ILA and the what is it, the PVF are both into those numbers.
Oh, that's all inclusive? Then that's pathetic. You would think they'd be spending a lot more than $3 million.
No. And that's it. You hit the nail right on the head when you said it earlier. Using the three letters NRA is the same way that they can mass villainize just by using the term, gun. The gun is the problem. You can say, 30 guns were used only for homicides. It don't matter. You're dealing with people who think that if there were 0 guns, there would be 0 gun violence. So it doesn't matter how many times you say a gun saved a life, it's still a gun, and if there were no guns, 0 guns. This is the delusion that these people live under. So statistics just is never going to cut it with them with this argument, because they're not arguing today, they're arguing a non-existent nirvana future with rainbow puppy dog farts. And the other thing too is
Is that a rainbow dog that farts, or a dog that farts rainbows?
Well, I don't discriminate either way, so I don't breed ban. You can have whatever puppy dog you want, whatever color you want. Your puppy dog can identify with whatever creature it wants.
Oh God, let's not get into identities.
Hey, dude, mute yourself all the time.
Is it me?
No, Tyler.
It's not me.
What?
The dude who keeps unmuting himself, keep muting yourself because you're like doing something horrible to your microphone and we're all having to hear it.
Yeah, mute yourself until you're ready to talk.
Wait, what? Seriously?
And the other thing too is what you said is most definitely true. Here in Texas, we just passed the open carry. Part of the conditions of open carry here in Texas is that you have to have a concealed carry license before you can qualify to open carry. Now, this is not uncommon in other states, but it's not the norm. The original bill as presented did not have that in it. Then the bill was changed to have that in it. So it was further amended that if you were concealed carrying, the police could not use that as probable cause to detain you. The NRA actually lobbied to get that strucken from the bill. Now, the claim is that in deliberations on the floor, the bill was not going to go through without that amendment on there, and it created this big debate, and then everybody started with their bullshit jerk-off internet statistics that are fucking mindless. Okay? No, it's not a problem here. Yes, it is a problem here. The conspiracies get launched. Everybody runs around like a chicken with their fucking heads cut off. Okay? But nobody was actually down there on the floor listening that had anything to say. The people that were, we made their posts. So the bottom line was it went through, and we're in the situation now where the police can actually use the fact that you are open carrying. If you were observed with a gun, they can use that as probable cause to detain you to verify whether or not it's legal for you to do so. Okay? This is going to be a problem because they've already made it a problem. Okay? If we participate in this, this is what's going to be all over the news like the Chipotle open carriers. Okay? So this is the politics game. Where did the change happen? Where does it occur? It was what G said earlier. What they're really afraid of is all of the grassroots organizations and all the stuff that's going on and all the things that they have going on, and a lot of the things that were discussed at the policy conference, like G said, it's been going on for 30 years, and we're all remiss in not paying more attention. The grassroots guys are the ones that are winning the Bloomberg battle on a state-by-state level. Okay? Think of the NRA sort of like, this is maybe a bad example, but the NRA is the Ronald McDonald in the fast food game of politics. Okay, that's how the game is played here, and you can go to your local town hall and you can see it firsthand. You can go put on C-SPAN and see it firsthand, and not just regurgitate all these myopic opinions. Okay, see what's going on. Okay, and actually then decide what you want to get involved with and what you want to be, affluent in.
Awesome. Way to sum it up, because then that's what we want to make gun channels. Thanks to help filter all that. Dude, mute.
Mute.
What?
Your mic was making noises.
I don't
Or
know.
quit sucking on your mic or whatever you're doing to it.
I'm actually not doing anything to it. I don't know what's going on.
And it's creepy that those eyes pop up every time a weird noise pops up.
Interesting.
Stop touching your mic.
In Canada,
you guys hear me or
it's
not?
on the headset, do you?
I have a headset on it. I'm setting up. I have no idea what's making noise.
He's sitting in the headset. He just said it, didn't he? But yeah, I think that's the challenge I see to this next election cycle, is to get out of the paradigm or whatever that we keep falling down. I keep calling it an ambush.
Well, everybody likes to say what they're sick of hearing. I think we said what we're sick of hearing too. Everybody that comes in that has no idea what's going on. They're informed with no discernment whatsoever. They believe anything they read on the internet, and then they sit and they're like, "Well, this ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. This isn't the way it is. That isn't the way it is." How do you know how it is? Okay, all you're doing is parroting.
Yeah, I wanted to apologize for that, but I wasn't going to take it anymore. I mean, we've told him I don't know how many times to mute, so I just went ahead and kicked him out.
Oh, right on.
Oh, I thought you were apologizing for being a victim of the internet. Darn.
No one apologizes for that.
I mean, I'll put up with a lot of shit, but yeah, I'm not going to... You sit there and tell him 10 times in the past 5 minutes. I don't know what I'm doing.
But I have all the solutions to United States politics.
Yet Dead Horse knows Canadian law better than he does.
You're pushing a close second, Mr. Unsubstantiated Rumor.
Well, all right. How do we get started on this? I've got that section of gun channels set up. What are some strategies on this? How do we do
Oh, for the badges or?
Oh no, for the resource section of gun channels, which hasn't really been developed yet, but is basically a third of. I mean, I basically walled off like a third of gun channels to be devoted to. I think the best way I've summed it up is to be like the Wikipedia of gun stuff, or the Wikipedia of gun stuff. Some way to archive it all, but then to go beyond just having it all there and hopefully an easy to find or an easy to navigate area, but then also have the ability for people to comment and add and question and answer questions and have some actual involvement so that the place doesn't just become a library but becomes a library that's like Wikipedia, constantly evolving and updating and organic. It's hopefully always correct.
Well, with Wikipedia, you have to have contributors and moderators.
In gun channels, we have nothing but active participants, so that's why I'm hoping it'll be a better way of doing it. That's why I'm saying, how do we make a better Wikipedia without not necessarily the technical stuff, but I don't know.
Well, we're going to need people to go and actually, contribute like they do with Wikipedia. You'll need people to moderate, and you'll have to have admins above them in order to, make sure the moderators are doing their job, and, yada yada.
True.
The chain of command, to make a correlation.
For sure, and we have all that.
Now, would that section be searchable?
Yeah, should be. I mean, as much as possible or as much as able. Like the rest of the gun channels, there might be parts where we add something unique or something special, like I don't know, maybe I'm thinking like a timeline or a calendar or something that's a separate widget or a separate app or something that might not get included, but for the most part, that's the concept, is to have it in the infrastructure of the gun channels software, basically, or whatever you want to call this place, so that as a member of gun channels, we're all those moderators. Like on Wikipedia, you have to, I don't know what you have to do anymore to be a moderator of it or an editor. With gun channels, we all kind of have that. It would just be having a separate section of the place that we can set aside to accomplish this, whatever, challenge.
Well, let me ask you a question, G, because we had kicked this around before. What's the better way to go around it? When we had initially started this, we started like with different channels with different states. You don't want to make just like a big pile or a bucket and start dumping stuff into it. It needs to be managed smaller. So do we manage it by state, or do we manage it by like organization and say like, this is the NRA ILA, this is the Second Amendment Foundation, this is what they're currently doing, and don't make it be geographical, or do we go back to the geographical model and say, well, here in Texas, this is what Open Carry is doing, this is what the NRA is doing, this is what went on in the last, session of the representatives? Because my feeling is that there's at least one person on gun channels from each state that sort of got their fingers in some of this.
That's kind of a wide dispersion to separate it into 50 different states. Could we maybe just do it by like time zone?
No. So I'm not just blowing you off, but of course we want to have it by every state, because every state matters, and every state, like Noah just said, is going to have representatives here, and we want them to have. Basically, this place can be very big. So if they need room, they've got it. So there's no reason to limit it. However, I don't want to discount the concept of for someone who's browsing or somebody who's looking for information, having to go through every 50 state would be obviously tedious and unnecessary, especially, or at least it's unnecessary because we have the internet. So to answer your question, no, definitely by each state, but also by each group, also by each facet of federal firearms legislation, and since there's going to be sections for each state anyway, ideally, I'm hoping there's going to be a way to, for example, like the state laws that are awesome, a constitutional carry, or the Montana laws, stuff like that. We don't want to just have them isolated to the state. So if someone wants to look for groundbreaking state laws or something, we might have a channel devoted to that. So I don't want to answer your question again more directly, it's not that we're going to go away from the channel areas and only do the reference area, but we're going to do both, and as much as possible distribute information so that it's, let's say something comes down the pipe that has to do with suppressors in Montana, that something else, hunting. So we want to have enough people around so that it gets to the hunting section, it gets to the suppressor section, it gets to the Montana section, it gets to the current news section, it gets to all the appropriate places, and hopefully in a way that people who are monitoring or watching can subscribe to a channel for perhaps, or to a section of the site that's devoted to a state, or however that works out. And then so in other words, if someone's in Montana and they're on gun channels, they'd be alerted to it without having to seek real hard. At least that's the ballpark way of answering the question, I think.
Well, which is good. I mean, like, you know, we had tried the mechanism we had tried before was the channels and the sub channels, and that didn't work out too well. But like the premise is the same, and I agree with you. And you know what? For me myself personally, I give a lot of this credit to Sean Carano. As far as, you know, me getting involved, or even maybe getting involved with just even paying attention, because I'm like right here outside of Austin. The grassroots level at the states is where all the positive action I see happening is, and the stuff at the federal level is become theater and emotional and myopic and distorted and blown out of proportion. It's like a dog and pony show. So I think building the database from that local area up is definitely going to make the information much better. And like you said, it's the ability to share. This is what's working in Texas. This is what's working in South Carolina. This is what's working in Arizona, and get that information out to you know, the other states and the other people, and then hopefully the organizations themselves, you know, maybe if they see gun channels that way, is the ability for the 2AF or the ability for the CCRKBA to come in and say, hey, we have a channel here and this is what we're doing, and we could use help in these states, or, you know, we can give you help in these other states.
Well, now you hit the nail right on the head, because Sean's already here, and I just became the social media guy for AZCDL, and I'm talking to a couple other groups who needed help with internet stuff. And I'm going to create channels. So channels, just like Sean created a channel for Florida Carry on the channels section of gun channels, so that it is there and people can subscribe to it and monitor that. When he does a live chat or whatever, he has a place to do that. So the channels part will be used that way. I'll build one for AZCDL, and we'll encourage any other nonprofit or rights activist group to create their own channel, so they have their own branding and their own place, you know, a nice fast URL to get to, gunchannels.com/ whatever their name is. But then, of course, they'll also be included in the reference section, in the appropriate section, depending on what they are. Maybe if they're a lobbyist group or whatever, because I really want it to be getting over to the reference side. Kind of, again, my concept is for when we're having these discussions, or anybody having a discussion like this, when they go, what does such and such, you know, what is the firearms policy or coalition, what do they do, or what does this other group do that some of you talked about on the news, or I heard a reference to, they can get sort of a nice little PDF page, just real quick, you know, updated. Maybe on Every Second Matters, we do some kind of rotation where once a month we'll go through and just make sure everything's current, so that way each of them is, we know that they can't be more than a year old. And maybe we do supplemental Every Second Matters, where we just monitor all that or maintain it all. So, especially when it's important, like the election year like this, so that people, when they have a question about something, they know, okay, I can go to gun channels to the index of, you know, gun rights groups, and I can quickly figure out, you know, the elevator speech from this organization, and have links and everything appropriate so they can get to them quickly. But yeah, and then if we can do something that's attractive to them, hopefully they come over. At least, we're not suggesting that they have to we're not their only presence or anything, but just like they're going to have an account on Twitter and an account on whatever and an account on Facebook and maybe on YouTube or whatever else they're doing, just let them know that they're welcome here, and we've got hopefully a community of people that'll help when they drop something, about suppressor hunting in Montana, that they know they can just drop it here and we'll distribute it amongst our infrastructure to the different areas so that it's available in the future for reference, and the people that are monitoring will get it as an update, and we'll be talking about it in our conversations and stuff. So yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, that would actually be something different than the regular dynamic of everyone just shouting, and everyone who's interested in what they're shouting has to sit there and listen to 5 or 6 different voices shouting for who can shout the loudest and trying to decipher what else is going on. If we can act as like a switchboard or a bulletin board, I think that we'd be doing a service.
And I want to throw this out there too, because this somewhat confounds me. And there's, I don't know, at least for me anyway, there's no way for me to say this like not disparagingly, but the Recoil magazine crowd, the sleeve tattoos, bearded operators, Instagrammers. One of the things I've noticed is that these people avoid the Second Amendment issue like the plague. Okay, they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to get involved with it. They don't want to bring it up. And it's probably the most explosive next to women, the most explosive segment of the demographic that we represent. So I think like we have crash and burn pulled in. We're getting more and more of them, but the rest of them, I just think it's important. Like the NRA with the Coley Noir thing, their attempts to reach different audiences, whether you think they're successes or failures, you have to give them credit for at least attempting to go after the Recoil magazine crowd. Does anybody have any ideas or insights to the entitlement generation? Because my thing is, if they came in and said, we're banning all guns tomorrow, those guys would all have their tattoos removed, shave their beards, and move on to Pez dispensers or whatever the next big thing is.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree when so many of them came over from the last thing.
I mean, does anybody have any ideas or insights as to how to bring them more into the debate?
I will be right back. Software update.
I think it's going to fast forward. So I don't know. I mean, obviously it's just a shot in the dark because who knows? We'll see how it unfolds. But I suspect because it seems like everybody else has been on the same path. As far as being a gun owner, depending on what age you start, it doesn't really matter because once you're 21, you can pretty much buy anything you want. So once you get to the position where you can buy stuff, you just get into the situation of how fast you can go through, the evolution of guns. So you'll buy your first practical guns or your necessary guns, and then you'll buy a second, a third, or whatever, and then eventually you get to, if you stick with it and you're a gun guy, you'll buy one because you like it or something, and then you'll buy one just because you think it's cool, and you eventually get to where you have a few guns, and then you'll see what it's like. And if you're still a gun guy and you keep going, then you know what I'm saying, everybody seems to kind of go down similar trajectories. And I guess what I'm saying is with these guys, if we have, and we do have these, obviously there's lots of communication channels open, the reason that they're able to fast forward like they have into the positions they're in is because they're able to stand on the shoulders of those who came before them. So the same way that the same thing that facilitated them getting to where they are will allow them to fast forward up, and everybody will go through that kind of evolution quicker and together, and some people will be able to step right past things and appreciate what it's like to be in other levels or whatever, or different, just like earlier Edge and those guys were, and Murphy's were talking about black powder and stuff. You don't really have to have bought a black powder or even really dealt with it. If you listen to people talk about it enough, you kind of get an idea what it's like to be in that realm of shooting. So you know what I'm saying? People will be able to have a more mature outlook on everything if they're willing to open their eyes and pay attention. And I think that as more and more people are putting their hat in the ring as content providers, that's going to make it more attractive and more able for people to look around and see what else is out there. So for whatever reasons they came into the community or culture, they're going to get to experience everything, and hopefully, like I say, kind of evolve or develop, assuming they're going to stay in the culture, you know, evolve and develop, and then hopefully this will all happen right when we need them to, because we're about to, I anticipate we should be ready for a big fight here in the next election cycle, and a lot of these people got to where they are, got into this in the first place, were attracted to this market segment because of the 12, right? And they've had a year to think about it, and a year to get into it, and a year to get into it, and now a year of success. So, you know, maybe that's where they're at, and maybe they'll get their shit together and figure out it ain't all about buying shit, but having the right to buy shit. And like I say, kind of evolve real quick, use this technology to our advantage, and maybe we'll slap the shit out of these antis this time around, and they'll never bring this shit up again. They'll know that it's solid because we'll win over the middle ground. We'll win over all those middle people, and we'll start turning golf courses into long-range shooting facilities.
Well, you can see by the writing on the wall what's coming, the way they're ramping up into the election season. I mean, you know, we're prone to theatrics during that time anyway, and this one, I think you're right. I think this one's going to be a real bold one and a real open one, not just with the gun issue, but the Middle East, the wars, the Russians, I mean, all of it. There's a boogeyman at every corner, and everybody's going to paint the next candidate as the savior for what ails you. So, you know, how seriously that they react to this, or I shouldn't say seriously, it was more like emotionally, how emotionally they react to this, and everybody's going to start screaming, or as we say, or you're just going to sit down and realize that, you know, at the local level is where you can make a difference. At the local level is where you can put the pressure, and that can trickle up the ladder. But I mean, if we just start at the you know, the federal level, and you know, they're taking our guns, I mean, you know, it's just all that hot air is going to be flying around, while exactly who we don't want and what we don't want gets elected or selected. And I really don't want to see that happen again.
Yeah, I'm certainly not doom and gloom. Like I say, we've got a lot of people who are highly skilled in using this stuff on our side, and I don't pay a heck of a lot of attention. I probably should spend more attention to some extent looking at the other side, but it seems like they've got employees, and you can be savvy and you can be skilled, but without passion and without dedication and heart, as some of us would say, you're just not going to get something out of an employee for no matter what the money, right? Especially I suspect that some of these employees are there for the fame, and if they don't win, they're not going to get the fame they want. They're going to lose their drive even further, and they're going to need to pay somebody else to, right?
Absolutely correct. And there's another component to that as well. And I'm big on this one, even probably beyond guns, is this to me is a personal property ownership issue. Okay, the fact that just because they deem something a gun or a firearm thinks it gives them the right to take away what you have bought and paid for with your own money that you made with your own labor is like fundamentally absurd to me. Okay, and the fact that, you know, it seems to be acceptable when we speak of firearms. Okay, my point being that those employees at the current time, if they don't have anything invested in the game, as you say, they're employees. Their perks and their benefits are a delusional nirvana that's never going to happen, and some sort of sense of purpose or paycheck from, you know, we'll call it the Bloomberg cartel, just to lump it under the money thing. Okay, if those people, or I should say when those people, because there have been times when anti-gunners have suddenly become pro-gun because they have found themselves in a situation where a firearm did save them or saved a family member, and suddenly they have skin in the game, and suddenly their eyes are open to something more. Okay, so that's something that we have on our side. Is it's not just a gun issue; it's a property rights issue. It's a lot of issues, and we all have something invested in it. And a lot of times we're like, oh, there's nothing going on. Let's just sit down and be quiet and not make any waves so that nobody comes and takes what's mine. Okay, and I think we need to get past that fear and realize that that's an advantage that we have as far as not only a legal leg to stand on or to argue from, but also as motivation and as passion. You know, no matter what your view is or what your opinion is, the firearm's no different than your car, your house, or anything else. And the fact of the matter is, you should be secure in your personal property.
Well, we've talked about that in previous chats. All the long time between these mass killings, we sat idle. We should be out there, pushing our agenda, our side, getting some of these rights back.
Exactly. The positive thing. I mean, it all starts to me with the recognition of the fact that it is patently absurd to think that in any way, shape, or form there will be gun confiscation here, okay, without the world as we know it falling apart.
I do see a lot of that, pushing to get our rights back, but I see a lot of it on social media. And I think that's one thing is everyone's using social media for that resource. They think that they're doing something by posting it on Facebook or Instagram or, posting some article on Instagram, something like that. But, what did our forefathers do? The Boston Tea Party, things like that. They actually went out and took action, they actually went and actually physically did something. And everyone, I think, is too comfortable sitting on their couch and saying, okay, I'm going to post what my thoughts on Facebook, saying, oh, don't take my guns, or whatever on Facebook or social media, but I don't actually see gun activists out protesting for our rights. I don't see us blocking, highways for it. I don't see us...
All right, so let me bring up two instances, the Bundy Ranch, and then I'll bring up the 2012 reaction to the potential assault weapons ban, where we marched on almost every state capital, if not every state capital. It's my fault for not remembering more. But that's two instances that I can bring up of actual times when we did physically rally. However, I'll suggest that in addition to that, I disagree completely with you on the Twitter, Facebook stuff. It might seem inconsequential to those of us who are savvy and pay more attention to YouTube, or for whatever reasons dismiss it. And I'm guilty of doing that myself sometimes, but I'm trying to be more open-minded and looking at it from the bird's eye. We are still in a situation where people are just now discovering the power of social media. And that is only accomplished because we've established the power of the internet, or I should say online facilities, which was only able because we figured people know what the internet is. So you can't expect everyone to be where we could be until we all have time to get there. And I think we're on a great track towards that. And I think that the people that are posting stuff on the Facebook and Twitter are putting it. Imagine if you were to.
Who is that info getting to?
Can I finish?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if you were to take a Polaroid picture. Back in the day, you would take a Polaroid picture, so literally a picture that was developed as you took it, and it was a physical thing in your hand, and there was one copy of it. If you were to take a Polaroid picture, or take the Polaroid picture at the shooting range, and then leave the Polaroid picture on the bulletin board at the grocery store when you went there, with a little note on it that said, "I like to go shooting." Now, that might seem inconsequential, However, everybody that takes the time to turn their head as they walk in the grocery store and look at that is going to acknowledge that a firearm is on the wall and that someone must have taken it, and no matter what becomes of that, a bunch of people are aware that firearms are out there and they're not scared. It was a different way of bringing firearms to the conversation without being threatening and without having to react to an act of carnage by one individual, echoed by people with an agenda. So you're saying, who does that go to? It goes to their friends. It goes to maybe their sister or their brother, their friend from high school, their mom, their dad, or whoever. But somebody else might see that. Even if it's just one other person, the power there is called exponential, and that power is what lets ice destroy mountains. I'll shut up.
And
Well,
for me to continue that, because he shut up, I just want to throw in there, along those lines of seeing what the power of social media is, I listen to a lot of criticisms about what person X is doing, what person Y is doing, what they should be doing. We're not all the same. I can't take a picture. I can't make a video. Never have. Grew up in a culture where there were no pictures. There was no evidence. You did not want to be recorded. Okay? It just stuck with me. That's the way I was raised. Not my forte. I can't make any reasonable contributions there. But in the immortal words of Liam Neeson, I have a particular set of skills I've honed through my lifetime. I'm effective in certain arenas way better than others. And there's a lot of that out there. And I think that there are too many people trying to conform to the social media thing as if social media is the entity. It's not the entity, it's the vehicle. Okay, the vehicle for communication. So we need people in the NFA community out there. We need people in the local capitals, with their cameras or whatever. We need people spreading this through social media. But what we need is the content to spread, not just to retread the same thing. It's not, like we say, it's not news anymore. It's just one thing happens and then there's 5,000 myopic opinions that aren't based on facts by people that weren't there. Okay? So it's the social media thing isn't the entity itself. Okay? All it is a conduit. It's the method of GSET of promulgating this stuff. Well, what I feel we need to focus on is what our involvement is to the content that we're given. Okay, if you think about it from like the Full 30, the YouTube thing, these guys are all now production value, content, this, that. This is the position that they find themselves in. Well, we're sort of in the same position now. Okay, do we want to accept the content from all of these web pages that parrot this and that fan the emotional flames because that's the game they're playing? Or like G said, I mean, even if it's something as dumb as a Polaroid, hey, this is me and my goddaughter with the new lever action I got her for Christmas. It's what's that image out there? And you know what? A lot of people don't even want to put that image out there because you're like, oh, then DHS is going to show up at my house and, tell me I'm a bad parent. Okay, it's become like ridiculous.
Now it's Eastern.
It's all fucked up. Nobody's doing what they're supposed to do. That's part of the problem of human nature. People are going to want to do whatever the fuck they want to do, and sometimes they ain't going to want to fucking do nothing. So if you're trying to convince people that don't want to do nothing to do something, it's harder than convincing people that are on the fence about it or are willing to do something. They're just looking maybe for a little direction or ideas, so to speak. Avenues, I don't want to say avenues of attack, but truly that's what it is.
Oh, it's most definitely a battle.
What I see on my, I don't watch very much news or anything like that, but when I do turn it on, I see anti-gunners on mainstream media. I hear the local news channel saying, oh, gun crime, gun this, gun that. And I personally don't think Instagram or Facebook holds that same type of power as, you know, ABC or CBS or CNN, stuff like that. When I see these, you know, anti-gunners being interviewed on TV and, oh, you know, gun crime, gun control, this, that. I don't see Instagram. I'm not saying it's not good. I'm not saying that, you know, that they're not out there trying to do good things and using the resources at their disposal. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is it doesn't hold the same type of power. I don't.
Contrary to your point, though, they did a poll. I think it was 2 presidential elections ago. So it was before Obama was in. They polled, you know, basically people 18 to 36 and maybe a little bit older, and it was, where do you get your news from? Do you know what the answer was at that time? At that time,
Facebook.
No.
Jon Stewart.
Yep, that is the answer to that fucking question. They found that more people got their news or information about what was going on through the Daily Show than they were getting from regular news stations and stuff like that. So I kind of believe that with the millions of people that are on Facebook, which is kind of, it's fading a little bit. You know, it doesn't have the same things going on. It's kind of, it's not MySpace yet, but it's at some point it's not going to be the main thing. It's not going to be, you know, where it's at or what have you. But I will personally admit that my Facebook page, I'm not saying I post propaganda. Some people would definitely say I post propaganda all the time. Sometimes I go with the message, even if the message might not be 100% accurate, but I do try, when I do actually find some facts, I do try and share it. And, you know, I got some family members that don't want to talk to me about stuff like that, and some friends that don't want to talk to me about stuff like that. And to be honest, I'm okay with it, because when they are ready to talk, I'll be in a calm and concise manner, and, you know, we'll talk about it. But as far as where do I get my news from, like, I hardly watch TV at all anymore, and I don't necessarily know that that's a good thing, because you kind of got to keep your hand on the pulse of what fucking everybody's doing out there, right? So you have to have like a foot or a toe in the water, like, everywhere.
I'm not putting my toes in the water after watching all your look at the freaky shit that happens under the water in Hawaii posts.
Yes, those are some of my favorites. Those are definitely some of my favorites. Like the guy that got attacked by the shark on Big Island. I posted that one or whatever. Motherfucker is chewed up in the hospital, and he's got a fucking smile and a shaka. I'm just like, it's... That's the way it should be. He didn't. Did he call for a death to all fucking sharks? No, motherfucker didn't. As a matter of fact, he was talking about getting healed up and go back out there. So sometimes, you know, people are willing to face their fears as opposed to either hide or run from them. And if this gun thing, which of course everybody on this panel clearly feels that, you know, it's our right, it's a part of what kind of makes us the United States, really. I mean, no other place, relatively speaking, I mean, there might be an exception or 3 out there, have the capabilities that we have with all of our freedoms and rights. And not just limited to freedom of speech or the Second Amendment, you know. We got a lot of shit going on that the rest of the world don't even comprehend or understand, and they don't want to take the time to. They'd rather point the finger at it and say, you guys are fucked up over there. Which some people in the country are fucked up. Some people on the planet are fucked up in the head, you know? What the fuck can you do?
Does anyone on this panel, does anyone here, do you subscribe or whatever it's called on Facebook, follow or whatever, to any anti-gun groups like Moms Demand Action or any other anti-gun groups? Do you watch what they're posting on Facebook or on Instagram? Does anyone here?
It's funny you put it like that. Some of those people that don't want to engage me so much, I notice that they will happily post on my timeline COINTELPRO, basically. You know, they'll go the other way with their, you know, I mean, there's three lies in this world. There's lies, damnable lies, and statistics. If you're the one doing the survey or what have you, you can make the statistics look however you want, you know. That's the great thing about statistics. So they'll throw up shit on my timeline on the regular about anti-this, anti-that, you know, the whole anti-freedom spiel. But they never look at it as that.
Yeah, I don't follow them. I mean, I will search and see what they're doing, but I won't follow them because they. I mean, you sit there and start following them, and then
it inflates their numbers. If anything, they can say, "Oh, we have 6 million, 6,000 followers or whatever," and you're like,
exactly.
Well,
Not only that, but they'll start. Facebook will start giving you ads for them. They'll start. I mean, they'll start bombarding all your feeds with them and everything else, and I don't want that.
Now, see, I'm wondering if the anti-gunners feel the same way about pro-gunners, so they don't follow them because of the same reasons you just gave. So when you're posting your stuff on social media about pro-guns, who is that message getting to? Just other pro-gunners? So you're just basically kind of like a broken record there. You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah,
So don't we need to get that message out to the anti-gunners?
Have you ever posted something that somebody has reposted or shared?
Oh, definitely, but very few. I haven't had too many antis post too much of the pro side. I would have to say that doesn't happen. No, they'll share stuff like onion rings wrapped in bacon. You know.
Oh, you had to bring that one up.
Yeah, that should have. I think they should have used those bamboo skewers. They should have used some sort of like rack so that it wasn't soaking in the bacon, and then it would have been crisper bacon.
Well, number one where they fucked up is you do not make an onion ring in the motherfucking oven. Sorry, that is not technically an onion ring. It's called something else, and it's probably French.
But going back to that, you're not incorrect if you're preaching to the choir and then those people aren't listening. But that's just some people. We're talking about great numbers here. So to suggest that things are happening isolated or apart from each other is true to some extent, but not completely. And it's not as though we have one pie, like we have so much effort that we can give. When you post a picture, you're posting it to your friends so that you're getting the whatever you wanted out of it. That is accomplished, but then it continues to exist, and you're going to get additional return on that investment of time, and a potentially good investment, because if someone does see that, then it's out there, and it didn't cost anything. It didn't take away from some other efforts. So, I mean, we're not suggesting that Facebook is the only way to go. I'm just suggesting that it's an important way, and I think it'll end up being very effective, but I guess we'll differ. We don't have to agree on that. It's just, we'll see.
Well, no, I'm not saying social media is bad. I am not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that that's what I see a lot of people doing, is they're only doing the Facebook, Instagram thing, and that's it. I don't see people showing up for local rallies like Haas USMC or whatever. 40 people or something. They showed a pan of the crowd, and it looked like to me like there was maybe 40, 60 people there at his rally, where he openly whatever he did that was illegal, I forget, but he did it right in front of the police, and they weren't going to arrest him or whatever. There was 60 people there. How come there wasn't? If that was a Moms Demand Action, there would have been several hundred.
There won't be several hundred.
If that's the Oregon rally or whatever that they had, there was way more than 60 people at that one in particular.
Okay, from what I saw when they panned the crowd, it looked like there was maybe 40, 60 people there.
Yeah, because when Moms Demand Action was down in, was it Nashville, for the NRA thing, there might have been 30 people, and the way they took video and took photographs, they made it look like 300 people.
Have you seen that Hillary picture that went around on Facebook and Instagram months ago now? Maybe weeks, but anyway, a while ago, where they showed the two pictures of the same event. One picture was from behind the crowd looking up at Hillary on this stage, and it really looked like a packed crowd. But then there was the second shot of this split screen meme or whatever, where they showed from like if the one camera was in the back of the crowd looking forward at Hillary, the second camera was off to that first camera's right, way off to the right of this big gymnasium, and it was basically like 15, 20, 30 people kind of crowded around in front of the stage with the camera just placed strategically, so all you saw was the backs of heads, and in the whatever background you just assumed it's an auditorium, so you don't do a lot of assumption in a photograph like that. The second photograph showed that the auditorium was in effect empty except for that little group of people right in front of her. So it's real easy to manipulate.
And if you don't like those two,
well, and they did that to you, G-Webs, or to that conference you went to, right? Recently, like the second day when hardly anyone was there.
Well, we did that to ourselves because we didn't show up. We were there in numbers of 600 the first day, but we didn't show up the second day, and of course that's when they show up, or what was it? C-SPAN showed up.
and if you don't like those two examples, they did the same thing the opening day of Texas legislature here this year. They put a big splash in, the Moms Demand Action. They're out in force. They're in front of the Texas Capitol. They're meeting the lawmakers as they come in, and it looked like this dense packed mob. Okay, and then the day that it opened, they showed the real shot. There's like 18 people standing there the day before legislature opened to a closed building in a staged photo shoot with like people off the street.
That they paid to be there.
Yeah, they offer like free sandwiches or something. Stand, put this shirt on, stand here. I mean, I'm sure that happens all the time, but it does happen on that side because I just don't agree with you. They don't have the people behind it. They have a lot of people who feel like that's the way it should be, but they're not going to get up and go somewhere unless they're personally involved.
Well, like you say, they're employees. They'll go when there's some sort of compensation involved. And the other thing too about this social media, which is actually, it took me a while to get used to, but the shampoo commercial, they'll tell two friends and they'll tell two friends. You follow the enemy, obviously, to know what they're thinking, but also being human, sometimes it's too easy to get sucked into a stupid argument with a strange person just because they're stupid and strange. When you put something up on social media, we all have friends. I'm going to assume most of us have friends that don't feel the same way that we do about everything. I know I do. There's a whole bunch of extreme left-wing liberals in my life. Yep. Okay. Thankfully, the kind that are so extreme, they never visit me. But they're still family and somewhat friends or associates. When I post something and it comes up on their feed, normally they won't comment because they just know it's me. But they have more anti-gun friends. And that picture or that meme or that comment gets promoted not through somebody's relationship with me, but with somebody's relationship with them. Yep. So just like I have more influence with the Zagnut left-wingers that I'm personally involved with, even though I admit it's little influence, it's still the fact that I am a functioning, successful human being in their life. They don't agree with me, but I'm not that media villainized monster. Okay? So there's that little psychological sort of credibility that my message is being spread by them without me potentially putting my foot in my mouth or becoming over emotional or by entering into a stupid troll argument that I know I'm not going to get any benefit out of and in fact may do public harm over. So how that message gets permeated through social media is like you can spend a lifetime, reading about Facebook and their analytics and Google and how they do that crap and put those pieces together, but it's pretty awesome.
And like some of my friends that are like you're talking about on that side, some of them, you know how you can click it right on Facebook, I don't want to see any posts like this or any more posts like this, or I would have to say I haven't been unfriended by anybody. And when I go hang out with them, because some of them are actually some of my best friends, we just, that for the most part, that one thing is what really divides us. And sometimes it's the husband that doesn't want to start anything in front of the wife because maybe they're way more moderate and not conservative, so to speak. But I ask them sometimes, I'm like, hey, sorry about that post the other day. And she's like, I just scrolled through it. But like you just said, no, if they don't change it to, I don't want to see any posts like this on my timeline, you're absolutely correct. It goes right on their timeline, and then they have to delete it from it if they don't want it on there. So like you just said about people that they know seeing that stuff, there's going to be a few that get through, for sure.
And the other thing, too, which I love, and Yankee puts this at the end of all his videos about when the werewolves come, people running to him, to the letter, all of those left-wing liberals that disagree with me, like I said, I mean, we have our things, and that's that. But
it's zombies, not werewolves.
But
still, yeah.
But the thing of it is, they will all openly admit, should I be wrong and it all turned to shit, you know where we're going.
Oh, yeah. That was the other thing. Some of my friends were talking about setting something up on property on the Big Island or whatever. I know, crazy. Let's not focus on that. But and they're like, oh, and you're coming. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And literally, the most non-gun person, both her and her husband, said, no, you're coming. You have guns. Like, just straight up. Like, we just don't like them. We kind of almost wish you didn't have them, but they're also not salivating over the chance to take them away. They're way cooler than that, which is probably one of the reasons they are some of my best friends. But just to hear them, it was validation, if you ask me, is what I got from them. Like, oh, so really, you understand their place, you understand the need or the use of, and you just personally choose not to have them. And he gave, one of the times the husband gave me the age-old, well, I just don't know if I had one, what I would do if I got angry or something like that. And I looked right at him, I said, well, guess what? Then it's probably good that you don't have one, motherfucker.
It's like those people, I said this to one of Cynthia's sister. I said, so let me get this straight. It's not that you're anti-gun, you're just pro somebody else saving your sorry ass. So if the federal government can't do it and the police department can't do it, then it's okay for Bob to do it.
Yeah,
like, exactly.
No, you know what? That's accurate. That's exactly it, too. And I would have to say that I have more left side friends like that than I have, like I was saying, the droolers that fucking just want you to not have anything. I have way more that want somebody else to do it, maybe so that I don't have to, I guess. I'd kind of like to think that a little bit, but I'm with you, man.
And what's funny is those are the same people that when they are in my house, they're usually like, oh, can you get me something to drink? I'm like, you've been here a million times. You know where the fucking refrigerator is.
Yeah. I ain't your maid, I ain't your mom, and I sure as hell ain't your bitch.
No, but that's what's important about having a personal perspective on all this, so that we don't get drawn into the ludicrous, delusional, emotional stereotypes in games and dogs and pony shows. When you start talking about, instead of talking about the left-wing liberals, when you start talking about specific people in your own personal life whose behaviors fit in these things, then suddenly things become lighter, they become more accessible, and you tend to see more possibilities and more positivity than if you just get sucked into the media morass.
Right, exactly, because then you are going to have the fucking wild dog troll attack. You know what I mean? You have the people that are willing to wish you harm or death to you or your family, or you see it all the time, whether it's on the news or in social media. You see that shit all the time, where it seems like the antis can be way more violent in their message of how you should be treated than anything else, and that might just simply be for either owning or carrying a firearm.
We just saw that example with the one girl, which it was a pro gun tweet, and one of the antis redid it to where she ended up shooting herself in the PSA or something like that.
Oh, that was Dana Loach from the NRA.
Yeah.
They re-edited her PSA.
Yeah. And,
Wow. It's not as drastic as that, but anybody see the Texas Firearm Festival had a billboard in Texas, and they got rid of they graffitied the festival so that it says Texas Fear Festival.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Crazy.
Oh, and by the way, G, in case you didn't see my comment in the text chat last night, you are forgiven for your rabid pit bull reference. It's okay. There was nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I wasn't being using their character as an advantage in that situation.
It's just funny the things that we think about when we talk about this stuff. I'm in there going, go G, go G, go, and you're like, rabid pit bull, sorry, no. I'm like, don't worry about me, damn it, you're on a roll.
Well, and like people ask me, you post all this dog stuff. Well, what kind of dog do you have? I'm like, I don't have a dog. That doesn't mean I don't like dogs. And that thing about pit bulls being rabid or whatever, I think that's why I've upped my share game on that, because I try and find shit where it's the total other way, that you look like a total asshole for talking down a dog that you don't know shit about, right? Like one of my favorite ones is Hulk. That fucking dog is 175 pounds, could eat you, and it's sitting there singing when the kid like played the ukulele or whatever the fuck it was. I mean, it was just fantastic.
And that's the other thing too. I have people in my circle. I'm up to close to 90 dogs in the shelter. I have people in my circle that literally can't have a dog. They live in an apartment. They don't have the lifestyle for it, and I give those people a shit pile of credit because at least they're honest with themselves. To take a dog and lock it up by itself all day is not helping you or the dog, despite what anybody tells you. It's just a number at that point. But I have more people who don't own dogs do way more hands-on participation and help me way more simply because they get to quote-unquote have a dog. They get the exposure. They get it when they can. We appreciate the help, and everybody's to benefit. So again, there's a living example of the fact that, you can still have a perspective even if you're not a gun owner. It could be I like my rights, I like my personal property rights, I like the Declaration of Independence, whether it's free speech or the right to keep and bear arms or whatever. There are ways of getting people to have a different skin in the game, maybe not the one that you think they should have, but they still have some sort of fundamental inherent interest or desire to be involved in it, and we can offer them ways to do that, whether they carry on their hip every day or they don't.
Going back to that NRA thing about them spending $3.4 million lobbying, I just posted an article posted last week by CNBC that says the NRA spent alone $28 million in the 2014 races on independent expenditures and electioneering.
Oh, that's not lobbying now. That's not lobbying.
I know, but I'm just saying that there's more money going towards our gun rights that the NRA puts than just that 3.4 million. Because that's what I took it like when everyone was talking about that. I was like, man, 3.4. That's all the NRA spends on us, like on gun rights. Like that's kind of, but they apparently they spend a lot more than that on gun rights.
And that's one of the things that when you guys were talking earlier and I was sitting out in the chat, again, if I offended anybody with anything that I may have posted in the external, I don't apologize, but
you shouldn't.
No, that's the thing, and you guys did kind of come around to the point of anybody that says the NRA kind of isn't doing enough, and then that's when you guys brought it around to, well, and it kind of came across like this, and I agree with it. It is, well, what the fuck are you doing? You know, you as in anybody, not necessarily any one of you on the panel here. And I agree with that, you know, 100%. It's like, if you don't think that they're doing enough, well, then you either need to help them, or the Second Amendment Foundation, or the GOA, or you need to be a member of your state's rifle association, or what have you. Or when there's going to be a reading of a potential law, you have to go to your state capital, and when they have the actual testimonial phase, you got to be one of the guys in line. And I'd have to say that's one of the things that saved us when we were about to have some really crazy fucking shit happen to us out here at the beginning of the year. There was like, I don't know, I'm going to use an inflated number. It was like 2,500 letters and emails or something like that. And the line that they had for the testimonial day, which was I think 1 or 2 days, like literally they didn't get through everybody's testimony because there was that many people. And that's what got the politicians to pull their head out of their ass just long enough to take a breath and realize that they were going to get screwed if they tried to pass this shit. So, you know, if what you can do is send them $25 so that they'll show up, do that. If you can do more, do more. And here's the thing: if you do nothing, in my opinion, you have no right to bitch.
Well, that's my point. What bothered me was I was in these chats in 2012. I was in them in 2013, and eventually, at some point in the year, there'd be a panel full of people bitching and complaining, and they didn't belong to anything, and they didn't belong to one organization. Maybe they would say, "Well, I'm going to join my local one" or whatever, and it was just like, wow. I mean, it just,
I tell you what,
to me,
though,
it's like just it just makes. You think sitting in these chats at 4 a.m. East Coast time is doing something about something?
Nah.
Man, maybe on a Wednesday, like those primetime chats, when there used to be I don't know what the high number was. There used to be at least like 200 or 300 people watching. Or maybe it was only 75.
No, man. Back in the day, before kind of the way we're doing it right now, I remember some of those chats. Yankee was gonna get naked on camera at 700 or something like that? Was it 700 or 800?
Maybe.
Right? In one of those chats, and it didn't make it, but it was like at 600 something or whatever. So, you know, that was when everybody was rallying. It was after Sandy Hook. There was a lot of information being spread on social media. I mean, if anything, I'm trying to remember if gun channels had just started at that time. So anything,
almost over a year. Right?
There were just so many.
October 2013.
Yeah. Okay. So that's literally like what 2 months before, right? Or wait, that's a year into it. That might be a year into it, actually, because Sandy Hook was 2012. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Anyway, because we used to have a bazillion people, and it's like the groundswell, you know, or like caught fire. And people rallied behind the flag or got motivated to write their congressman or what was it, Ruger?
I remember the brace thing? I felt like a fucking clown, dude. I fucking wrote that letter, and I remember Sean from Florida Carry convinced me to write the letter for the brace. Remember the opinion letters?
Yeah.
Because he was saying the best reason to write one is we're going to do a Freedom of Information, a FOIA request, and we're gonna have this number of like how many people wrote the letter. I don't know if you guys remember, but I remember the ATF basically said, well, we're not giving you that or something, like there's no FOIA on this, and like we're not going to tell you the number.
Well, here's the thing. As a friend with lawyers, that's why he's like, well, fine, we'll just have to sue you for it, and
that's true. That is true.
You know he would.
I mean, I felt bad because like that was one thing I was completely against was the petition and.
You don't like the White House petition. We know.
No, I hated that petition thing, but I did the opinion letter was different, and I did it. But then I remember something about being. It was a real spit in your face kind of attitude, like fuck your opinion letters. You know,
Well,
like
here's the thing. They and Sean pointed this out, and I posted the link on the ATF's website. They ask for your opinion letters, and they have to read them all. Whether they do or not, who knows? But the law says they have to read them all. So they ask for an opinion letter, the M855 or the SIG brace or whatever, and then we read, oh, they were flooded, they were inundated, they were this, they were that. Yeah, but go look at that calendar. Okay, there's still stuff on that calendar that they're reading letters for, and when they're done reading the letters, they're going to make their determination. So it's like, 18 months or 2 years or 4 years pass by, and all of a sudden this thing from way back in the past is like, okay, we reviewed all the letters, and we say, fuck you, this is illegal.
We have now read all 65,000 letters, or whatever the answer is. What? We broke their internet. We broke their fax machine.
Right. I thought they just stopped. I thought they just shut their fax machine off at some point.
Oh, whatever, man. That's because the shit was going off, and that was what I wanted to say was also the technology has changed. Whether it was Ruger and Smith and Wesson being able to do the form letter, and you could pick how far it went up the chain, like whether it was just your local guys all the way up to president, vice president, and all of that kind of shit in between, right? So those were great. It's what between that and when G-Webs was throwing up his non-profits videos that he was doing there for a while, man, I joined Second Amendment Foundation. I joined GOA. At one point, I was NAGR. I didn't re-up with those guys. I don't know. Definitely an NRA member. It's what got me more motivated, and it really was the possibility of losing something that I had just gotten reacquainted with, and I'm talking about firearms at that stage. Like, I only bought my AR in September or October of 2012. Literally, like, if that shit happened in the middle of December, I had my rifle for 2 months. So to me, it was also well, hey, fuck you. You can't just come in here and tell me I can't have this. Especially out here with all the rules you got to follow and hoops you got to jump through in order to be able to purchase one in the first fucking place out here. It's like, man, no way. I followed all your fucking rules. I did everything you've asked me to up to this point, and I've passed all your fucking tests. Now leave me the fuck alone. That was kind of my general feeling at that time, and now it's definitely it's grown. The why are you still fucking with me on this? Don't you have something else better to do? And clearly, they sometimes don't want to waste their time, air quotes, waste, on other things. They would.
The short answer is no.
I wasn't too sure because my headset's fucked up and whatever. But when Dr. No jumped in here, I know he was making some valid, awesome points, but I know, like, back member repeal all gun laws. Remember that thing?
Yes,
I remember listening to some of those things, and maybe it was like the chats and stuff, the texts, but a lot of the opinion in there was the NRA is basically an organization that is lying to us and basically loves the fear. They like the fear of the ban so that it drives up membership and they get money, and it's sort of like a dog chasing his tail on purpose kind of thing. Like, they will never
wag the dog.
They will never really fight for our rights because then no one will join it.
Well, you got to have
and
conflict.
All this other.
You got to have conflict.
It's too far. Like, it's too tinfoil for me, dude. I mean, at some point, I even take Hillary at face value sometimes. You know, like when Obama says something, I take. Look, when he said, there's tons of things he said that a lot of people were like, oh, he's just saying that because it's politics and stuff. And I was saying, no, I'm going to take him on his word, man. You know, and he did a lot of the stuff he said he was going to do. It wasn't just pandering. It was
Oh, he did some of the stuff that he said he wasn't going to do too, though.
Yeah, well, that's true. But I just feel like at some point when some of these people are saying I'll see one of these politicians. They seem too stupid to be like slick like that, but say like, oh, the only reason we couldn't get that ban done was the NRA, and they were lobbying so hard, and they had our pro-gun Democrats scared to do. You know, And it's like, oh man,
They
are they really
they
into
gotta say
hoops?
something. They can't say they were afraid. They can't. Because then they look even more stupid if they say they were afraid. And let's be real.
I don't know. Like, are they afraid of the NRA, or is it all just a big game? In your opinion, because if it's that deep and that cahoots, then we need something else. But you were pulling up those numbers too. Go ahead.
You don't even have to go into the tinfoil hat wearing thing. Just look at it from the standpoint of business. There's advertising in business. There's marketing in business. You get the emails from the NRA. They like to do the sensationalization thing, just like the other side likes to do the sensationalization. And I'm not going to say tinfoil hat, ill intent, or anything like that. My particular thing isn't necessarily the NRA. I do not like, nor do I participate in the functioning of government at that level, okay? So, at that level, you have to realize there's compromise, there's politics, there's advertising. Like Z just said, you have to have an adversary. You have to have somebody for you, you have to have somebody against you. So that's always going to be there as an undercurrent. More importantly than trying to decide whether it's a tinfoil hat conspiracy is just acknowledging the fact that it's there, it exists. Now, how do we play it? Okay, and this is the fundamental thing. Whether you're talking about government or organizations like the NRA, this whole change of roles. Anybody that's my age, I started to refer to myself as the "when the fuck did that happen" generation. Okay, yeah. I grew up with full automatic weapons. Not that I had one in my crib, but what I mean is, at the point in time that I was growing up, they were available. They were like anything else. I have gunsmiths in the family, whatever. I grew up, and I guess it's my own thing, for taking stuff for granted. It was nothing special for me. I didn't think of it as anything special. And then later on in life, I go to do something and I can't, and I'm like, when the fuck did that happen? And now I find myself sitting here and I utter that phrase way too many times. It's when I was a kid and I was bad in school, the truant officer picked you up, they scared you, whatever, however it worked out. Now kids get handcuffed, get arrested, taken out of school by police. I'm like, when the fuck did that happen? When did we start arresting kids? Okay? And unfortunately, I mean, it happened, and I'm guilty of a lot of it. And so, this is the learning curve now. Is we lost it a little bit at a time, at a local level, and that's how we have to get it back, as I see it.
See, my local level, to me, is doing okay. Very okay. I don't have to worry about my local level any. I don't have to worry about it. I don't really have to. I was talking about this. I was talking about this too. It's you got to keep an eye on them. I'm a member of my local state organization. It's our version of Florida Carry. I know Sean said it's their sister organization or whatever. They've done a lot locally. They got the right to carry firearms on mass transportation. They got the right to carry in state parks. They got the right to carry at the airport, picking your family up and dropping your family off. They've done a lot. They cut down the waiting time. Huh?
I was just saying, when you look at the number of concealed carries from that list that you guys were talking about earlier, Florida's number one. You guys are right up there, real close. So I can imagine that your state organization is thriving because you've got a lot of concealed carry holders there.
Well, I think it would probably be sickening and sad if you looked at the membership to GeorgiaCarry.org is probably nowhere near where it should be. I mean, if you look at Florida has 1.4 million permit holders. I'm sure some of them are out-of-state residents, but I don't know. I'd like to know what Florida Carry's membership is, but I'm sure it doesn't match up with the fucking firearms owners, man. It's sad because people just think, oh, someone else will join that. I've at times I've tried to volunteer for them at gun shows and stuff, but when I first moved here, I would go to a gun show and they would have the booth there. You'd go sign up in person for GeorgiaCarry.org. And, no one's stopping. I mean, there's a couple people, you know what I mean? But it's not, people just take everything for granted. And to me, it's like the NRA thing, too. I just think, give or take $10 a year, it's not a lot. But what it does do is if we had say we had 20 million members, right? Maybe they don't want to repeal all gun laws. Maybe that's not their thing. Maybe they need the adversaries to drum up membership rolls. But I know politicians are scared, man, of losing their jobs and not getting the votes. And when they look at an organization that has numbers like that, it must be scary to them. I mean, just think if it was you. If you were running for re-election and the NRA has targeted you to lose your fucking job. Like,
no, you hit the nail on the head, DB. You hit the nail on the head. It's right there. Politicians went from representing their constituency, going from their area to Washington, D.C., and somewhere along the way, they figured out that they could make a career out of it and make shitloads of money. So that's exactly it. They went from representing us to doing whatever they got to say and do to just keep collecting that check, and that's shitty.
Yeah, but I mean, like it's probably been like that for the entire time I've been alive. But like now they're saying like there's more millionaires now in Congress and Senate than there ever been. They're getting in there. I think if you're a senator, you get full salary for life, right?
I know you had the medical and the Secret Service and shit like
Your
that.
Your pension is like salary forever. I'm pretty sure. It's astonishing. But anyway, so it's like they don't even need to get reelected, and they're pretty much taken care of. If you were a senator, you're getting money, I think, if you're a state senator. Every state has 2 of them, right? It's not like there's a bunch. But anyway, with the Congress, who knows? Those people probably have to work if they lose their seat. But if you were in the Senate or in Congress and you had a family and you had your apartment in D.C., and your home in your district, and you're living life, and the NRA's targeting you to lose your job. It's a thing. You know what I mean? And I know they're not. I mean, unless they're like, hey, you put up the fight for gun rights, or you threaten to take their gun rights away. We'll threaten for you not to get reelected, and then we'll play this game in 4 years. We'll play this game every 4 years. Some of these people are going to go bye-bye. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna lose.
Oh yeah.
And
probably because
what bothers me
say the right thing or anything, and they lost the election in their hometown or whatever. You know what I mean? In their area because they fucked up.
I know people used to bitch, and I was one of them. Like the NRA ILA, the fundraisers would call me and be like, "Hello, I'm calling with the NRA. Did you know Obama is working with the United Nations to take away your guns with an international treaty?" And I was like, wow, this is like Alex Jones shit from 2008. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be fucking kidding me, right? Like, you're calling me today, and I would tell him, you're calling me today when he just announced executive orders on stuff, and you're not even talking about that. You're talking about the UN thing from 07, 08. That's just poor telemarketing.
That's not even the first. Well, that's not even the first time that UN thing has actually come up. That thing has been coming up almost the past 20 years almost. Does that sound right?
The arms treaty thing? I've never heard of it until 07 or something like that. The UN is tinfoil hat stuff from way back, I'm sure. Since the what was the group? The first people who wanted to get the fluoride out of the water. Do you know the name of that group?
No, I have no idea.
It was like Ron Paul before Ron Paul. Like Ron Paul was a part of them. It was a society of people who were one of their big things was getting fluoride out of the water.
The Green Party?
Society?
There's been tinfoil hat things going around about the UN since
it started.
World War One. Since World War One.
Right.
Because, they say that's why.
Run by the Rothschilds. What?
Oh, wait.
That's why Japan and Germany and all of them got out.
We didn't have the UN until after World War II.
Russia's still saying it right now. Russia's talking.
We had the League of Nations before that.
Right.
It was World War II. Okay, but I forgot the other people. But anyway, the UN thing is stupid. That's just poor telemarketing, and that is kind of fear mongering. But it's so stupid.
Didn't you know how afraid you should be right now?
Yeah.
You know what? You should just give me some money. You should just give me some money and I'll help you out. I'll make you feel better.
Mhm.
That's just like Alex Jones and Jade Helm.
Yep. Oh, the Jade Helm thing was a big joke too.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
pretty-
God, Walmart's closed. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was even a real thing or not, but obviously it wasn't as bad as they said it was going to be. Right?
Well, it has completed. Is that correct?
No one died. No one was taken hostage or whatever.
As far as we know, nobody was picked up off that street. But you know, the secret FEMA camps underneath the tunneled WalMarts, they could still be down there. We wouldn't know.
That's true. No,
I'm
but
just
I mean,
trying
honestly, I was getting upset earlier, but you know, that's just how it is, man. I haven't been drinking or anything. It's just the fucking, when people sit in these things and bitch, sometimes I like to try to just say, okay, and then they'll go, oh, well, I don't believe in them. I believe in the local organizations. They don't even belong to that. I'm not saying any of those people, but it's just for the last years, yeah, I've seen people bitch and complain about the NRA and then tell me, oh, well, I believe more in the local level stuff. And then it's like, oh, are you a member of any of that? And they'll be like, nope. And they're not, and then it just turns out they're not a member of anything really. They'll just come in these chats and bitch, and it bothers me. You know what I mean?
Well,
because that's
Because it
all.
is
It just bothers me.
It's just easier that way sometimes, you know.
Yeah, it's cool. Not that I'm doing anything special. You know what I'm saying? I just joined these organizations so I can say I did. I guess. You know, it's just like a badge holder. You know,
Yeah,
hey, I
but-
got my card.
Well, but you're also trying. You're actually you are trying to help somebody that either has more connections or has a system set up where, yes, you probably could try and set up your own system, kind of like, you know, how Sean guys did with Florida Carry and stuff like that. Or you can support what's out there, you know?
Right. If you're in Florida and you're not a member of Florida Carry, and you think you're pro-gun and you're like, I'm a real pro-gun dude, I don't think so. I think you should join Florida Carry. You know, that's like, that's the basics, man. It's like saying you're a prepper or something, but like you don't have any food or water in your house. You know, it's like, not that, you know, I don't know anything about it, but
that's it.
I don't have any food or water in my house. I'm not a prepper, but
Do you have Cheetos and Mountain Dew?
I have Chester fries, man. They're hot fries, pretty good.
See, then you're not in the prepper culture. You're in the prepper community.
We're in the chat community. We're the chat culture, man. This is the chat. Late night, 3 a.m. It's the chat culture, man. Like, it just is what it is.
Well,
I don't know. I mean, you're right. I mean, but, you know, listen, no, you came in with those statistics. You backed me up, I think, maybe even made me, I was underestimating those things. My whole point is there's so many gun owners. There's so many people buying all the time. And, for like, there's no real reason why there can't be an organization with, like, 30 million members, man. It can't be that hard. You know, I don't know. I mean,
But wait,
I guess it is hard.
It is because, you know, like it came up in the chat earlier, like a ways back. You know, some people, they're like, for a better phrase, they're secret gun owners. You know, they have a gun, maybe one or two, don't talk about it. They just, in whether they have trained or they know how to use it, whether they just put it in a drawer. You got to understand that out of what did they say, 30 million gun owners? Is that what they're trying to say?
No.
Or is it
way
less?
more than that. It's way more than that.
Hey,
Okay.
DB, I remember, I think it was me and you that were talking about this. You probably remember it, and Z, you just reminded me of it. It was either Vermont or New Hampshire. The anti-gunners made a public service announcement with pro-gunners in it. They were all like hunters, and are like, you know, the guys out in the field, like,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I'm into guns, but like, you know, we don't need 30-round magazines, or I like my hunting, but we don't need assault rifles, type of thing. And you like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, that's the kind of
That's-
crazy stuff.
Yeah,
That's
I like
all I've been
hunting,
dealing with for
but
the
you
last
don't
2
need to
days.
carry
Dude. My friend from New York, he's moved. He moved to Wisconsin. He owns guns now. He's hunting because he moved into a, you know, he married into a family that hunts. He owns guns. He always thought guns were cool. And for the last 3 days, he's telling me stuff like we need to at least have a classroom educational process where, you know, like, you know, it shouldn't be easier to get a gun than it is a driver's license. We need to do
fuck
something.
that
You know,
guy.
all this
No
stuff.
offense to your
No, I
family.
mean, it's
Fuck
cool,
that
but
guy on
he's not family. He's just an old friend of mine, and I'm like sitting there, going through these old fucking arguments, and even it's just like, oh my god, man, it just never fucking stops, dude. It just never, it'll never stop. It'll always be the we need to do something, even if it doesn't work crowd. And,
hey, you know what it is, DB, is that you can always try and help somebody pull their head out of their ass, but that in no way assures that they won't put it back in there. You know what I mean?
At some point, depending on how many years you watched Bill Maher and Jon Stewart, I think, it's almost like if you were a Yankees fan and I'm a fucking Mets fan, I'm never going to convince you that the Mets are, to come join me. I'm a fucking San Francisco 49ers fan. Come join. You're a Cowboys fan? Like, come on, let's argue about getting you to sell all your posters and your jerseys and your lifelong cheering for them and come join me. Because at some point it's pointless. And the other night I had an argument with somebody. It was like proxy Facebook argument. Like, my girlfriend's like, well, then this person just said this. Then they just said this. Now they're saying this. Like, what should I put, and I'm like, oh my God, listen to me. If they're arguing about technical things, like there's no real reason for a citizen to have a gun that shoots 30 rounds per millisecond and stuff like that. And my advice was, let's not have these conversations with people if they've never fired a firearm. They have no idea about a firearm. They have no idea how one works. What's a muzzle brake? What's a standard mag? They have nothing. They have no knowledge of the actual thing they hate. At least if you hated nuclear reactors and you were like super anti-nuclear energy,
they used to
learn something about it.
Well, and that's what I was going to say to what you were talking about, how the guy was trying to tell you, well, you should at least have education. Well, here's the deal, and I think G-Webs has said it before. It shouldn't be that it's mandatory. It's that you, as a motherfucking responsible human being, might want to do that on your own. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, but he was bringing it to me as that might stop a shooter.
Which is not fucking true.
Yeah. Like we need mandatory, and then I brought my favorite argument to bring is I had it written down in the text message argument.
You were prepared.
Oh yeah, this is what you want to tell me from now on if you want to make sense. Okay. Mandatory psychological evaluations done every 6 months if you're a firearms owner. The first one will be done at your expense. And that'll be done after a 90-day waiting period, let's say. So you'll wait 90 days to see the psychiatrist. You will bring your health records, or you won't get the gun. We'll find out drug tests too. So let's do a drug test if you own a firearm every year to find out if you're doing any illegal drugs and prescription drugs. We want to find out what kind of medicine.
Well, why not just make it like a probation officer where you got to check in every month and you got to pee? I mean, as long as we're going off the fucking deep end here.
But
these things might
actually
do something.
You're not going off the deep end, because if you take a step back and look at the chessboard, okay, we have a Surgeon General who's vehemently anti-gun. He's on the board of the largest, the medical association's anti-gun, we'll call it a lobby group for lack of a better word. The CDC has gotten involved. They started in New York to violate HIPAA laws to actually do confiscations. They're talking about going into the public health records for anybody that's got a disability that's involving anything that's mental. Okay, they're crying. You always have to pay attention when somebody starts singing your tune. They're crying it's a mental health issue, it's a mental health issue. What you're missing is the point that they're trying to make it be that the fact that we own and want guns and support the Second Amendment is the mental health issue.
Oh my, yeah, that's exactly, that'll be the, okay, so my point is, you are right, that if you have a unhealthy obsession with race cars, and you're wealthy enough to own 30, 40 race cars, right? No one's going to question that. Like, okay, well, it's kind of weird he's obsessed with fucking race cars. You know, it's strange, but whatever. Like, let's move past that. If you're obsessed with basketball sneakers, going back to the late 80s, and you got a collection of 1,000 basketball sneakers, and that's all you can think about all day is basketball sneakers, and you're in clubs and you trade them all the time, and you're online looking at prices, no problem. But if it's firearms, you got a fucking problem. You know what I mean? Like, you're mentally ill. And they've said that before. I mean, I've heard people say it like, oh my God, like, you know, that's it. This is a hobby. If you were into golf, and it would be different. You know what I mean? It's completely whatever. So, but my other point was with the the lemmings, right? So they say stuff like, it shouldn't be easier to buy a firearm than it is to get a driver's license, right? That's step one. Step two is they'll say stuff like, well, we just want mandatory background checks, gun show loophole. That's like step two. I explain that to them that that's not really a thing. What you mean is private sales, right? We'll get past that argument.
Oh, the gun show loophole.
You got to explain that to them, right? Because they don't even know what the fuck that means. And then once you get past that and you start telling them, okay, so now it's private sales. Well, I don't believe that, you know. So FFLs. I mean, I had this. My friend was telling me, I think maybe worst case scenario, we need to have state-run gun shops. I'm like, dude, you're a fucking gun owner, and you're a smart guy. You know, like, he's got a master's degree. This guy's a smart guy. He just has no fucking clue. And I'm like, you know, if you're a fucking gun shop in America, you're fucking federally licensed, and you're regulated by the feds. I mean, that's just how it is. So we already have pretty much like a state-run program. If you go to a gun shop and buy a gun, you've done it through a federally licensed dealer, and they get audited, and they have rules they got to follow. These people just are fucking clueless. You know what I mean? And then I realized, wow, this is really pointless. And once you start getting into actual things with the firearm, it's just a joke. You know, like, I don't have to do that anymore. But back then, like, say, 10 years ago or 5 years ago, when you start talking about what makes it an assault weapon, muzzle hiders, muzzle flash, muzzle brake.
I have a question.
Shoot.
All right. In your states, when you go to a gun show and say you buy a gun from, you know, a deal, say it was an actual FFL dealer there, do you guys have to go through NICS checks at your gun shows there in your state?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
There's ATF right there too. Like, and they have a booth at every gun show I've ever been to. All the guys who are dealers at the show have the phone set up and the credit card machine set up, and they do the background checks right there on the phone.
Right. So where's the loophole?
Well, that's the thing. They think that you can just walk out in the parking lot and fucking do your deed or whatever.
That's a private sale.
Exactly. No, that's exactly it. So there is no gun show loophole. They latch on to these catchphrases.
That's always what's bothered me. Like, they're talking about this one loophole, and I've been to several gun shows myself, and I'm like, what loophole? Every time I go to buy a gun at a gun show, you have to go through a NICS check anyways. It's just like, it's no different from going down the street to the shop.
Well, see, what they're saying is you're walking around, a guy has a rifle on his back walking around with a price tag. You can go out and buy it. That's what they're trying to say.
Yeah,
it's a private sale.
You don't even got to go out.
Their perception is that you need to have authorization and permission to buy a firearm, and since they're not familiar with the concept that that's not always the case, they consider it to be somehow skirting the requirement to get a background check by going to a gun show and doing a private sale.
So they should also have the permission
because
to use free
it's
speech.
simply because certain clients and certain customers are meeting in the same place. In Texas, we have a really big bulletin board of buying and selling guns, the Texas Gun Trader. Okay, and there are actually established places where people will go and meet and conduct their private sale transactions. And it's funny because you could call it like, you know, the Tops loophole, or you can call it the McDonald's loophole. It's just that over the course of time, people have developed these places. So if you want to go on a Sunday afternoon to a certain Sports Authority parking lot, you can see a whole bunch of cars parked and a little mini private sale thing going on. It's just that because this potentially could happen at a gun show, that they jumped all over it and called it the gun show loophole.
The garage sale loophole?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So you would have to go out in the parking lot because you're not allowed to do a private sale in the presence of an FFL.
Right.
I thought
you're not allowed to do a private sale on an FFL's property.
But you can buy. I've personally seen lots of transactions happen privately inside gun shows.
Gun shows is different, I think.
That's fine.
Yeah, gun shows are different.
There's no laws about gun shows. What there are laws about are not laws, but there's regulation on the FFL. So the permittee, the person who has a permit to sell firearms across state lines to the federal government, to the ATF, called an FFL, they're only allowed to do business in their place of business, with one exception, and that is a fair or a swap meet type of environment that's designated as a gun show. Then all the FFLs who attend are able to do business on their bound book, which is part of the regulation. They have to keep track of all their guns. They're able to do business as if they were in their shop at a gun show. For that reason, and the associated reason where if you bring a bunch of gun shop owners together with their products, you're going to bring all their customers together. So for the reason that it's, one, the only place that a gun shop can do business outside of their permit or their premises, and two, that it brings all the customers together in one spot to talk, that's why they go after gun shows. Because you're right, they could call it the gun trade, or they could call it today they would call it the Craigslist loophole, or they would call it the Daily Trader loophole, but they don't. They say specifically gun show because they are trying to eliminate gun shows from the realm of the community or the culture, whatever you call us. It's not as crucial as it is now. I believe it is. But to them, it's not as crucial now as it was before the internet, because before the internet, the reason I'm so passionate about gun shows, that was what we're doing right now. And anybody who's listening to this in the future, what you're doing by going online and communicating with other individuals who you know are out there, who you may have never met before, that's what gun shows were. I would go to the gun show when I was knee-high to my dad, and I would meet other kids that were going to gun shows, and we would talk about what knives we were buying. We would meet other old guys from, wars and stuff, and I would talk to veterans. I would talk to political people, or I watched my dad talk to political people. That was a place where you gathered, and that's why it's crucial for them to put a nail in it. They have to stop us from communicating.
I'm not trying to give them any ideas, but like back in the 90s, mid-90s, when they would, that's probably the first time I ever heard that. I was probably like 19 years old. So, but on television, they would do those hidden camera things, and they would like, tonight we're gonna expose the gun show loophole. And I remember them using the hidden camera, going to a gun show, finding one of the tables that was just a person who rented the table, who was selling maybe like 4 or 5 guns, and they'd be like, "Do I need a background check for this one?" And the guy would be like, "No, I'm just selling this shotgun. Like I'm selling the shotgun and this pistol. No background checks. I'm just a guy. I'm not an FFL." And then sometimes they would do it. Sometimes they would go in the parking lot, and there'd be like the guys who were selling that might have a blanket out, like in the parking lot with like a few guns on there. And to a New Yorker or someone from Los Angeles or Boston, it's fucking terrifying. Like, that was the fear tactic from back then. Like, oh my God, that's, hey, it's terrifying to those people. They never thought about it. They always thought, oh, well, to get a gun in my state or in my city, I have to basically like see a judge and wait about 2 years and spend about $500 or whatever the hell it is. You know what I mean? So they're like, oh my God. And, I'm not blaming them too much for having that reaction. You know what I mean? Because that's just the way they grew up. That's where they grew up. And they're kind of ignorant to the rest of the country. You know what I mean? That they're just ignorant to it. They didn't realize, oh, that's the way it's been going on since forever. You know what I mean? Like, we always talk about like Chicago and the crime there, and how those criminals are getting their guns. You know, like, are they going to gun shows and buying privately? I mean, maybe, I don't know. I just don't know what the statistics are. But I was telling my friend when we were arguing, I think, because I think I'm just talking out of my ass, for the most part, what I see at gun shows and at gun stores is a bunch of dudes with a girl, and they're pointing to the gun they want the girl to buy them. That's, for the most part, that's what I see. I don't really like stick around long enough to see if she gets denied, or if the gun shop decides not to sell the gun because it's so freaking obvious. You know what I mean? But I see that more than anything. I've only done a few private sales, but when I have, it's usually like a doctor or a dentist or a fucking lawyer, or like, you know, it's like some outstanding member of society. You know what I mean? Like, that's like a banker. I've sold to a cop. Yeah, I mean, he showed up, you know, in his uniform, and yeah, these are people who are. I have no problem. I have no problem. I was like, yeah, I was waiting. I was like, come on, man. I bought this.
Like, where's the jewelry at?
Did you get a bill of sale from him?
Yeah, I did do a bill sale. I've never done without a bill sale. So right. I mean, but the point is, when you're a dangerous looking criminal, maybe you're not even dangerous looking. Maybe you're just a criminal.
Like a cop.
Like a cop. Like, no, I'm not going to say that. But let's say there's a risk involved in doing these things, because there are charges. I was trying to explain this in the argument, is that if a felon is caught with a firearm, I thought it's 10 years. I mean, that's what I thought the sentence was. If you're a felon and you're caught in possession of a firearm, it's up to 10 years, right? Maybe it's 5, I forgot. Then I was explaining to him about the straw purchases. You know, like, there's laws on the books right now that are they're there, and if they're enforced, it'll make a difference. You know, the next time someone brings their girlfriend who's an armed, you know, like a felon, who maybe is a violent felon, brings his girlfriend he met a week ago to a gun shop, makes her buy the gun. She buys the gun, gives it to him. He goes out and does a carjacking and shoots a mom or something. You know, it's time to prosecute the girl who bought him the gun. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how much that is happening in America.
Well, then the girl just says, "Oh, he must have stole it out of my drawer," and you know.
That's a possibility. Okay, well, yeah, he stole it. You know, whatever.
Oh, but wait a minute. In that case, some states, not all, require you to have your firearm secured, and some states also have laws on the book that if you don't have yours adequately secured and it is used in a crime, in some states, again, I'm not saying all, in some states, you can come up on charges with it. Like, yeah.
Adequately secured, isn't that open to interpretation? Is a gun lock adequately secured?
Wait a minute. In California, you have to have like a proper locking device, right?
Exactly. Something that is designed to lock it up. Yeah, some states do require and specify.
Okay, so he stole it out of my safe then. So he stole my keys and, you know, stole it out of my safe. What's to stop her from saying that?
Well, why did he have access to your keys? Didn't you know you were a hood rat? And
well, let's just say either way, the statistic when that guy gets caught is it's either stolen or it was a straw purchase. I mean, It wasn't. He didn't buy it himself in a private sale. I don't know. I'm sure those statistics are out there. Some of these chats we could talk about it if someone does the research or whatever.
Well, there was a guy here in Utah recently because they posted it on one of my local gun. A couple guys posted it on one of my local gun buying websites here called Utah Guns. He was going around with a fake ID trying to buy guns. And I guess several of the people he went to go buy a gun from turned him down, said, "No, dude, this ID's fake," and wouldn't sell him the gun. and then posted about him, you know, what kind of car he drove, everything online, trying to warn other people. But I mean, this guy apparently tried, like there was like 3 different people who posted online, hey, this guy's going around with, you know, a fake ID trying to buy a gun. So obviously he was some sort of bad guy, and they were trying to warn others. But I saw 3 people post that, you know, so probably the 4th probably sold to him. You know, he probably still got his gun.
I know in some of the Facebook forums for Ohio, they were putting out reports of, you know, watch out for this person, watch out for this person, they're driving this car, you know, they're bad guys, you know, don't sell to them, stuff like that.
Like a year ago, in the forum, someone was saying that there was somebody using counterfeit money, and it's like, when you're, you know, who would know? I mean, I guess if it's decent counterfeit money, you're just gonna be like, okay, here it is. Okay, give me my $500 or $400. You know, all right, buy, go to sale, boom, and then, you know, that sucks too. But that can happen in anything.
Were they driving an Uber car?
They were driving an Uber in New York with an Israeli red dot.
And you can buy one of those bill validation markers at Staples, DB.
Oh, okay.
I only like to drive Uber if they have Turkish vehicles.
Look, when I'm doing my Uber thing, I have a sign in there that says no firearms allowed in my vehicle when I'm doing the Uber at night. No firearms allowed.
Except the one I'm carrying.
I'm like, you guys remember Heavy Metal, the cartoon? Like the taxi in that cartoon?
Very much so.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I got in my taxi, in my Uber. It's like I hit the pedal next to the gas and it just fucking flamethrower burns somebody to a crisp. Well, I mean, that's my rant for the night. Just fucking join the NRA, or I will come to your house and
Join the NRA or
make you drink cheap bourbon or something like that. Join the NRA, or that's it.
You know, well, I still see ads of like them selling guns, and you know, if you buy this gun, you get a free NRA membership or whatnot, free 1-year membership. I see that quite often.
Yeah, I know. That's cool.
I'm trying to
fuck the
figure out how in
NRA.
this new proposed gun legislation from the Democrats, one of the things they state they're going to do is stop straw purchases. I'm like, how the fuck are you going to stop straw purchases? Make them illegal?
Well, how about prosecuting these fucking stripper chicks who are buying like 10 guns a week for their fucking various boyfriends?
Yeah, well, you got.
I'm sure it's pretty easy to do that.
Well, that's already illegal. So why would they be not prosecuting them now?
They're too late. I mean, maybe they need to hire. See, that's the other thing I brought up: ammo tax and gun tax to pay for the psychological evaluations that you'll need to have once a year to continue being a firearms owner. You will have to pay a tax on the gun and the ammo to help pay for all these new employees, because we're going to need them to do the blood tests and the psychological evaluations and the random home visits.
Okay, $1 million idea. We need to get our heads together and we need to invent the breathalyzer gun. The gun you can only fire when you blow through the breathalyzer and it gives you the green light.
How about the
Is the
fingerprint one?
breathalyzer at the barrel end or what?
Yeah. What about the fingerprint gun? That's pretty cool. Or the bracelet one. That's good.
No, I mean, you use the one that's like a. It takes the blood sample for diabetes or whatever. Diabetes.
That's
And
right.
it's on the grip. It takes a little fucking sample of your blood. Make sure you're not all hide up on that PCP or heroin or Jack Daniels or whatever.
Oh God,
fucking
I
your choice is.
Hey, if we're gonna get
and it doesn't allow you to fire the fucking gun. There you go.
if
Done.
you're gonna get slide bite
before I got
anyway,
a
you
shoe.
may as well do something with the blood.
Well, that's
Well,
what
I
I'm
got
thinking.
the grip
like,
force adapters.
you can
I mean-
fool a fucking breathalyzer, right? But you cannot fool the fucking blood test as it takes it from your hand before it allows you to fire the gun. You know what I mean?
George Bush's test said, "Fool me once,
Yeah.
fool me."
Won't get fooled again. Yeah, won't fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Won't won't get fooled again.
That'll just create a black market for
Everybody
people to.
says he's a goober. He came up with that shit on his feet. Like, he's not as dumb as he isn't. He one of the only presidents to have graduated from both Yale and Harvard, and everybody says he's a. Try and find some PC correct term here. A goober. Yeah, there you go. I was gonna say goober, but a dullard. Yeah.
He's a legacy whose father donated $7.5 million to the school, so I wouldn't put too much on where he graduates from.
My favorite Bill Maher episode.
I would concede to that, but man, you had to have picked up something, and even if it's how to bury dead strippers. I mean, you had to have picked up something from graduating from both of those schools. Not everybody's doing that.
You got to see just on YouTube Christopher Hitchens on Bill Maher. I think it's like he was on there a lot, but one night he was on there, and they kept making the George Bush is one of the dumbest presidents we've ever had thing, and the whole audience was clapping and hysterical, clapping how dumb this guy is and stuff. And Christopher Hitchens was just like, you know what? He's probably smarter than every single one of you fuckers up there clapping. Like, he's supposed to be president. And I don't think he was even a fan of Bush. I don't think he liked him at all. But he was just like, you and your crowd is just clapping like a bunch of trained circus animals. And, yeah, I'm sure he wasn't.
Once he based that on his mediocre test scores and his legacy graduation, because I don't.
Well, all the audience at Bill Maher that night, I wonder how many of them were, even college grads. It doesn't really matter. You're always laughing and joking about how dumb and retarded George Bush was, as if he was some sort of actual mentally handicapped person. And I doubt he was. You know what I mean? Every night on the television, they were like, look how stupid and basically, like, he was like they were treating him like he was mentally handicapped.
I don't think he's anywhere in that range. I just think that when it was very clear, if you read, I forget what book it was like the Bush Family Legacy or something like that. And they talked about when he became governor, when they decided they were going to make him governor, and they decided they were going to make him governor. They said, we need to find someone from a strong political family that is an everyday guy who isn't the brightest guy, who isn't, the fanciest guy, and that's who they came up with. And up until then, he was a failure at everything.
Yeah, he crushed the Texas Rangers and stuff like that, but
he ran several businesses into the ground that were successful businesses when he took them over. He was not good at stuff, so.
Or just not good at
there's a definite factor of if you are a liberal, you're just in general you're just smarter than anybody who isn't. And usually when I watch those I used to watch Bill Maher for 10 years. Well, the whole attitude is like let's make fun of Southerners, Republicans,
and statistic that the more education you have, the more left you lean. So I guess there is some sort of factor.
I would think the more most of the professors are uber liberal. So the more that's just how it is. I mean,
that's one of the true things that shows in the census. People that have higher education tend to lead more towards left of center.
So do you suggest that going to a place of higher education is required to be intelligent?
No.
Then
intelligence isn't great. There's a big difference between
intelligent people are left-leaning. It just means that more and more people on the left went to places of higher education. It doesn't mean that they're
no, it's not. They don't limit it to just that. They also do studies of intelligence quotients, and people that have higher intelligence quotients tend to be more liberal people. But that's simply because people that tend to have, and that's the true definition of liberal, not the political definition of liberal. People that tend to have higher intelligence quotients, they tend to be people that are more introspective, more thoughtful, that look at both sides of a story before they make a decision. That's the actual, the old school definition of liberal.
Before it got hijacked.
Yeah, by leftist. What they think of as liberal now is leftist, not liberal.
I think of like the Jay Leno Man on the Street interviews where those kind of people will think just because they vote for a certain way or their political views are a certain way that they're just smarter and better than anybody who doesn't agree with them. I mean, that's just how it is, But, and I guess it's the same with the other side too. But not.
You got to remember,
that way no matter what. And some of the people are actually right, though.
And when you see those Jay Leno man on the street interviews, it's funny when they make fun of the stupid people, but you got to remember they'll talk to 235 people to get like 4 people they can put on television.
Exactly, and they're only going to take the funniest and the dumbest of those.
Yeah.
Yep. Just like the guy at the rally that the news media is going to want to get the one guy that is just the kook of the whole group, and he's flagging people, and he looks swarthy, and just, you know, that's who they're going to put on the news, is that guy. Everybody else could be out there, and I'm not saying this is the case, but, you know, clean cut or, you know, well dressed like a Stone guy or something like that. You know, and they're going to try and find the guy that's out there that's grubby, dirty, looks crazy, and is acting nuts. You know, that's the guy they're going to try and put on the fucking news every night, right? Just like you're saying, whoever's the funniest guy or whatever, that's the guy that gets on the Jay Leno thing.
And there's also a huge difference between ignorant and stupid.
I would agree, because
there are a lot of people out there that are completely ignorant of almost most things because they've never had the opportunity to learn, but given the opportunity, they could learn it because they're not stupid.
Well, and that's the thing, is ignorant is just the lack of the knowledge itself. Stupid
means you ain't going to take it, you can't comprehend it.
Is there anybody in here from the South? Like, for real from the South?
Well, yeah, but...
You can hear his accent. I guess...
Well, are you from the... Well, I'm just saying, the stereotype of, like, most Northerners think they're smarter and better than Southerners. I mean, they just think that's just the way it is.
Well, I mean, the Southerners laugh at the Northerners for it.
But it's funny when, like, someone who has a PhD in, like, you know, neuroscience or something from the South, like, you know, they're, you know, it's just hilarious. Any dummy from New York thinks they're smarter than someone from Alabama.
You always sound stupid no matter what. But once again, you're failing to see the social norms that lead to these stereotypes. And that's because back in the day, people in the North had institutions, had colleges, had higher levels of college learning, had higher quality schools, etc. People that lived in the South were mostly farmers and people who worked on peanut farms and cotton farms, etc. So the vast majority of their populations weren't educated people. So when it came down to just like common knowledge, the South was more ignorant than the North. So that's where those stereotypes come from.
And they bother me. Because I know they're not true.
One of our presidents was a peanut farmer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, he was also a physicist too, so let's not forget that.
And he was a submariner. Let's really not forget about that shit for a second there. I think everybody that wants to bag on old fucking Jimmy Carter.
He's
he's fucking relatively a national fucking hero and shit.
Oh yeah, I've met Jimmy Carter because I volunteered with Habitat for Humanity for 2 summers. And Jimmy Carter is the real fucking deal. Anyone that makes fun of Jimmy Carter is just a partisan hack that doesn't know anything.
Exactly. They don't have... No, I'm not saying I agree with his position on firearms or anything like that. But
as a man, he's awesome.
Yes, and I would agree with you on that.
He was also the first president to admit to seeing a UFO.
I'll tell you one thing, Jimmy Carter, I would take Jimmy Carter before I would take 12 fucking Ronald Reagans any day of the year.
That is a bold statement, my friend.
Ronald Reagan was an actor.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I am disagreeing a little bit, actually.
Well, I love people though that now they look at all this shit that happened during the Reagan administration, because it's all being public knowledge now, being all declassified, and you basically got to come to one of two conclusions. You either got to come to the conclusion that Ronald Reagan was a fucking actor that fooled everybody, or he was the dumbest motherfucker that we did ever have as president, who allowed things to happen under his nose with no knowledge of it.
He was an actor.
Do you think, like Cheney, it was Bush, the former head of the CIA, that was running the fucking show at that time?
I think
when he was vice president.
It's very crazy to suggest that we can think back to 2020 hindsight to a president who had to deal with the Cold War, who won the Cold War before there were laptops, PDAs, cell phones, or anything like that. I say kudos to a man.
That's also a fallacy. He didn't win the Cold War. Reagan had very little to do with any of the things that won the Cold War. That was more Congress and the behind-the-scenes stuff.
I still want my Star Wars program.
All still there. Cold War was not won.
But he still said the fucking words, man. You know, whether he had somebody writing for him or not.
They said that was he
very inspirational. He
But he also came out and told
Tear
people
down
that,
this wall.
that we're lowering taxes, and yet he raised taxes more than pretty much any other president ever has. And people still, when you ask them now, what things did Reagan do? He won the Cold War and he lowered taxes and all this stuff, and none of it's true.
Guys, you're also forgetting that he did not veto the machine gun ban. He let that go through.
Didn't he, to his credit, write some of his own speeches that were like the greatest speeches? The only Reagan speech that I ever watched was on YouTube like a year or two ago. It was black and white, and it was a national convention, and it was really, really good. I mean, it was a killer speech, and they said he wrote it himself, and it was about smaller government and freedom, and it was just fucking awesome. I don't know if you can find it.
Yet he grew the government at the fastest rate in over 70 years and raised taxes.
You got to pay for that Star Wars.
Well, SSDC. I used to work for SSDC. Somewhere around here, I've still got a floppy disk with some of the graphics work for SSDC work on it. Space and Strategic Defense Command. That's when I first went to Huntsville, Alabama. Is when I worked for SSDC. Marshall Space Flight Center.
Are you sure you're not disclosing what is it, classified?
No, I worked in the freaking graphics department. Nothing confidential. Our graphics actually went out on flyers and stuff. So.
No, this is totally classified. You can't tell us these kind of things.
No, I worked in the graphics department, Marshall Space Flight Center. We worked on the SSDC, all their logos and graphics and all their stuff, like the stuff you see on the podiums and the stuff on the letterheads and crap like that. We did all that crap.
Yankee airbrushed in the pew-pews on the pictures where the satellites were shooting down the missiles.
He was really good at drawing.
There was no satellite shooting down the missiles. It's actually just a flag with a satellite coming over it with like a radar image going down onto the flag. I actually did do a lot of that work.
And here I thought those lasers were just the little red light that blinks.
Now, I would like to read something about the speechwriters' comparisons between, I would say that Ronnie Reagan could move people much in the same way that our current president did when he first got elected.
No, I think Reagan was better at that. I think Reagan was a better actor than Obama. I've never cared for Obama as a speech giver myself. Cadence is weird, and I just don't like his speeches.
I just want him to say, "Can you dig it?" Just one time.
How about Dynamite?
No, I need, "Can you dig it?" That's what I need.
Oh, I don't think that was the soda I was supposed to be drinking.
It had way too much sugar or booze?
No, it's the old one. I put them in the wrong order. I had my one from earlier day sitting here, and then I had a new one, and I think I put the old one in the front. Because it's flat and it's warm.
Well, then that's your first clue. Dano, I don't know if I got to. I think I was muted when I said it, but congratulations. Didn't you win a ham and cheese from Hosh Nazi?
No, I did not.
Are you sure?
Yes. We worked out another arrangement.
Okay, because I watched this video either today or yesterday, and I was like, fucking Dano, all right.
Oh, no, I understand how you get that impression, but no, it was,
Excuse me.
We worked out a deal.
Excellent, excellent.
Were we giving away ham and cheese sandwiches?
Baofeng ham
Could
and
be
cheese
worse.
Ham and cheese sandwich.
Well, just don't give them to any Muslims or Orthodox Jews.
I'm not giving my sandwich to anybody.
Right, I'm gonna eat the motherfucker, but I might make them one if they wanted one.
Well, no, I mean they don't eat
Any
ham.
fucking sandwich. Not anybody's fucking made.
North Korea still has biplanes, like the one with 2 wings. I can't believe that. I thought those were like World War One.
They are.
But if you don't have anybody shooting at them, they're great spotting planes. If you don't have anybody shooting at them.
Take them down.
Just
with
like, what was the one? Well, the Sandy from, it got used all the way through Vietnam, and I think maybe, how far did that get used? And that was a World War II plane. It was what they used for close support back in the day before, they had the A-10 just fucking shit up.
They're carrying like nuclear suitcase bombs. Like
I was just going to mention that. What's up with the guys with the 8.5 by 11 signs of a nuke?
They're suitcases. They're like nuke suitcase bombs. Like, look at that.
And like, do you want this? We got this.
We have 8.5 by 11 pictures.
And it's not like North Korea has ever been good at photoshopping anything in the past. Like their missile launches where they just literally cut and pasted, like they launched one that didn't do shit, and they...
Well, remember, they landed somebody on the sun.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're good. They call you Cracker, Jack.
Wow. Just wow.
Well, you gotta remember that some of these people actually really think he is like a reincarnated god, like of his father and grandfather. Like they really believe that.
Only the brainwashed ones.
I was gonna say earlier.
The rest are in camps.
The sad part is it's not the people's fault because that's all they've ever known. I mean, when you're living in a cave and are fed shit, you're gonna turn out to be a mushroom. It's not the mushroom's fault.
Anybody see that documentary with Dennis Rodman where he goes to North Korea?
And he was Kim Jong Un's buddy or whatever. Yeah.
I had absolutely no interest in seeing that.
It's like an apologist movie for North Korea. They're like, oh, North Korea is just misunderstood, and it was on Showtime. I was like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, someone got paid.
Did you see the other documentary where like the Japanese chick went there and one of the news guys laid down on the ground to take a picture of his statue, and they thought that was like just like totally bad. Like, oh, you can't lay down while you take a picture of our great leader. Like they wanted to.
It's disrespectful. Oh, well, that's actually some of the same things in China as well. Is that you cannot disrespect
Mao Zedong.
Some of their, well, not even just that, just some of their history and culture like that. And they literally have guys or people like soldier types or whatever, like watching at some of their historical places for people. Yeah. And they're more than happy to fucking arrest somebody, right?
I've been in places where you can't touch people on the head, you can't shake with your left hand, with your right hand, you can't, don't ever cross your fucking legs, you can't show them the bottom of your shoe. That's a great insult to show them the bottom of your fucking shoe. I'm like, get over it, good God.
You can't smile at them with your teeth in some places. And the whole right-handed thing is that's the hand they wipe their ass with, usually.
Yes, we have to go through these every time we go to a deployment overseas. Because of my MOS, we have to go through these sensitivity classes, or we used to. I don't have
to. Say cultural sensitivity.
Yeah. They teach you all this shit. They drill into your head what you can and can't do. And then I forget all of it as soon as I get over there. I did, however, touch a Korean on the head once, accidentally, and found out and was reminded real quickly that that's not a thing to do.
Did you apologize?
Did they?
Yeah, he got real offended.
Did he give you the carotid artery chop, or?
No, he rubbed his head and looked at me like I had just spit on him, and I'm like, I'm sorry, dude.
So what's the meaning of the gesture then? If it's insulting, so it means what?
What gesture?
Patting somebody on the head.
Touching them on the head.
Means don't touch.
Right.
Yeah, just don't fucking touch me on the head.
It's an insult in their culture. You don't touch someone's head. Their heads are sacred. You don't touch them on the head.
Is it demeaning physically, mentally? In what way is it demeaning.
Well, you can't demean somebody physically, so it has.
Well, you can, like, if somebody's of small stature.
To demean someone is an emotional state, so it's, you know, you can't demean someone physically. It's got to be an emotional thing.
Well, like you said, it's
I didn't mean to touch him on the head. I was reaching for something. I was reaching something for above his head. I was taking something off of a bulletin board, and when I pulled it free, I touched him on the head.
Well, let's be real, Yankee. You're over 6 feet tall. Let's just say, I'm going to guess
Just over.
the dude wasn't over 6 is what I'm going to guess here.
Oh no, he's probably about 5'4".
Okay, so I guess you probably thought you had clearance.
Yeah.
You know, you had
I'll tell you,
clear airspace.
If you ever
Right,
want to feel tall, if you're like I was when I was in my prime, I was like 6'1". So if you want to feel tall, go to Seoul. Because it's just like a little sea of bobbing black heads that are about a head shorter than you.
Wow, that's just
easy to stand.
Usually, I think
Are those
Asian
underfolders?
Yeah, usually I think Asian chicks are pretty attractive, but these North Korean girls are kind of homely.
That's what I mean.
Well, now I don't know that that's an accurate representation of the entire North Korean populace either, though.
Well, at least the military ones are showing that these military.
I mean,
I've definitely to you, but if you go to a barracks anywhere in the U.S. To a female barracks, and you tell me that that's a bunch of beauty queens hanging out in there.
There you go. They're supposed to be killers, not lookers.
Hey,
right?
I saw Demi Moore in that movie.
Yeah, you don't see Demi Moore on base, trust me.
Right.
You see more like Roger Moore than you do Demi Moore.
And
or that new Ranger chick, the one who became the Ranger, or whatever.
Yeah, I ain't saying shit about her. She'll kick my ass.
There you go. I mean, I've definitely dated South Korean chicks. I mean, out here because it's one of those things you just do, right? And once they start to become Americanized, everything kind of changes a little bit, I guess as it would.
Like all the American men that marry the Asian women overseas, and they bring them back here, and they get Americanized, and then they can't understand why they're not like they were over there. Why aren't you like your mother?
It's because they adopted American culture.
Who are the kids in like the white and blue uniforms? Are those like the Boy Scout North Koreans?
Starting to sound kind of creepy there, dude.
Everyone's trying to buy my Rainy BD off of me.
Well, that's because it's got the decacker, and you know they all love the decacker.
You can't get the damn thing.
They love the decac.
Yes. Speaking of somebody loving the CZ decac, the decac of the CZ. How you doing, Moon? What are you doing up so late? Way past your bedtime. Excellent.
I woke up at like 2:30 and started listening to you guys again. I passed out after I ate a sandwich.
Was it a ham sandwich? Or was it a turkey sandwich?
Ham, salami.
I'm surprised they have horses.
Dagwood sandwich.
I like it with ham, roast beef, turkey, provolone cheese, lettuce, tomato, and mayonnaise. And I want the lettuce shredded, not leaf.
Really? Like a Big Mac style shredded?
Shredded like a taco?
Yeah, shredded lettuce is best on sandwiches because leaf lettuce wilts as soon as it touches anything that's not cold, and it gets mushy when it touches the mayonnaise. Shredded lettuce doesn't do that. It stays crisp. It stays cool.
Well, and there's another point to that is, you know, whenever you're eating that motherfucking sandwich and you take that one bite that happens to not go all the way through the lettuce, and then you
drag it out.
Drag half that fucker off your sandwich. Anyway. I don't know if I'm going to start chopping up my lettuce for sandwiches, but I might try it at least once or twice.
I like
see where you're coming from.
I like the Hawaiian sweetbread, the big wide Hawaiian sweetbread, like I said, with the lettuce, tomato, mayonnaise, provolone cheese on ham, turkey, and roast beef. That's a sandwich.
It's, yeah.
It sounds
Where do they
decent.
get Mercedes at? Wow.
Are you sure, Yankee? You shouldn't be making a YouTube video about your sandwich preferences.
I've posted it on Instagram before.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
And what do you mean you don't know that they have Mercedes? Mercedes is a multinational conglomerate or whatever. If somebody's going to buy their Mercedes, they're going to sell it to them, right?
I'm surprised they could afford them. I mean, like, I figured, I don't know.
Hey,
when I think of Mercedes, I
if
think
they
of
have to-
high-end, expensive.
And what are you trying to say? You don't think that the whole wealth of the nation doesn't actually in the hands of like 10 to 15 people or whatever? You know, maybe 100.
What?
So those guys can afford it. In North Korea, you're just still talking about that, right?
Oh, North Korea.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
I'm surprised our military buys Mercedes, like, military vehicles. I just thought that they would have, like, bought, like, I don't know, Hyundais or something and converted them.
Well, these are
Well,
from the
that's- so they're
50s,
not-
too.
they're not-
These vehicles
they're
are from
not-
the 50s.
I suspect North Korea doesn't buy too much stuff from South Korea.
They don't buy shit.
See,
They have an
my sandwich
embargo on each other or whatever.
See, there's my sandwich on Instagram.
I gotta turn the video up. Oh shit! There you go.
Yeah. Go check
Awesome.
that sandwich on Instagram. That's a good sandwich.
Plus Mercedes
You like that,
emblems,
Ken?
you can buy them for $20 on eBay.
Just ask Flava Flav. Don't have to have a Mercedes to have a Mercedes badge.
Dude, like, one small nuke right now, and we could, like, just, I mean, we could settle the whole North Korea thing. Just one small nuke right now.
Wait a minute. Wait. So you would rather kill a bunch of innocent people when really there's 20 to 100 assholes? You would do that?
Isn't that what we do with every war?
The problem is those 20 to 100
what-
assholes have thousands of people underneath them.
Yeah, that's why you can't kill the innocent people over that shit. The last nuke.
But their soldiers are.
Tell me what I can and can't do.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Tell me what I can and can't do. I'll go over and kill him right now.
Well,
So I guess we're adopting the MacArthur tactic. We're going to say we should just nuke the North Koreans because he said that and they removed him from office.
Well, he said and did a couple of other things in the whole interim from the time of I Will Return and all that shit too.
I thought he got removed from office for wearing dresses.
No, he got removed from office for saying we should nuke North Korea.
I think you're confusing Hoover with MacArthur.
Oh, maybe that's it.
No,
Yeah.
Douglas MacArthur. He was removed from being general because, or they forcefully retired him. Excuse me, because he said that about North Korea.
Didn't you also slap a few soldiers too, though?
Well, that was Patton for sure.
Everybody
and,
did that.
and one of the other reasons, though, is that his higher-ups didn't like the level of his popularity both at home and in South Korea.
My
And they
grandfather.
were worried that he was going to be some form of a political person afterwards, so they had to try and deep six that.
My grandfather did not like Patton.
Now, did your grandfather ever tell you why?
Oh yeah, he said he was a son of a bitch and didn't care about the troops.
Of course he didn't.
Well, I don't. Now, do you believe that to be true, or do you believe that to be your grandfather's impression of the
That
situation?
was pretty much the impression of like every one of my grandfather's friends too that served under him. So they said all he cared about was victories and notches on his belt, and didn't care about the soldiers.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing from the soldiers on the ground that was their opinion of him. Old blood and guts.
Well, I guess I'm not going to disagree with your points because you make valid points.
Well, it's not my points, my grandfather's, and he would tell you he didn't give a shit whether he disagreed with him.
Yeah, there you go.
They did produce results.
But I was just going to say, when you are actually leading thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of troops in a war, in an actual war, like where the whole world was fighting at that time, that the guy on the bottom isn't going to see what the guy on the top is really, he's not going to have all the facts. So
That ain't great.
He couldn't win it without the guys.
Yeah,
So
my
maybe
grandfather
he
couldn't
was-
join World War II because he had stomach ulcers. He got like 5 draft cards, but the problem is on the last one they said, "Go home. We're not going to call for you anymore,"
My
because
grandfather-
his stomach ulcers were that bad.
My grandfather lied when he was 15 years old so he could join the military. He said he used his older brother's birth certificate to join the military. Then he served in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. He did more than his turn, I think. He was a horrible, horrible human being. But good soldier. Well, except for the fact he got busted all the fucking time for punching officers and getting drunk and stuff like that.
Definitely was not a big fan of authority.
No, well, he was a big fan of the bottle.
Oh, well then that can have a chance to.
That just means he was just a mean drunk.
He was a fall down drunk every. You know, he wasn't. At home, he was never a mean drunk. He was fall down drunk every day. Never laid a hand on me. Raised me from the time I was 1 year old till the time I was 11 when my grandmother died. Never laid a hand on me ever while he was drunk. But was drunk every evening. Never came home from work sober.
My favorite your grandpa story was about I ain't driving that motherfucker nowhere.
Yeah, that's how he got.
Except I don't think he did not use that word.
No, he did not use an M word. He used an N word.
Yeah.
He was a horrible racist, an alcoholic, not a really friendly person at all. But you kind of give him benefit of the doubt because of the things he's seen in his life. You got to remember, by the time he was 17 years old, he was killing people hand to hand in fields of mud and blood. So
That'll change your outlook on a whole lot of things, I would imagine.
Yep.
And that might be part of where that bottle came into play. Was
oh, yeah, he wasn't drunk before he joined the military. It was after.
Yeah, he had to try and wash some of that shit out of his head.
And he was one of those
and
guys.
You got to remember, at that time too, what kind of support programs were there back then? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying Greta went to one, but you know, there wasn't any of the outreach that there is now.
And he was only
maybe not.
And he's one of these guys never talked about the war except for when he got to this stage where he was just not drunk enough to pass out for the night yet, but too drunk to be coherent. And that's when he would, that little window, that like half-hour window is when he would talk about the war. And the stories he would tell were ghastly. Like
now, do you think that they?
Ever experienced.
Well, do you think that he told you the most horrific ones in order to perhaps get you to stop asking about them, perchance?
No, we never asked. He would just.
Oh, okay.
And they were horrific. They were just like horrible, like gouging people's eyes out with your thumbs kind of stuff.
Hey, man, I saw Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
Huh. Shit gets real when you're within 3 feet of each other, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah, and back then it was you stayed in the foxhole till you ran out of food and ammunition, and then it was hand-to-hand.
That's like Chicago right now.
You know, it's funny, Yankee, when you talk about your grandfather and we talk about how we were raised. My mother was 16 when she had me, not married, so obviously still lived at home. Everybody hated my grandfather. He was an alcoholic. He was abusive. The same thing, the Irish cop and military family. I don't think it was like quite as animated as yours was. But to me, growing up, he was like Wilford Brimley. Like, nobody could believe the way he was around me. But as soon as he was away from that, he was like the Antichrist of the family.
Well, that's why I always never understood, because these people would always tell me, because my grandfather was a drill sergeant.
Oh, I bet he was.
Gunnery sergeant in the Marines. And all the recruits that trained under him and some of his friends that were contemporaries were like, your grandfather was balls to the wall, badass, horrible person. You know, just everyone was afraid of him at that point in time. And I never saw that at home. I just saw the guy who got drunk and passed out every night.
I was like, remember those little gyroscopes you wound the string around and spun when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
after my grandfather got out of the Army, he went into Sperry Corporation as a private contractor, and he built gyroscopes for missile systems. So he had made me at work like an electric gyroscope on a base. So that was like the shit at the time. Everybody had their string and their little thing, and I just had this one that you pressed a button and it powered up, and then it would stood up and spin and stuff. And I remember thinking like later in life, like, wonder if that was illegal. I wonder if we could have got in trouble for that.
Now, my grandfather never really made me much of anything. He did build me a go-kart at one point in time. He did also run over my foot with one of those giant floor jacks one time and break, I think, 11 bones in my foot, including 4 toes. Never really made me much.
Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you shoot yourself in the foot?
Other foot.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, damn.
No, I was only like 7 years old, and he was at the... No, I think I was a little older. I think I was like 8 or 9. And we were at the National Guard building because that's when he went to the National Guard, because he was Marines and he went Army, then he retired from the Army, he went National Guard. And he was head of the depot in Point Pleasant, West Virginia there, the TNT depot in West Virginia. And he went in one day and he was rebuilding the transmission in a friend of his truck because he just brought, because they could use the bay at night, so they didn't care. He didn't care. So he brought the transmission in. They're jacking the truck up and getting the transmission out. And he goes to, those giant floor jacks, the rolling floor jacks?
Oh, yeah.
He's rolling one along, and I'm standing there, and he just rolls it right over my foot. And I'm screaming and crying, so he makes me go over and put an ice pack on it and makes me stay there for like another 5 or 6 hours while they finish building the transmission. And then he takes me home. My grandmother takes me to the doctor, and my foot is purple and swelled up to where it's about to bust out of the shoe. And had multiple broken bones in it. He's like, he'll fucking live.
Then he shot himself in the other foot just to distract himself from the pain.
That was actually years later, but it was. Yeah, that's the kind of person he's like, that ain't going to kill him. My dad tells a story about how he was jacking up a car to work on it, and it fell and broke both of his arms and cut one of his arms up pretty bad. And he went in, running in the house screaming and crying. And my grandfather was repairing the refrigerator and made him sit down and sit on the couch with a towel wrapped around his arms for like an hour and a half before he would take him to the doctor.
Well, and you got to wonder if what he had seen in his life just dictated that where the cheesy saying or whatever it is that it's water and Motrin. Isn't that all the?
You ain't gonna die from that in the next hour, so sit over there and suck it up.
So was your grandfather from West Virginia himself?
I do believe he's from Virginia, but most of his life in West Virginia. He was born, his mother was pregnant with him when they came to this country, and he was born in Virginia, I think.
Now, is it still a thing where people from Virginia get upset if you say West Virginia and vice versa? Is that still a thing or not so much?
We don't get too upset, but we just think you're stupid because they're two separate states.
Truly. But
my grandfather was born in West Virginia, and he was born in a town which no longer exists because it's just not on the map anymore. It's just part of the county now.
Well, yeah, there's lots of places in West Virginia that used to be towns, and now they're just parts of the unincorporated area. And I hate that about West Virginia. There's lots of unincorporated area. So when you're in the state police in West Virginia, you get to play county sheriff in all those fucking unincorporated. You get to play city cop in all those unincorporated areas because there's never any sheriffs enough to go around.
Though my grandfather died a little after I got out of high school because he was born in 1912.
My grandfather died, I was probably 23 when he died.
I think I was either 12 or 13.
And I had gone to take care of him for years because he got to, in the end where he couldn't take care of himself because he had like 7 or 8 strokes. And
damn.
So I had to go take care of him for probably a year and a half. I had to take time off, go take care of him. But then he was doing better, and my cousin came to live with him, and one of his daughters, he only had one daughter, came to live with him part-time, and her son helped take care of him, so I went back full-time, and then he died shortly after I moved down to Alabama to go to work for Marshall Space Flight Center.
Well, my grandfather was summed up like this. He worked every day of his life up until he collapsed, and then he died.
That's my retirement plan, by the way.
Yeah, I don't plan to do that. I'm not doing that now. So.
Because I remember when I was over at my grandparents' house when I was in high school, and he would get up on the roof and to fix something if he had to. He would go, into his shed and just either weld something together or just make something out of wood if he had to, because he was a handyman. He was a welder, because he was in the Civilian Conservation Corps himself before World War II. So.
My grandfather was a mechanic. He could fix anything. But
my grandfather could do mechanics as well. He was like, jack of all trades.
I have one grandfather who was a mechanic who could, tear your engine down to the ball bearings, put it back together with his eyes closed in no time whatsoever. And then I had my other grandfather was a carpenter, was a woodworker, master carpenter, and he carved and used to make us wooden horses and stuff out of like wooden toys, like old style wooden toys with the wheels and stuff on them, and he was amazing at it. In fact, one of the carvings that he made of a riverboat, which you can actually take the top off the riverboat, look in, it's got all the controls in there and even the little steering wheels and stuff for the riverboats, because he used to work riverboat. And one of the riverboats he carved is still on display in one of the museums in West Virginia for the Coal and Riverboat Company History Museum.
That's pretty awesome.
But he used to carve me little horses when I was a kid and paint them up for us and everything.
I had he wasn't my grandpa, but he was my cousin's grandpa. So it was like Hanai family pretty much, and that was the family of loggers and woodworkers, and that was pretty fucking awesome. Make little rubber band guns or logging trucks or skidders and all that kind of stuff with the little wooden wheels like you're talking. And my actual grandpa, he was the one that had a service station and a wrecker and was a mechanic and all that.
I always end up spending my summers doing projects with one of them or the other because they were always having a project. I used to fucking hate it, but now I can, if I have to, I can fix an engine, and if I have to, I can build anything.
That's relatively accurate right on this side too, man, and it's a good thing, and kind of like you're saying at the time, it might have not been what you wanted to be doing, but in hindsight, you can look at it and you're like, well, I learned actual skills that can either save my life or provide me a lifestyle, I guess.
And what amazes me is how, like, some of my friends that are my age now in this part of the country, like when I was going to wall in this area here to build this little room, they're like, who are you going to have do the wall? I'm
like, you're silly.
I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm building a fucking wall. I mean, how hard is it to frame a wall and drywall it and insulate it? I was like, you mud and tape it. I mean, who can't do that?
Was it already framed and everything? It was just the unfinished side?
No, I had to frame it and everything.
Okay. Well, still, yeah. I'm with you on that too, Yankee. That's they look at you like, well, what do you mean? You can do that? I'm like, well, you could do it too, but obviously maybe you can't.
And I'm just surprised at what people can't do. Like a friend of ours the other day that couldn't jump his car.
What?
Wait, what? Even I know how to jump a car.
Well, he has a Prius. In his defense,
I was gonna say, yeah.
He couldn't figure out how to jump his car, so I had to go over and jump his car for him because he left the lights on and ran the battery dead.
Wait, it's a Prius? That's not a car. That's a lunchbox.
Well, and I have noticed on some of the new models, they don't want you trying to jump out. Whether the surge could affect your computer systems and shit like that. Because I had somebody in an Escalade and literally, I ended up waiting like another hour and a half to get a jump at that time because
the battery's in the back.
Oh, okay. Oh, on the Prius.
You can't really just go under the hood and jump the car from the battery. So there's a little junction box you have to find, and there's a little copper terminal inside that junction box, and you have to hook the positive to that little copper terminal, and then you have to hook the negative to the frame of the car, and that's how you jump the Prius. And he couldn't figure it out to save his life.
Oh, they had an Escalade or whatever, and they were just being bitches about it. So
generally, you have to jump a car if, like, say, your alternator dies.
Well, if your alternator dies, it ain't gonna do much good jumping unless you're not going far.
Yeah, right. And you certainly ain't going that night.
Yeah. Not going any further than the garage, right?
Depends on how far away the garage is. You might not even make it there. Sometimes depends, on what kind of draw you got going on.
Well, my alternator died the other day when I was at Sonic's, with the family, And yeah, luckily right next door was the repair shop, so they just we just jumped the car and just took it
Oh, I
over
thought you
there.
were saying made it home to your garage. I'm like, man, that
No,
don't always
no.
happen.
I mean the repair garage.
I had a car once. I had to rebuild the alternator on that thing like every 3 or 4 fucking weeks.
Fuck that. I'm not made of money or nothing, but when it's some shit like that, I might buy a refurbished one. I suppose you can get the kit though and rebuild it.
It's cheaper to rebuild them than it is to just put in the new bushings and it's just easier to rebuild them or cheaper, easier to buy a new one and have it fixed.
I was just gonna say it was way easier to pay for one and slap that motherfucker in
I
there.
was a piece of shit. I mean, I had to drive every day. I would drive it to work, drive it home, and then I would fix it to where I could drive it to work again the next day and get it.
I've had to rebuild the starter for my Ford 1710 tractor because it's so old you can't get the right starter for it anymore.
The only thing I hate working on cars, well, nowadays can't work on a car at all. They're all computer controlled and bullshit, so I mean, mess with them. So
This is a diesel tractor.
But the thing I'd never have liked working on cars is I always hate working on wiring. I hate tracing wiring harnesses. I hate pulling wires. I can't stand it.
Because it's bullshit. It's a pain in the ass, especially if you're going from front to back.
I remember once I rewired an old Honda CB360T motorcycle, and I was so proud of myself. I'm like, fucking rewired the thing. And because on the wiring harnesses, I don't know if you ever pulled the wiring harness off of a old Honda before, but there's basically there's like about 4 different color wire or 5 different color wires, and there's like 7 or 8 of each color.
Okay, it's hard. It's hard to narrow it down when it's like that. Or there's 3 types of green wires.
Yeah, I got it all hooked up, and the first thing I noticed when it started up and it ran, I'm like, fuck, I must have done it right. But when you hit the fucking turn signals, the horn would come on.
Oh, and then plus, obviously, it's like 2 aren't right, so you just gotta guess then which 2 aren't right, and that can fuck up your whole day. Right?
When you turned hit the horn, the turn signals lit up. When you hit the brake, the horn came on.
Well, that's not necessarily bad, I guess.
No, it wasn't good.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yankee, if it's any consolation, it wasn't just you, it's the factory too. I remember when I was a parts and service director where we had a Honda dealership. I forget what model year it was the early 90s, mid 90s. People would call in, my climate control's not working, it's not doing this, it's doing that, it's doing whatever. And like for the longest time we couldn't figure out what was going on. And then it became like the running joke. The way that Honda at the time had put the computers in the car, if the passenger side brake light was out, it used to do like weird stuff to the air conditioner and climate control. So people are like, my air conditioner's not working. I'm like, your brake light's out on the passenger side. Put a new brake light in.
Yeah, I remember something like that in some cars, in a couple of different cars in my life. I used to have a Chevy Vega. And if your brake lights went out, your radio wouldn't work.
Well, they're still this way now on the GMs with pulsed electrical systems. Every Suburban or Blazer Denali from 2007 up has the passenger side daytime running light is always burnt out because it's a dump where the pulsed electrical system and.
Did he stop or did he break up?
I broke up. I just had the power flicker out and the generator flicker on here.
That's V2 where? Oh, trying to read all the comments on the side over here. Boy, a lot of people are not liking my video from tonight. Well, the comments. So I'm getting a lot of nasty comments, but it's getting good positive to negative rating. So it's got 737 thumbs up and only 20 thumbs down, but I'm getting a lot of negative comments from people.
Well, welcome to the internet. A lot of people like to say nasty things.
Well, what's the video about?
It's about those hashtags carry everywhere and why not how. Because I told people, I was like, if it's not a crime, carry. Take a picture of yourself carrying there, post it with the carry anywhere. Show people that we're carrying everywhere, we're not causing a problem. A lot of people are like, yeah, what if kids see this and they think it's a reason for them to take a picture of themselves carrying a knife at school? I'm like, are you fucking retarded? You really think these are the same things and you can't separate that in your fucking head? I hope your kids are smarter than you. It's just comment after comment in here of people trying to excuse their own cowardice. Because they're afraid to do something, they want to explain why no one should do anything.
Yeah.
And I told a couple of them, I said, no one is asking you to do anything. You can continue to hide and benefit from the hard work of others for as long as you want. No one will call you out on it for being a coward.
Anybody here ever buy anything off of governmentliquidation.com? Nope. I wish I lived on the mainland.
Why? What are you looking at?
Oh man, they had some diesel generators and.
Middle's been buying stuff up there for a while.
Well, don't get me. It wasn't off of .com, but when I was younger, we bought a Jeep from a government clearance thing, like from where they sold off the old Jeeps in town.
Yeah.
From the National Guard. I wish I still had that thing. That thing was a blast. I mean, it was just a bare bones fucking Jeep, basically.
Well, the problem with government surplus vehicles now is if you buy like the Humvees, you can't get insurance for them and you can't drive them on the road. They're strictly for off-road use only, and if you put them on the road, you can get arrested for it.
Depends on the state, and it depends on the actual Humvee model itself.
Well, I never even drove the Jeep on the road, and it did not have turn signals. I just drove it in the back roads back in Kansas. It wouldn't have been hard to install turn signals.
They had like a Dodge, what is it, the WC, and it just looked all badass. It was old and all that, but had super killer tires on it, and it just looked like it would be a nice dirt road beast, pretty much. And they have those kind of auctions all the time, and I'm like, let's see, even if I won the auction, what's it going to take to get it shipped out here? And it's just it's ridiculous. There's no
It was just a little piece of nothing. I mean, it was small and light. It was like driving a go-kart. Me and my friends used to just drive it back and forth out TNT, and it was awesome to have it. Just jump in the Jeep and go somewhere. I mean, we were doing this when we were like 15 years old. We weren't old enough to drive yet.
Is that the same type that they would use that before they would put the postman's frame on it? You know what I'm saying?
No, this was much older than that. This was basically like a Korean War, Vietnam leftover, Korea War era kind of leftover things they were auctioning off.
I gotcha. It might climb a tree if you let it.
I think we literally paid $80 for it.
Nice, that's a deal.
If I remember correctly.
Well, then again, though, back then, could you have even sold it for scrap at $80 back in the day?
No, probably not.
Now you could. Well, shit, now you could sell it to a collector and they'd pay you top dollar for that shit.
The thing is, though, what they used to do to them, and ours was like this, before they would sell them at the auction, they were in the green, the old standard green, but they took orange paint and spray painted the damn things.
Oh, man.
I don't know why, but they would. Everyone that was at the auction had orange spray paint sprayed over, sprayed over where it had where they used to have the symbols painted, the white U.S. Army stuff on the side and on the hood and stuff.
So it couldn't be misconstrued. Yeah, you couldn't be misconstrued to be a military member then that way.
They just took orange marker paint and sprayed all over all of it. I guess that was the one color paint that covered up the white logo or something.
Well, didn't they also used to use red primer, or am I mistaken on that?
I don't know what they used, but I know these were orange, and it had that on it forever. We always said we're going to repaint it and put a roof on it and everything. We never did any of that shit. It always just stayed the way it was the day we bought it for the rest of my life.
That's the nice thing about a Jeep, my friend. Sometimes you can just let it roll.
And the carcass of that Jeep was still on our property last time I was there. It's still sitting, no wheels, no nothing, just basically an overgrown. It's the overgrown body and frame of the Jeep is still sitting like about 100 yards off the back of the tree line behind my mom's house.
Well, like, you get winter and stuff. I mean, when I say winter, I meant snow in West Virginia where you're at and stuff, right?
Yeah, lots of it.
Well, then how has it not, like, disintegrated by now?
No, just a big old rusty frame back there covered in vines and overgrowth and blackberry bushes.
Blackberries. Love blackberries.
There's no seats or nothing in it anymore, just like a metal, rusted out metal frame.
Think we can use it for parts to fix up your Cherokee?
Fuck yeah, I could probably use something off there. I could probably use something.
Well, I stripped parts off of it over the years. I remember stripping stuff off of it to like use for makeshift stuff on other stuff.
Like, oh, this is the same size. It might not be the right one, but it might work in a pinch.
I remember when we took the seats out of it, bolted them in a go-kart that we made from an old Volkswagen.
And that was probably pre-helmet laws, pre-roll bar, pre.
Oh, we didn't have a roll bar on the go-kart. There was no roll bar on the thing. If we'd rolled over, we'd just been squished.
Yeah, you just got a little road rash.
In fact, we ran over one of our friends, Jason. I think it was Jason Duncan with it, because he was riding on the front of it, and he bounced off, and we just ran right over him. But luckily, when you strip a Volkswagen down to the frame like that, it doesn't weigh hardly anything, so he didn't get hurt.
Nothing.
Yeah. That little 63 horsepower engine actually seemed like it could do something. It was nothing but like a plate and some wheels on it.
I've got one that I don't think we've ever talked about, and there's a couple. Anna's still in here. What vehicle did you buy with your Army?
What do we do? All I can hear is the wind from.
What vehicle did you buy with your Army money when you were a kid?
Oh, when I was in the Army, what vehicle did I buy when I was first started getting paid? Is that what you mean from the Army?
Shit, as soon as you said that, I had to go over there and look at that machine. What did you say?
Are you saying like what did we buy when we first joined the Army and started getting a paycheck, or?
Well, didn't you guys get bonuses for going in? I bought a Ranger with my bonus.
Oh, I didn't get a big bonus for going. Well, I did get a bonus, but it wasn't huge, and I didn't use it to buy a car.
Oh, how old were you when you went in?
I was 17 when I joined early entry, but I didn't, actually.
Yeah, you should have got what year?
85.
Oh yeah, so you were getting big bonuses back then.
I got a $2,500 bonus, I think it was.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't buy a vehicle with that?
No, I didn't buy it. I already had a car.
Oh, well, that's 1%er, whatever.
No, I worked fucking hard to get my car. I
went in early. Well, I mean, I didn't know people. Once I was in, I found out other people that went in early, and we all had these bonuses. We didn't have any need for it because we all lived at home still. We were all kids, so we were all able to spend it on vehicles.
No, I had an 84, like an 81 Datsun. Is I think what I had when I joined the Army.
Is Daniel still here? Well, yeah.
Probably asleep.
Maybe I should ask him.
I think he's enthralled in that video.
He's counting. Motherfucker is counting. You can guarantee that.
Making a list of what they got.
You know it, dude. Dano's on the case. They better look. Korea better
Counting
look the fuck
tanks,
out.
jeeps, missiles, AKs, counting it all.
He might be counting bullets, for fuck's sakes. You never know. 1, 2.
59.
Shit, where was I?
One of the people that bought a patch from me kept asking where was their patch. So when I sent them their package, I said, "Here's your patch, bitch," on the back of their envelope. And they sent me an email just now like, "This is from the bitch, as you put it. The patch looks really good next to my new Glock."
One of the guys mentioned that you sent them their patches, and the everything on the envelope was written in crayon.
No, it was not. In fact, it was all printed on labels except for my return address, which was stamped on.
That's how to do that.
No,
man.
they didn't say that it was printed in crayon. They asked if anyone had gotten an envelope that was, wrote out in crayon.
A lot of people make fun of the envelopes because they're pink and green. And
How far are you with the sending out of the patches?
they're done. I did it all in a day.
Fucking good job, buddy.
We sat down and cranked it out in one day.
I guess I better go to the P.O. box tomorrow.
You bought one of those things?
Shit, I bought each color, man. What are you talking about?
See, there's all the envelopes right there. They were all ready to go out in one day.
That's cool.
So everybody's like, huh, what's the odds mine will come in a pink envelope? I'm like, well, since there's 5 different colors, that would be 20%, Brainiac.
Well, I'm guilty of this myself, but no one really wants to do the math anymore.
Yeah, when I got mine, I told him earlier, I was like, look, Yankee Marshall sent me a thank you letter for being a good friend of his.
Nice, for just
He
being
looks
cool.
up to me. Yeah.
DB, are you on your phone or your computer?
I'm on the phone.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I'm not always a patch whore, but today it might happen.
I bought the Yankee Marshall patch because I just bought a Nut and Fancy patch too, so I figure I got to support two of the biggest gun channels on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, in the external, I just posted.
People who shove Twinkies and Glocks have bigger channels than mine.
Oh, well, I bought a Such patch too. Such and Yankee. That's all I'm gonna.
What did it say? ND.
It said Desk Pop 2010.
Nice.
Such's patch is like, I just came home, all my shit is missing except
There you
the
go.
stuff in the tactical wall.
Tactical walls, baby.
My guns are gone and they left me this fucking patch.
So I frequent this forum that is like Saturday Night Specials and the Ring of Fire guns and all that. People that like those guns. So there's quite a few hundred people over there that chat about those things, and maybe a dozen of them that chat regularly, like a lot of forums, right? And then there's this thread been going on for a while where this guy comes in and goes, I'm going to make a new Ring of Fire gun that's made out of polymer instead of Zamek. And we're like, yeah, that's neat. Good idea. Do it, you know. And then this is like 2 years ago maybe, and then he comes back every couple of months and he's like, I've got progress and I've done this and I've got and this and that. And then he comes back earlier this year and says, oh, I met Paul Jimenez, the guy who bought the factory from Brico. He was the factory leader or whatever, and bought the factory from Brico when it got sued out of existence, and now he's running Jimenez up in Las Vegas. Well, obviously I've been interested in those things, especially since it's a direct descendant of the Jennings J22s, which I have 25 of. I have probably the most complete collection of anybody, unless maybe one of the people in the company owns one, right? And so I've been calling up to Jimenez, and not calling, but emailing him, trying to figure out, hey, how can I get a factory tour or something? I'm definitely interested in this shit. I'm pro, obviously, I'm positive to their agenda or whatever. I'm not trying to do anything deceptive or anything. I just want to check them out and ask a bunch of questions about the history and stuff. Anyway, for whatever reason, this guy comes in and he's all, yeah, I talked to Jimenez and blah, 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 and he's going to help me do this gun, and we got this new thing coming out, a brand new gun. Anyway, the reason I brought this all up, long story short, I don't check that forum out every day or nothing, and it's unless I've got something going on or I'm going to tell them something or some reason I go over there. I was just over there checking things out to the board the other day, and there's this post in there where he's like, blah, 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 we got this YouTube guy, Such, to do a video of our new thing, or like all lined up to do a video of our new thing. So that's my story. Such. Yeah, Such is hooking up with the Saturday Night Special guy.
Tony, I wonder how much Suit's charging to do a video.
That's what I'm saying. Like, shit, I'm 8 hours away. I would drive up there just to fucking talk to you. But
And you have done many videos on the Ring of Fire. I mean,
I suggest it's possible somebody who's more interested in those guns than me, but I haven't met him.
He ain't on YouTube, dude. Ain't happening. That just sucks, man.
Here's a question, G-Webs. Out of your videos, how many of them have you actually shown your face?
Huh?
I'm waiting to see what the point of this is.
Yeah. What?
Maybe it's a factor that because you don't normally do that, they don't trust you? I don't know. Or, you're not as a big guy as Such or whatever.
Yeah, but if they would have actually looked at his catalog of videos, I think
maybe
he
it's
has a
because-
playlist of it.
Or maybe it's because if they pay him, even if it explodes in his face and kills his child, he'll tell them to everybody that it was a wonderful gun.
That's entirely possible.
That's probably what it is.
I thought you were going to say, have you ever seen Such's face when he shoots? He makes this face.
He does.
It's like awesome, dude. It's 80s action. It's like, it's like.
It's the clenched
I can post lots of video of me sticking my tongue out when I shoot, 'cause I have a bad habit of doing that sometimes.
You bite your tongue off.
I was going to say that we've never actually seen G-Webs and Such in the same room at the same time, and now we have the Bryco Jennings connection.
I have seen G-Webs and Such in the same room at the same time.
Did the worlds collide and reality explode, or no?
No, because I didn't know who Such was till someone told me.
Oh. You know who that is, man? Man, do you know who that is? I don't know. Who is it?
Like the Remo Williams of YouTube.
You take that back. You take that back right now.
Remo Williams is the shit.
It wasn't until somebody fired a round into the coffee table at the
The Korean guy.
at the media shop that the expression on Such's face made him recognizable.
There you go. There you go. Don't you say a bad word about Remo Williams, though.
Or the Korean guy that was in that. Because the Korean guy was actually better than Remo. So.
He wasn't Korean.
He wasn't Korean. That was Joel Gray.
Joel Gray.
Jennifer Gray's dad.
Is that the Cabaret dude?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
The girl with the big schnoz from Ferris Bueller. His Ferris Bueller's sisters. That was her dad.
Hey, you know who the
Nobody
chick
puts
that was
baby in the corner.
Right? The chick was Captain Janeway, the military lady in Remo Williams. That was Captain Janeway, or would become Captain Janeway.
You're talking about the Star Trek lady captain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm officially a geek.
Did you hear about the guy who stopped the train attack in Paris? He got stabbed.
Yes.
Yeah.
7 times.
By a bunch of
And-
Asian people, they said.
What? No.
Yeah.
It was
They were
outside. No,
Asian.
dude. It was outside a bar.
They said they were all Asian. The male, it was like 5 Asian males. He was trying to fight.
No.
He was trying to reenact Big Trouble in Little China.
Man, you
And
are
got his
just
ass
so
whipped
hard.
and he got stabbed, bro.
He walked out of the bar. He saw the dude arguing with his chick. She kind of like swung a plastic bag at him, and the dude fucking cranked her in the face. And this guy wasn't going to stand for that. And he said, they got into, let's say, a discussion about it. Then they got in a fight about it, and in the end, he ended up getting stabbed, like he said, 7 times or whatever the fuck. Because he was standing up for against somebody punching a chick in the face.
Crazy.
He's
No,
a
I
fuck-
hear you, man.
He's a fucking man, is what it
That's
is.
fine. If my girlfriend gets punched in the face by 5 Asian dudes, let's go, honey.
Nice.
Just
Well,
sometimes you gotta know when to
number
fold
one,
them, you gotta
he
know
wasn't the
when-
one that punched the chick in the face. The
I know,
boyfriend punched
I'm
the chick in
saying.
the face.
Oh wait.
And
The
they weren't
white
Korean in Big Trouble in Little China, by the way. Anyway,
No,
it's in
no,
the title. They were Chinese.
So the white dude from Paris.
About that Air Force guy that got stabbed 7 times.
He was the guy that stopped the train attack in France, him and his 2 buddies.
Yeah.
He got
Okay,
stabbed
well,
7
in
times
Sacramento,
yesterday.
outside of a bar at about 12:40 a.m. or whatever What,
This
this
guy's
week?
got like horrible luck. He's like in the worst places at the worst times.
Yeah, no
But
kidding.
he's a freaking hero because even at his potential loss of life, stopping the train attack, and then now granted, he probably was feeling it a little bit and just decided to stand up for what's right at home too. And somebody says, "Well, I got something for you, hero."
That's my point. Why can't you
Well,
just
you know they're gonna hunt those
That
people
man-
down and they're gonna arrest them.
Oh, I hope so.
like that's what I'm saying? Why can't you just say, "Hey, look, girl,
I
I'm
can
sorry."
understand where if you won't get arrested, why they won't hunt you down and arrest you if someone accuses you of stealing a sticker.
Well, that is if they still hunt people down and arrest them in Sacramento.
Stabbing someone several times is a reason you probably should hunt someone down.
Yeah, I gotta at least get their name and address, right?
Yeah. It's like people are like, you're going to post pictures of yourself carried in movie theaters, then the cops are going to come get you. I'm like, why? It's not a fucking crime. It's just against their rules. They can ask me to leave.
And wait a minute, are all the cops in your area followers of you on Instagram, Yankee? Where if you were actually in a movie theater,
I'd like to think so.
you're like, he's down at the Delph Cinema. Let's go get that motherfucker and teach him a lesson.
I don't post it right then. I post it after I get home. I'm not stupid.
Well, then there you go. You don't want it to be like Rambo. You don't want to be Rambo.
So, what, you're a closet open carrier?
I'm not for open carrying. I carry concealed.
Okay, closet concealed carrier.
He's not trying to give up the tactical surprise.
Oh, right, okay.
But the other, make sure your the geolocating thing on the photo is off, man. If you post that on Instagram with the map and all that stuff.
Although they actually asked us to look inside my fanny pack, or not my fanny pack, my Maxpedition bag one time when we went into that theater.
Yeah, I don't fucking know.
I just told them no. They said, "Can we look in your bag?" And I was like, "No." He's like, I said, "You didn't look in that lady's purse, so you're not looking in my satchel." And they said, "Oh, okay," and let me go in.
No, and fuck right off.
Phase 2 of the NRA should be.
Yeah, that's
opening
way
up-
smoother to say you didn't check that chick's bag. That's way smoother.
Say hey, everybody. Say hey, Maisie.
That's one large cat.
Meow. He's got a big pussy.
He's fat. He's
They
fat.
were looking for Snapple and like fried chicken and shit in your bag. There wasn't like guns.
Yeah, they probably care more about that than you sneaking in. That's the only reason I carry the Maxpedition bag to the movies is to sneak in food and sodas.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
Well, and plus, Yankee, if you're taking 2 kids, their friends, and your wife, you're spending $100 every time you go to the fucking movie.
It's just the 4 of us. It's $100 usually by the time you go to the concession stand.
You got it. You at least have to bring in something for yourself in the bag.
The only thing I really take in is I take in a small soda, or like a can of soda for my littlest one, and a box of his candy. Because the same candy I can stop and buy for 99 cents at Walgreens on the way to the movie theater is $5 there.
Yeah. And it might not even be the same size.
But I have to get a large popcorn because my oldest son and I always share a popcorn. He likes to have a popcorn. And then we share a large soda, but he has to have his own because he won't drink after anybody. So he doesn't want to share a soda with his parents anyway. So we get 2 large sodas, a large popcorn, and then sometimes we'll get my youngest one a small popcorn. And because I don't want his grubby fingers in our popcorn.
Right? You don't know where they've been.
Yeah.
There's a reason
No,
they call
I
them
know
dick.
I know where they've been, up his nose and in his ass most of the day. So by the time you pay, I think it's $9 for the large popcorn, $7 for the small one, $6 a piece for the sodas. There's another $30-something just at the concession stand after you had just paid $58 to get in.
Yeah, that's hardcore.
And they wonder why people aren't going to the movie theaters as much.
Just make my kids share 1 large popcorn and 1 large soda. That's usually like $10.
See, now my oldest will not drink after anyone.
I was like that when I was a kid.
He will not eat. Like if you take a bite off of something food-wise, he won't eat the rest of it. He won't eat food.
Oh, yeah, you try and eat off my fucking plate. You're getting stabbed with a fork.
Well, he won't. I mean, like if you take a bite of something, you're like, I don't want this. You want it. He wouldn't eat it. He won't even consider it. He won't drink out of your soda. Now my youngest one, he's like every time I have something in my hand to drink, he's like, "Can I have a drink? Can I have a drink? Can I have a bite?"
He wants it.
Yeah. So I'm like, Zyler, someday when you're an adult, when you have kids, you're going to have to get over that not eating or drinking after someone, because when you have kids, they're going to want a bite of everything you're eating, and they're going to want a drink of everything you're drinking.
Last time I went to the movies, there was a family in front of me, and we
I
were
won't
late.
eat anything my kids slobbered on.
Hell no. Last time you went to a movie.
Oh no, I was gonna say I don't know. I'm like using my phone as a phone now. Like I'm holding this shit up to my ear. There was a family in front of me, and we were late to the movies, and I was like, I gotta get something to drink and some popcorn. I don't care. The family in front of me were ordering shit like rib tips, chicken McNuggets, like fried chicken strips, and a pizza. And the father was like, I'm gonna have the cheeseburger. I couldn't fucking believe it.
Man, I like that movie theater.
Oh, dude, no, you don't. The food looked disgusting. It looked like
$2. It's gross. It's gross, and it's like $8 for like a soy burger.
Okay, I know what you're talking about now.
Do you remember what the
so
guy?
expensive, dude.
Say
What?
again, please, G.
Well, I made the mistake one time of going. We went to the theater. We were hungry, and this was over at the Regal Cinemas over here, and we were starving. So I got everybody a piece of pizza, and everybody something to drink, and I got some popcorn and got some candy. And I remember that was the night that I spent $84 at the concession stand. But we bought everybody everything they wanted. And my sons both had kids, friends with them, and it was so fucking expensive.
Damn.
The most I've ever gotten from a movie theater as far as actual food is hot dogs and nachos. And, you know,
I've broken down and gotten the nachos before. I'm like, it's $8 nachos, but it's nachos.
but they're not bad nachos. They're usually either good or they're okay. You know.
Okay.
Nachos and pretzel nuggets.
You can't really fuck up nachos.
No, that's what I'm saying. You know, nachos is really hard to mess up.
The soft pretzels are horrible, though. I got a soft pretzel there once and paid like $6.50 for it, and it was horrible.
Yeah, I
Did
paid $4.50 for one, and I didn't like it.
Any of you guys ever grow up around a Hot Sam?
That sounds like a dirty sex act.
It does. It's not a dirty Sanchez, but it's the Hot Sam. It's the hot pretzel guy. Like used to be at the mall, if you want to think about it.
We have like Mother's pretzels, and we have the Wetzel's pretzels.
We have Aunt Auntie's, I think it's called.
Yeah, Auntie somethings. Those are pretty good. Those are good pretzels.
Those are like buttery, real greasy pretzels.
Yeah, those ones are the good ones. I don't like the other one, the Wetzel's. They're horrible.
Do any of you guys have like the dollar movie theaters by you?
We do. We have a lot of what they call tavern theaters here. They're old theaters they've refurbished and then put a pizza parlor and a beer tavern in them. So you can get, like beer and pizza while you're watching your movie, and they're not.
You can actually sit in the couch.
They're normal. Well, we do have some like that too, like McMenamins, where you go in. It's like the old school auditorium turned into a theater, and there's couches and recliners. But these ones are actual theaters, but they actually have a brewery on site now and a pizza pub on site now, so you can get pizza and beer and stuff, and it's not exorbitant prices. It's the same price you would pay for a pizza at any other pizza restaurant.
You guys remember the Ground Round?
Yeah.
ATV.
you had a ground, yeah.
G wants to know how much that guy paid for all that stuff.
Oh, dude, I fucking was having a panic attack because
Sorry.
You know you have to wait till they get their shit. I was like, I just went to another line because I was like, I'm not gonna wait here for 30 minutes for this fucker to get his food.
We had a dollar theater here in Charleston. Unfortunately, they closed it down. Unfortunately.
I think the cheeseburger is $13 at the Regal.
We have two of them here, like mini chains. The Alamo Draft House, which you go in, you sit down, waiters and waitresses come, take your order. They have a full menu. It's kind of like, I would say, like a step above a TGI Fridays type of thing. But all their stuff is themed, and they do crazy stuff. Like you have quote-alongs, sing-alongs, audience participation nights. Like this month is
Yeah, I don't want to be in the fucking show. I just want to see a movie.
Oh no, it's absolutely hysterical. And then we have the newer little chain that opened is the high-end chain, where you go in, you sit down, all the chairs are the automated vibration chairs with the subwoofers in them and the speakers in them, and they have fold-down tables, and they have a real high-end menu. I mean, you can get steaks, you can get whatever.
We have those here too, called Cinematopias here.
I know the guy who owns the $1.50 movies here, and I've actually seen what he pays to the movie companies to show a movie. And this is this is a movie that's already out of the mainstream theaters. He makes 15 cents off of every ticket. So basically, all their income that they make are off of their sodas and their popcorn. And that's basically how he keeps that dollar movie in business, is off of the concession stands. That's it. Because 15 cents off of a ticket isn't paying the power bill.
Now we got a lot of the $3 theaters around here where the tickets are all $3, but I think they've gone to $3.50 now, but they're all second run movies and everything. And I occasionally go to those if I missed the movie in the first run. But the one over here near us at the Vancouver Mall, it's kind of getting where it's creepy.
I was gonna say there's no cheap theaters here, not even in the fucking ghetto. Like in the ghettos, they got like Magic Johnson Cinema, and it's fucking full pop, man. They're not trying to give you a discount, dude. But in New York City, there was a theater on like First Avenue that fucking had discount movies. It was like $4 or $5 to go see the movie instead of $10 at the time.
It's usually matinee price down here.
We have no matinees either. There's no such thing as a matinee. AMC, Regal, what are the other theaters? It's AMC and Regal down here, pretty
Century.
much. Oh, St. Mark. There's no matinees at all, period.
Yeah, in Charleston they have matinee prices. So, before a certain time it's like $4 or $5 for a movie. After that certain time it's more like $9.
Our matinees are $10 here, and then full price is like $13.
No matinees? I think we need to organize. Somebody needs to call the AARP. I mean, let's get a lobby on this. We need matinees.
I'm young. I thought I was young. I'm actually not young, but no.
I'm not. I'm old, so.
I don't even think there's senior citizen. I remember like going, with my grandpa, and he'd pay the senior citizen price.
Motherfucker, just shut up and join the AARP. I don't care if you're not old yet. You're gonna be old someday.
I got a golden Buckeye card, man. I got a golden Buckeye card.
Someday you're gonna be old. You're gonna wish you joined.
I'm sending a gift. NRA this Christmas, I'm buying at least 2 memberships for gifts for fuckers that don't even want to be members. I'm just gonna be like, Merry Christmas, motherfucker. You're a member now. It's like the new KKK. You didn't know?
The NRAARP?
No.
Buy a membership for Obama and have it sent to the White House. I wonder if anyone's done that. Or for Hillary, bought an NRA membership for her, sign it to her.
Why can't Rob Pincus be the president of the NRA or whatever? Like, let's get rid of Wayne LaPierre and put in some other fucker, like a new.
Wayne's the VP, right? He's not.
Yeah, he's on the board.
Well, who's the new spokes? Oh, there's someone else.
No, I think Wayne's still the spokesman, but I just think he's the VP. I didn't think he was the top guy.
We need like Such or somebody, someone new, someone like Tac Daddy, somebody new.
Let me go over to my issue of American Rifleman.
I'm embarrassed to say this, but I've watched Glenn Beck, and I remember him saying something that he was going to quit the NRA because I can't remember if it was the president or someone just on the board of directors or something is a Muslim Brotherhood supporter or something like that, and he was going to, and he
what? Glenn Beck is nuts.
It's the Sharia law. He's for Sharia law. As long as he's an NRA member, I'm cool with it. I don't care.
Wayne LaPierre is the executive vice president, if you were wondering. The president is Alan Kors.
Oh, but who's the spokesperson?
Wayne. He's the executive VP. And then Chris Cox is the leader guy of the executive director of the ILA.
I miss Charlton Heston.
Dana Loesch for spokesperson.
Let's see. Very handy little magazine here.
I'm too cheap for the mag. I'm not getting the magazine.
I'm still one of those guys. I still buy magazines. I'm fucking ancient, dude. I like the articles. I like the pictures. I like it all.
I almost broke down and bought the Consumer Reports new car guide the other day until I realized I could just sit at the Barnes & Noble and take pictures of the pages I needed with my phone.
Well, what are you doing buying a new car? What are you buying?
Haven't decided yet. It's going to be
You
a
done with the
small...
Jeep already?
No, I'm keeping the Jeep.
Oh, okay.
Money's strong.
Probably going to get a Subaru Outback.
Ah, good choice.
Is that for the wife, or is that just the regular car?
It's going to be the regular, like the family car. And it's either going to be a Subaru Outback or a Subaru Forester, probably.
You gotta get, if you get the Outback, you gotta get fully loaded, man. Limited.
Well, if I get it, it's going to be fully loaded, but I'm not going to.
That's the way to go. The Forester is a dork. That's a dorky. That's super dork.
Yeah, but it's got so much interior room.
It's a station wagon, right? That's a station wagon one?
Both.
Well, I can't say nothing. I drive a Jeep Cherokee, man. It's a 4-wheel drive station wagon. It's a box. It's a saltine box on wheels.
I like the Jeep.
And I love it.
I would get one of those, but I don't think I'll.
You're a step away from Wally World. Like you're going to Wally World.
Oh, dude, that was. I was talking to somebody the other day. I'm like, you took the family truckster from Family Vacation. I'm trying to think of what else I compared it to, and I'm like, it's just like that. They're like, you have a grocery getter. I'm like, yep.
The new Outback actually looks cool, but the Forester, they can never make it look cool. It always just looks like dorky. Like.
Well, what did you think of the old ones that they used to have that, with the triangle angle kind of going, where they had a little bit of a rake?
That car was fucking cool, right? With the
That fucking
second
car with that
window
all-wheel
within the
drive
window.
shit?
Which one are you talking about?
It was the sports car Subaru with the window, with the double window.
Oh, that's the VSX or something like that?
Yeah, I forgot the name of it. It was cool.
That new little one they got now, the VSG or something, that little new, not the WRX car they have, but the little...
The WRX STI was the little hopped up. It used to be a 4-door, and then they turned it into that little tiny triangular hopped up hatchback. And
Yeah, those get horrible ratings and they're real expensive.
yeah, and they were nothing compared to their predecessors. So now Mazda finally, or Subaru rather, finally is putting the car back to what it was.
I still want a
What was the one
Subaru
with
Brat.
The double window, though. The Brat.
Okay.
They remade those a couple years back, you know? I think they called
I have never had anybody. I've never had more than like a dozen people share something I put on Facebook. You know how it shows you how many shares you have underneath of it. The most I think I've ever had anyone share is like a 12. But that quote I put up tonight has got almost 300 shares already.
What quote is that?
The one about the why not how.
Oh.
Yeah, but you're finally catching those buzzwords.
It basically just says, why are some people more concerned with how people are killed instead of why they are killed? Until we deal with why some people decide to kill innocents, we will never make any progress towards stopping it. If we do not deal with the why, the how can always change and adapt. That's just the quote. It's actually been shared like almost 300 times.
Hashtag, we have to do something. That's my new one. Hashtag, we
The
have to do
SVX. That was the one with the 2 windows, right?
Was it SVX? That sounds
I think it's the SVX was that. The XT Turbo Coupe was the one where they basically changed it from a station wagon into the coupe. I had to do an image search just so I could.
I just think Subarus are pretty good. And now I realize what I should have done was buy an old Toyota Land Cruiser, because those things is like buying a gold brick.
If you can still find one, man, you can find one that needs work.
Yep. What are they, 4 cylinders?
No.
Old Toyota Land, big ass fucking Land Cruiser was like a 4-cylinder.
I don't think so.
The boxy one, not the rounder one. The round one was, from the 90s.
No, you're talking like the one from the 70s with the big crazy tires, and it almost looked like International Scout, sort of.
Yeah. I see. A lot of cool people. I won't say cool people. All the trendies, and here have them, and they get them all fixed up, and they, there's a guy here in town that specializes in refurbishing them and stuff. And they get good gas. I think they get decent gas mileage because they're small engine.
I got to look at the old ones.
Hold on.
Because the new ones ain't getting anywhere near what you're thinking.
I like the Subarus too, all-wheel drive with 5-cylinder box engine or whatever they are. Decent, right?
Let's see. So you like talking the ones from the 70s, probably?
Early
The J40.
early 80s, late 70s. Yeah, that's what they look like, or like early 80s.
And you're on your phone, so I can't actually share this picture. I'll put it in the external lobby. See if this is what you're talking about. Canyonero. Wasn't that a commercial from Saturday Night Live, G-Webs? Oh, wait, you can't say it.
No, Simpsons. What, is my mic
Okay.
on?
Oh, it's working. My bad. Canyonero. Yeah. And wasn't there a whip sound usually in that commercial?
Nagger. What is Nagger? I'm trying to join a gun organization.
National Association of Gun Rights. And those guys are...
They're nagging. Are they nagging? Nagging for your rights. That nag.
So, just so you know, on those ones that I posted, basically from 1960 to 1984, which is probably the one you're talking about,
Yeah.
had anywhere from a 3.9 liter to a 4.2 liter. So that's at least a 6, at the very least, if not an 8.
Okay.
I think they had straight 6s in them, didn't they? I don't even think it was a V6. I think they were just a straight
That
6.
was the Cherokee. Whatever the blah blah 6-cylinder H engine. Blah blah.
Blobby blobby blob.
There's always that, dude. You gotta love Wikipedia. It's like
Gotta get a clean. You gotta get a diesel too if you want to be a prepper.
well, you gotta get the multi-fuel diesel though. You can't fuck around.
Ultra trendy.
Well, no, that's
you
where you can
totally
burn.
use regular diesel
Just
engine
convert
to
it.
make biodiesel.
Yeah, but that doesn't work in necessarily the new diesel vehicles with all the.
No, but you're telling him to get an older one, and
Yeah.
an older one will.
Well, I don't
Newer
know.
ones, you have to
You
do
know
some
that the biodiesel can degrade your plastic and rubber parts, right?
That's why you have to replace them with synthetic.
You have to
Wait, what do you
replace
mean?
them with
Replace
pig
what with
valves.
synthetic?
Pig heart valves. You take a pig, you gotta get their heart, and then take their heart valves and change them out.
And just use that for tubing?
Yep.
Okay, that might
Yeah.
work. And you know what? You were right. In 1974, a 4-cylinder 3.0 liter diesel was offered.
Maybe that's when I talked
In
to somebody
74.
about it. He's like, it's a 4-cylinder. I was like, oh shit, that car is so
If
big.
it's, hey, I'll tell you what though, if it's a diesel and it's a 4-cylinder, that thing is going to have so much low-end fucking torque, you're going to be able to climb a tree, a side of a mountain with that motherfucker,
Yeah.
which is radical.
Did they have PTO winches?
I don't know what kind of
My
winch
mom
that is.
winch is it? I'm talking about my mom. The mom chat was before this one. It was special. This special mom chat. Before
What were you?
this
What were you saying, though?
The one of the weirdest things I had ever ridden was all the vehicles in the military have to be diesel, and Kawasaki made a diesel enduro bike for them, and it's one of those things. You don't even need a throttle. You just need to start it, because once you get it running, you can't stop it. It doesn't stall. It just keeps going. Pop, 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 pop. If it's going uphill, you're going with it or you're jumping off.
That was made for Air Force Special Operations, and it'd run on perfume, and they'd run on anything.
The Air Force Special Operations got so much perfume that they're like, well, in a pinch, we can run our motorcycles on.
We can just
Well,
take
just
a
if
little
they,
Drac-
you know.
take a little Dracar.
Is that what Nut and Fancy was in? The Air Force Special Force?
I don't know.
I think
He
was in
said
Air
it in
Force
his videos.
Special Force.
And Doctor No, the Brabus,
Brabus.
Barabbas. If there was an A in there, that would be Barabbas. But anyway, that thing looks like fun.
V8.
Except now with the triple axle like that, you're gonna have to have a CDL, right?
No.
You sure?
Not in this state. Not in.
Not axles, right?
Yeah, it's gross vehicle weight or obviously commercial operations.
See, and I was thinking that if it was 2 axles, it's in your wheelhouse, and if it's more than 2 axles, there could be issues.
There may be in certain states, but none that I've ever run into.
Right on.
Brabus is one of those cool companies too. Back when the E55 came out, the Beast Mercedes, they jumped all over it. A lot of people jumped all over it. And I started emailing them. We started talking, and they're just like, well, we're looking at this, and I'm like, oh, well, we've discovered that and this and that, and they were like, they're just, because it's Mercedes-Benz, people think they're snooty. They are psycho gearheads, like you would find in any street corner garage.
Nice.
Yeah, in the late 80s or early 90s, there was actual kits to where you could turn your pickup trucks into dual axles and customize them and stuff like that.
Shit.
Oh, I was looking at a kit.
You go.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, I was looking at a kit to put dualies in the back of the Suburban when I rebuilt it.
That wouldn't be all bad. I just always remember the one Mercedes that I really, really liked from back in the day was when they had the AMGs, and they were kind of like a muscle car Mercedes, sort of.
Yeah, the Hammers, they called them.
Yeah, because they were fast, they were loud, they sounded mean, and the tires on them were freaking huge.
The Miami Vice Benzes.
Is that what that was? It could be. It definitely could be.
That's where they became famous, but they were generally called Hammer Benzes, and at the same time were Caney Porsches. The DP935 slant-nose turbo Porsche to this day is the most difficult car I've ever attempted to drive.
To drive?
To drive,
now,
yeah.
Is that because it just wanted to, was it squirrely, or?
It was a ridiculous amount of horsepower at a time where you didn't have computer control boost, you had vacuum control boost, and the 930 platform, the way it was designed, the steering was ineffectual to begin with. You had to turn the car with the rear wheels. You could load the front end up with the brakes as much as you wanted. When you turn the wheels, the car just kept going straight anyway.
Yep.
And it's illegal now, but when they first came out, the original DP935s had a knob on the center console that you could manually adjust the boost.
No, that's crazy.
Well, what's crazy is diving into a corner, trying to be on the clutch, the brake, and the gas at the same time while you're turning the wheels.
And then reach over with your non-free hand.
Right. Finish your downshift, which wasn't flappy paddle, and then spin that knob down so that when you got back on the gas pedal with your heel and toe, you didn't launch yourself into the grandstands like a fucking Frisbee.
Yeah. Horsepower.
I hate cars that are easy to drive.
The Porsche and Risky Business. That was my favorite. That had the little round back one when I was a kid.
Before or after it was in Lake Michigan?
Yeah.
The 924?
The 935, was it?
It was the 20 series. It was the 4-cylinder girly one.
I think it was 928.
And those things make the worst sound. It's just terrible. Maybe not the one in that movie because it was new, but man, I know a couple people that have owned them out here, and it don't take long for them to. If you are not a Porsche mechanic, or you don't take it to a Porsche mechanic, or you have no relative mechanical experience to do your own maintenance, those things start sounding shitty pretty quick when they get a little older.
The 924 was the 4-cylinder with the regular style, like a Corvette style flip-up headlights, and then there was the 928 was the V8 front engine that had round headlights, I think, that popped up backwards.
Yeah, it was the 928. So
Okay.
it was the 79 Porsche 928.
Okay.
The Porsche that I always wanted the most, at first when I was real young, it was a 911 Carrera, and then when I grew up and knew what shit was, I still to this day would love to be able to get my hands on a 959. I want to do the Paris Dakar Rally in one of them motherfuckers.
Really?
That would be the shit, man.
Did you ever contemplate doing the Baja 500?
Oh, well, you know, as far as thinking about it, sure. Doing anything to further it, no.
Oh my God, dude. It was an absolute blast. And literally, me and a friend spent a year doing the research on it. We threw 2 quads together and just said, we're going with the quads. We're going to do it. We don't care what happens to us. We're going to finish it and see what it's all about and then decide if we wanted to go back. We did it, came home, and started building a truck.
Nice. See, that's the kind of talk I like hearing.
I didn't care about, I knew I wasn't going to win. I knew I wasn't going to place. I didn't care in the least. I'm like, me, the desert, my buddy, what could possibly go wrong?
Right.
Anything? Let's go.
We're going into a part of a other country that may or may not be friendly to the gringo. Or wait, no, or was it all in California? Baja California? Or am I just not looking at a map?
It's in Mexico.
It's in Mexico.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I'd love to do that. That would be fantastic. And what? And like the things that they invented for that 959. I just remember the one was red, white, and blue. Granted, I think they were supposed to be French, so it was probably blue, white, and red, but whatever. And like the all-wheel drive, just everything. Oh, he couldn't handle it. It was 2 1%er, or it's like 5 in the morning, and he might have said tap out.
Didn't the 959 have a wing that went up?
I thought it had a big spoiler on the back, but I might be wrong. I'm gonna look it up right now.
What's really great about some of those is they had the automatic spoiler that went up when you hit 75 miles an hour, which is over the speed limit in pretty much every state at the time. So if the cops saw you with the spoiler up, they knew you were speeding.
Dead giveaway.
That seems like a pretty safe safety feature, though. Common sense legislation, if you ask me. There's no reason for a car to go over speed limit. Even if there is, it's just an emergency, so you'd think you'd want to have the car more visible anyway. So if a car goes over the posted speed limit, there should be some sort of little flag, like a little Domino's flag, except it'll say, like, unsafe driver. And then that way the police can come attend to you and give you your fine for going over the speed limit.
Yeah, anytime your car goes over the speed limit, it should start setting off all the horns and lights flashing and beeping. And
Pretty sure in the future, your like OnStar will automatically like
call the cops and narc
call
on
the
you.
cops. Yeah.
I'm sorry to bother you, but it looks like you're going over the speed limit. Can we slow this down, or how can I help you to slow this down?
It already does. Late model racing, which is in Houston, they have the world's record fastest Corvette. They have the world's record fastest Cadillac CTS-V, and they do a lot of their promo videos on the Texas highway. They have the cops close it off. So they're doing a camera run with a CTS-V, and the car brakes like 200 miles an hour, and it's on tape. The phone rings, and OnStar's calling him, asking him if he's okay. Is there anything wrong?
Nice. This is OnStar.
I'm trying to drive at 200 miles an hour, and you're fucking distracting me.
Right, I need to focus here. Yeah.
Hey Z, have you ever, since you're into that enduro racing thing, have you ever seen any of those souped up Mercedes-Benz trucks where they do that off-road racing in Europe?
Oh, where it's like the tractor-trailer trucks?
Yeah.
Semi-trucks?
They do those semis and those giant six-wheel trucks and stuff.
Man, and those fuckers are lowered. They are screaming. and the fucking turbo, I don't know if it's turbos or supercharged, I don't know, but it's a distinct sound when you hear, like, so it's just like a semi, like you're thinking, but there's nothing on the back. And what they do is they get it lowered to the ground, like with ground effects and everything like that, slap some even wider tires. I'm sure they changed gearing and all kinds of crazy stuff. But those things move fast, and they hold the ground when they're going around those corners. I've definitely seen some of that. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, like people until they go to Europe, they don't realize it. I mean, we have NASCAR and that stuff here, but racing in Europe is literally if you have 2 or more people in something that looks similar, they just start racing it, and it's like a huge immediate hit.
Well, growing up, I didn't really understand what the Monaco Grand Prix was, or what's the one where they drive right through this fucking street?
Le Mans.
Yes, Le Mans.
You have the cars.
24 Hours of Le Mans is what I was thinking, I guess. Steve McQueen did a movie about it, right? I think it was called Le Mans. So, like, growing up, I didn't know about that stuff until I started seeing that. I'm like, well, they like racing too. They like supercharged, going fast. And like you said, if there's 2 or 3 of any one type of thing, they're like, well, I can go faster than you. And the other guy goes, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. Except it's like in an Italian or something.
Well, that was, like I said, the what the fuck, when the fuck did that happen generation. There is no more sanctioned street racing now except for the Isle of Man TT and the Northwest 200, which are both motorcycle races. But the last one was the Malaysian Grand Prix was on the streets. And I have not checked on, what do you call it, the other one you mentioned? No, not Le Mans. Monaco. The Monaco Grand Prix.
Well, like, I know that the Detroit Grand Prix, and you're old enough, you're going to know what I'm going to say right here, used to go through fucking downtown Detroit.
Dude.
They ended up building an island so that they could fucking take it out of downtown. I would have loved to have been down. I mean, it's been scary as fuck, but it would have been cool.
I've been to the Detroit Grand Prix when it was run in the streets, the Miami Grand Prix in the streets. You want to talk about parties? Whoa.
Yeah, Columbus had a Grand Prix too.
Now, this is normally where I would say something snarky about Ohio, but I don't have those. I don't carry that baggage anymore.
I'm trying to think of who the one famous driver was that lived in Columbus.
Like a Al Unser Jr. or something, or
something like that.
Get down.
But he was always promoting the Grand Prix. He'd go around promoting everything else. So.
Yankee, were you talking to us or somebody else?
Oh, that's a goddamn cat.
Oh, okay. Well, then that makes perfect sense then. Yeah, and how we were talking about Grandpa being a mechanic with his own shop and stuff like that, and my stepdad taught auto mechanics and stuff, and like I'm not a mechanic, but I am definitely a shade tree mechanic, and I definitely have some knowledge, but it didn't stop the wantingness to build, And I don't know that I need to go several hundred miles an hour, but I'd probably like to try it at least once or twice. But no, did you see that picture I put in the internal and external?
Which one? The 959?
Yeah.
I will have to say the majority of my mechanical skills revolve around how to fix things without actually fixing them. Because back when I couldn't afford to fix them, it was how can you sort of fix them?
I gotta wonder at how big that fuel cell, as they would say over in Europe, is when the entrance for it is so high up like that.
Bobby Rahal.
There you go. I remember that name, dude.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Oh, and that was the thing. I was into at that time growing up. I was into IndyCar. or Grand Prix. I wasn't into NASCAR at that time. NASCAR was just taking a left, whereas like Grand Prix and Indy, they at least open wheel. You could fucking die at any time, and big huge cement blockades all over the place. Oh, stay out of the chicane. Those cars were just always that was just always more interesting racing for me. Bobby Rahal, Al Unser Jr., AJ Foyt. Man, I know if I start thinking about it, I could probably rattle off several more.
Earnhardt?
That was NASCAR. But he's a damn good driver, just like Richard Petty, Rusty Wallace, both, driving heroes of mine for sure. And actually, you can go to Richard Petty's shop, dude.
I'm not a NASCAR fan, but one thing I will say for sure is Junior is not Dale.
No, I'll give you that. He ain't the Intimidator, that's for sure. The guy that got to grow up.
My family are huge NASCAR fans. I, however, am sick to death of it.
I hate NASCAR for 2 reasons. The first reason is because they've ruined every track that they've ever run at, because they pump the places up with Armco barriers, and that's pretty much like fatal for motorcycle racers. So any of the nice road tracks have become basically unrideable, to the point where riders have walked off tracks and not ridden because not enough safety standards. And the second thing is, if it's raining, we put on wets and ride motorcycles. If it's raining, the NASCAR guys go into the press tent.
Yep. You ever, like one of the ones that I think of is like Laguna Seca, but where I'm from, Elkhart Lake in Wisconsin.
Elkhart, Wisconsin.
That fucking hill, man, will kill you.
And they repaved it since, but the last time I was on that track, it was rough.
They had like our Cub Scout Jamboree or some crazy shit out there, and it was pretty fucking cool.
And I don't care what anybody says. I don't care where you put your GoPro. I don't care how many camera angles there is. Okay, before you die, you need to be in a car or on a motorcycle and do the corkscrew at Laguna Seca.
Oh, I would sign up for that. I would definitely sign up for that.
It literally looks like you're driving off a cliff, and if you don't know the turn, that's exactly what it feels like when you crash.
Yeah, that's like what you're gonna do. Well, that's what I'm thinking of, that hill in Elkhart Lake, dude. How far downhill it is. Like, people leaving the road all the time. All the time. Yeah, I guess I've never really been much of a racer, but I'm not saying that I wouldn't give it a shot.
This right here was when racing was racing.
Uh-oh.
Trans Am circuit. Yep.
I'm not gonna say I was ever much of a racer, simply because I was never much of a winner. But you couldn't stop me from the worst thing you can do to me is make me be a spectator. Okay, I will lose my freaking mind. I haven't watched a race from a grandstand seat in probably 30 years, 40 years. I'd go nuts.
Right? The person in front of you would be choked out at some point because your hands would be around them going, what the fuck are they doing?
No, they just have a footprint on their shoulder or something as I'm trying to like step on people and get down to the track.
Now, I'll tell you what, Pink. That ain't exactly the Smokey and the Bandit one, but that's a pretty nice car.
Yeah.
The old 42.
That's what I mean. That's the only reason why they made the AAR Cudas and the TA Challengers.
Where's the link?
Oh, it's on the screen. Yeah, he's actually scrolling. If you push on his face.
Oh, I have my bandwidth turned down. That's why.
Yeah, that's what I did too. And then he started. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Nice.
Yeah, that's some good looking shit. Now, since most of the people on this panel don't have, maybe with an exception of one, have firearms that are safe queens? Does anybody have cars that are relative safe queens? Or do you just have ones that you don't drive unless you're taking them to the show or whatever?
Yep, got 2.
Yeah, I know. I've seen both of them, you bastard. They're gorgeous. They're gorgeous.
You used to have 3.
Technically, I have a show car, but it's not actually mine anymore. It's my brother's because I got sick of showing it. I left it in New York. But I have a 70 SS 454 Chevelle.
Now, would you shoot him if he drove it from New York to Texas?
Would I what?
Would you shoot him?
No, actually, that was one of the big arguments that we always had was that I drove the crap out of the car, and it had 43,000 original miles on it, and his head used to explode.
Like he couldn't see how he was going to get anything back out of it or something. Well, you're supposed to be getting out of it of the enjoyment of driving the motherfucker, right?
To me, yeah. To him, the enjoyment was the preservation of a piece of history. It was a fairly rare car. It was black with a white interior and no Band-Aid stripes. The Band-Aid stripes were deleted. The guy that originally owned the car was a doctor or a dentist or something, and he was an older guy. So he didn't want a race car-looking car.
He didn't need to go fast, but he wanted the ability to if he needed it.
Yeah, and my brother has an appreciation for collecting and amassing crap, and you know is into all of that showing thing, and it was an awesome display. But I don't have that sort of self-control.
Turn the key and push the accelerator. Oh man, that picture right there. They just I don't know if it was on YouTube or on TV, man, but I swear it was that Richard Petty thing. And with Superbird, and it went like from all the time where it started with his daddy to the time when it went to him and his brother too, yeah. Richard's brother raced back in the day, but all these old cars, like Pink's kind of got showing on right now, older cars, I should say. But then that's a Corvette pace car though, isn't it?
Where at? The green one?
No, the Texaco, right at the front. Or
Oh,
is
no,
that
that's
not?
Superbird.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about with the 43 Richard Petty with that fucking crazy wing in the back.
Yep.
Just to keep your ass from... Oh, probably to keep traction on that ass, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, you could sit on it. I mean, they used to do promo posters with people sitting on the wing. I know where one's sitting at right now, just rusting in a barn. The people won't sell it.
No, did they ever give a reason for that? Like it was grandpa's or some crazy shit?
Oh no, the guy that owns it is probably in his 80s.
Well, then what's up with old grandpa?
He keeps saying that he'll eventually get it restored.
I tell you what, this is what you do, Pink. Every holiday and birthday, you show up with presents and cake and treats or whatever.
Yeah, actually, the title for the car is signed by Richard Petty too.
Oh, come on now.
Yeah, he's got the title signed by Richard Petty.
Dude, I know what it was. It was Gears. Does anybody watch that show? Maybe, maybe not. Stacy, whatever the dude's name is, Stacy something. He used to be on Trucks and Gears and all that. Well, anyway, I was watching the Gears YouTube channel, and it was they barn found, not the Superbird, but like one of his interim cars where he like went to Ford or something for like a season or two, and then went back to like Plymouth. Does that sound right? Anyway, so it was this whole crazy find, get the guy to sell it to him. They didn't tell Richard that they found it. They actually refurbished the whole fucking thing and then like invited Richard onto the show and everything, and it was pretty awesome. And then that was when I found that, sure, you can go to Richard Petty's garage. You can go in and you can look at all his cars. What else you can do is you can also have Richard Petty's crew do anything you want to your car. I mean, within reason, and if you got the money. Like he has a full service like high-end garage.
Well, here's one for you. If you go out to Vegas to Shelby's place, there are original 427 Cobras on 1967 and 1968 MSOs that were never sold and never titled that you can actually purchase as a brand new car.
Wow. Now let's just throw a ballpark figure. Let's be real here. Throw a ballpark.
70 to 80, isn't it?
You can't get a ballpark figure out of them unless you're like there with money and ready to buy.
Right.
But a period correct 67 427 Cobra, I think it was 2 years ago, went through Jackson Barrett for $1.2 million. I don't know. I don't recall if there was anything particularly special about the car that made it that way, but it was I remember it because it was the most money a Cobra ever went for. Okay, so here's a question for the panel. I've been tossing a coin on this for a couple of years now. When I finally get the garage cleaned out, the next thing I put a wrench to is going to either be a period correct 427 Cobra, or since Ford just came out with their new GT and it's only a 6-cylinder turbo, I was thinking about doing a period correct 427 GT.
Is it going to have the doors?
Well, yeah, they both have doors.
No. Isn't what am I thinking of the wrong one? Am I thinking of like something else? It's the Ford Racing. It's the. What one am I thinking of?
Well, I'll give you. Hold on, I'll give you choices.
Because the one I'm thinking had the windows that opened kind of up. Let's see.
You may be thinking of the Daytona Coupe.
Let's see if my Google Foo is working. It's like Jay Leno has one or whatever.
Here's the Cobra.
Let's see.
Doesn't the Cobra still hold the record from 0 to 100 back to 0?
Yeah. At least as far as I know, I never really heard anybody breaking it.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet, dude. But that is not what I'm thinking of. I swear I'm thinking of a GT.
There's the Cobra, there's the, oh, wrong link, hold on. Come on, crappy screen.
Yeah, okay, it's not Gull, it is the GT is what I'm thinking of.
Okay.
With those.
Because there's another one that had even more fucked up doors. They called them the Gurney bubble. When they built the Daytona and Gurney was their driver, I think they said he was like 6'3" or 6'4", and he literally didn't fit in the car. So they put bubbles in the doors.
Nice. So he could actually look over the roof line, so to speak, right?
or look under it. You probably still had a duck.
Yeah.
You said a GT40?
No, not a GT40, an original GT.
Oh, okay.
The one I just posted was the one I was thinking you were talking about. And oh, it is not. Okay. That's Eleanor or whatever, isn't it? From Gone in 60 Seconds?
Yeah, Eleanor was actually Eleanor was nothing.
All right. Okay.
It was like marginally a copy of a GT500.
Okay.
No, this is the Daytona. They have the pictures mixed in there.
Yeah, I like that. And what, they just call it the GT? They don't call it the GT40, or they do call it the GT40?
No, in 1967, that series, it was the Ford GT.
Okay.
Not to be confused with like a Mustang GT or GT as a badging. That was the actual name of the car, was the GT.
Right.
Then Then they made the Daytona, which was a GT with more of a jelly bean shape. And then obviously they had the 427 Cobra, which is the 2-seat AC convertible that everybody knows.
Right, with the little roll bar behind the driver's head.
Yeah.
Because let's be real, that's all that matters.
Well, the other thing too is not just that I like the old cars and I've always loved the Cobra, but one of my friends who's an engineer, he has a side business that all he does is make parts for 427 side oiler Fords, which are extremely like rare motors and impossible to get parts for, and for 427 Cammers, which are like the two rarest Ford motors of the period, and they're both ludicrous. But at the time, like everything else, all the systems to control the Cammer was a 427 cubic inch 4-cam V8 motor. And in 1967, the rest of the mechanical systems just couldn't control it like everything is nowadays,
right?
Computerized and stuff. So Alex is making like 427 side oiler parts, but with all modern engineering and modern metallurgy in them. So with just like a 427 normally aspirated, no blower, nothing fancy, and fuel injection, he's busting close to 700 horsepower.
Yeah. Were those GTs rear engine or mid engine? Or am I just totally off on that?
They were technically mid-engine with a transaxle, which meant that the engine was mounted in front of the rear wheels.
Okay, but you were almost right. Well, you're right next to it, or you're riding on top of it. I'm trying to.
No, you're in front of the motor. It's you, the motor, and the rear wheels.
Okay, so there's no loss or less loss of efficiency.
It's better balance. Like where a Porsche, the motor is on top of and slightly behind the rear wheels, makes the car extremely light in the nose.
Yep. No, I will definitely. Pink's got up there the old Ford Fairlane GT, and I tell you what, that's a pretty clean-looking machine right there. Now, granted, that's probably the way it's supposed to look. I don't know about the color choice, but I would definitely ride it. I would definitely fucking roll with that shit. Not a problem.
How about that one? Sounds like
I like that
candy apple.
I like that color too.
Now, is my computer off, or is that like a purple nurple? Or not quite purple, that's like a raspberry.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's a candy apple. I'm guessing. What, G?
Maroon?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe, Rabbit.
Boysenberry?
You know we have those out here. We don't have raspberries. We don't have blackberries, but we do have boysenberries.
Here was my dream car.
That's pretty sweet.
Hemi Cuda.
Yeah,
I always liked the
71.
vents. The louvered vents.
Yeah.
And it's got the spoiler because you're just. I don't know how hard it is to keep that ass end down, but I guess you got to have it.
See, and my thing is, like, when they got into the 70s and started with the louvering and the decals, no matter which manufacturer it was kind of the transition between go and show. Like, I'm more like that Fairlane that you showed before, because you could put 1,000 horsepower under that hood, tub the rear wheels, nobody'd see you coming from a mile away if you kept it relatively quiet.
It'd be a sleeper, for sure. Yeah. Definitely a sleeper. Whereas, like you're saying, that one right there, they're going to see you, they're going to hear you.
One of the cars that I'm embarrassed to admit that I owned was a 1974 Ford Mustang Ghia. And I don't exactly...
Like
I don't actually know what Ghia means, but it doesn't mean exceptionally fast muscle car from a bygone era.
Hey, wait a minute. The Karmann Ghia, if it's a Karmann Ghia, right? It's the same guy that invented the Volkswagen, which means it was invented by what's-his-face Porsche, right?
Yeah.
I think I was just a badge.
Yeah,
Okay, maybe.
I don't think.
I had a '76 Mustang 4-cylinder with the moonroof.
Is that the Mustang 2?
Yes.
Those sucked.
Oh, I know.
Here
But the
was-
moonroof was awesome. It was a hand crank moonroof. I mean, it wasn't glass. It was the actual
The metal,
roof.
yeah.
Wait, I'll make you feel better about your roof. Mine had the half vinyl top with the opera windows that they copied from the Continental.
Nice. Man, that still don't beat. I don't even want to say it. Damn.
Well, here is the thing about that car. I was like 14, maybe 13. It took me 2 years to rebuild the thing, and when I rebuilt it and finally painted it and sold it, it paid completely for my '79 silver anniversary Trans Am.
Nice.
Because being Italian, it was a requirement. If I didn't get a Trans Am before I died, I was shipped back to Italy.
Right, and you let your ancestors down, kind of a thing, then.
Yeah. Well, that was the IROC Z Italian retard out cruising.
Just the fact that you brought up the IROC Z.
I almost bought one of these.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Because I was looking at, it was just a 440 car. It didn't have a six-pack in it, but I was looking at this one and that pink AAR I bought. I went with the six-pack.
You know what I kind of wanted to do out of spite? Was build a General Lee. And so when all that stuff started with the Confederate flags, I started poking around for cars. Those things are ridiculously expensive.
A Challenger, right?
No, Charger.
A Charger.
My bad, yeah,
Yeah.
Charger.
Yeah, it's a shame that they couldn't even sell these cars from the dealerships. They were just sitting in dealerships 2-3 years after they came out.
Nobody could buy them, or what was the deal?
Nobody wanted them. They actually, like the last remaining Superbirds, they actually removed the front nose and put the like a regular Roadrunner grill and front end on it to
No, fuck
sell
all
them.
that. No, I always did want the bulletproof headlights guards on the GTO. I always liked that. That just the way they came down. I think the Cadillac did that too. Does that sound right? Where they open like your eye up and instead of flip up like that, they open at the top, open at the bottom.
I know Cougars had covers on them.
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember it on Cougars and a Mercury. I don't remember it on a Chrysler.
Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna find it.
I think there is one. It did have a bottom and top opening. I remember what you're.
And Z, the thing about those Superbirds was if you ever drove one, even at the time that the cars were huge, when you sat behind that wheel, it was like in your imagination it was 35 feet in front of you to the end of that nose and you couldn't see it.
Yeah, I drove a Mercury Cougar from the 70s like that, and the land yacht, the boat, Das Boat, and yeah, that was definitely one of the things, man. You kind of had to start your turn early, and I don't know how. I tried not to hit anything because it was my folks' car at the time, but I know many of things were either skirted or brushed with that front end on that Cougar. It's just too long. Yeah, let's see. Now, of course, none of the ones that I'm looking at have the frickin' lenses closed. They have them all open, fuckers. Every single picture, of course, they're open. Whereas, like the Judge or whatever, that's different because the ones I'm thinking about is like the four headlights, the stacks on top of each other. You kind of had like two headlights on each side stacked on top of each other. So basically, when they were closed, they closed over the front of both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's shit.
Yeah, there's the Chargers, 68, 69 Chargers, the Tornadoes. I remember the Tornadoes. I'm trying to think what is it, Tempest?
The Tempest. Actually,
wait, right there. That's it. That's the headlights.
Yeah. Yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Riviera?
That could be. That's not what I was thinking of. No, I was thinking of a GTO like that. But the one that you have your mouse on, that's the style where it's going to break in the middle and it's going to open like your eyelids, so to speak.
Yep.
I just always thought that was a good way to not get your headlight bashed out. You know.
Could have had one of these.
I'm sorry, but that's ugly.
Oh, I know. But it only had like 15,000 miles on it. It was an old person that.
Oh, well, you could have rode that to the second coming just about then.
I know. And it had it did. It had a big engine in it.
Okay, here's the thing about those big engines. Mechanical, not overly computerized. And let me tell you, want to talk about workspace? Not a problem. Other than you had to have a big enough space to work on it. But under the hood was it was relatively a non-issue. Except the hood on that Cougar, though, was heavy. And I mean real heavy.
I know back when I first got that, what's that? Oh, 1 hour limit. Okay. When I first got that Roadrunner, there was a guy down the road that had a Cougar Eliminator. That was a nice car.
You guys are talking about sleepers. Stepdad, I think when his mom passed, it's gonna sound weird, but anyway, got the car, and she had like a 1970s, air quotes, gutless Cutlass. It was the 4-door sedan with the 350 rocket in it. And it had the kind of nose cone on it a little bit. Or actually not the nose cone, like it kind of comes to an M or whatever. So it comes to a forward point. And it was like all steel. That thing was so heavy. But so it looked like shit. It's a 4-door family sedan. But it had a 350 rocket in it, and that fucking thing. If you made the mistake of putting the pedal down, you just better hold on to fucking something with 2 hands. I think he ended up hitting a rock with it at some point, like snowbank, slid off the road, hit a rock, and all it did was dent part of the bumper and part of the grill, and you know what I'm saying? Like it didn't really damage it other than it like broke its nose. And it looked even meaner. It was ugly though. She was ugly. It was like doo-doo brown almost. And then it had a nice little coatings of rust here and there. Now that's kind of cool. What's the story on that?
55 Cadillac. That's the gas fill. I'm thinking the 56 Chevys had something like that too. I'm not sure, but
man, how round is that car? It's like but here's the thing. Somebody bent that. That wasn't roto molded. That was not formed. That was fabricated.
Yep.
That's it might not be a real lead sled, but it's pretty freaking close. I kind of like to see the front end of that thing.
I know.
Because it looks pretty low to the ground already. And how about those, is that a side view mirror that's out in front?
Right there?
No, like, look, bring your mouse back a little bit. What
Right
the
there?
fuck is that? Yeah.
I don't know. That's right in front of the trunk. So,
That's a turn signal, isn't it? No?
No.
What the hell would that be? It's probably not the horn.
Talking about that thing sticking out of the thing.
Like right where his mouse is, his hand is. It's
Yeah.
kind of what would normally be.
It, but that's out the back, right?
Yeah, that's on the back.
So like the aerodynamics is like almost facing the wrong way. So that's interesting.
One
I
on
wonder what
both
that is.
sides? Well, it's collecting air then. Is there one on both sides?
Yeah.
It kind of looks like it.
Yeah, there's one right there.
That might be that, I guess.
Is it a? That wouldn't be a horn.
No.
Is it convertible? Is it something for the roof?
No, it's hardtop. Yeah, well, hell, let's just do this.
Let's just take a little closer.
No way to figure out what that little thing could be.
There's always a way. What kind of car was Christine?
Shoot. It was a Chrysler or Plymouth.
Find that out. Nobody wrote that down.
Wasn't it a Plymouth 500 or a 600? What was that? They reuse all these model names and it screws me up.
Oh yeah, exactly. They're like, no, that's not. Well, that's what it says. Well, it's not the original.
Yep, air scoops.
So you see a bunch of airs are going on. Right where you're about to ash.
Yeah.
Hey, I had a Rolls Royce in the shop that the heaters in the car were actually run by the same gasoline that the car ran.
Wow.
It had gas heaters in it. Hey, and wasn't before I stepped away from the keyboard? Wasn't there? I know there was a Cougar. Wasn't there also a Toronado or an Oldsmobile that had those bulletproof headlight covers?
Yeah, Fury. 58 Fury.
Okay, here you go. Christine, although the car in the film is identified as a 1958 Plymouth Fury, and in the 1983 radio ads promoting the film, the voice artist announced she's a 57 Fury. Two other Plymouth models, the Belvedere and the Savoy.
Savoy.
I'm just being a dick. Were also used to portray the automobile. And Fury makes sense. I should have guessed that right off the top of my fucking head.
Yeah.
And I didn't really remember that Arnie's last name was Cunningham, like Richie.
Right, come on, clear up. There you go.
Nice.
Nowadays, when you open the hood on a car, if you're lucky, you see a big giant piece of plastic with a little cap, and it's got the picture of the windshield washer fluid pump on it.
I look under my hood and I feel shame compared to looking at all this stuff.
Do you know that there's not even a dipstick in any of these new cars?
I know.
What?
Yeah.
How are you supposed to check the level? Oh, the computer checks it for me and tells me when it's time to put the oil in. Is that how that goes?
When Cynthia's old X6 finally shit the...
He'll open up the hood on an electric car and he's like, what the fuck, there's no dipstick in here.
Oh, well, electric car, yeah.
When Cynthia's car finally shit the bed, her old M6, and she got stuck, in order to tow the car, you have to disassemble part of the center console, and there's a switch in it that you need to put the ignition key in. So you need to have the key, you need to go into the spare tire compartment, you need to get this tool that's in the spare tire compartment to put in the center console to be able to remove the dash. Then you have to be able to get the dash panel off even after you unlock it. Then there's a key switch in there that you have to put the ignition key in, turn the ignition key, and then there's a lever that you need to pull, and that's what unlocks the all-wheel drive. If you don't do it when you try to tow the car, you're just dragging it.
Yeah. Wow. Wheels ain't turning. No shit. Now, is that like an anti-theft, anti-tow thing?
Well, obviously, part of it's got to be mechanical because you have to unlock the all-wheel drive. But like with all the key features that you need to actually get to that switch, I mean, they could have just put that switch anywhere.
And yeah, but they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, where the shifter is, you literally have to disassemble the car. You have to take the interior trim panels off, which are made out of fucking wood.
Yeah, wow. And now, what did she decide she needed to do? Something a little less complicated for her next vehicle?
She loved the car. She fell madly in love with the car, and when it was out of warranty, I kept telling her, just go get another one. I love my car. They make the identical car. You can get the same color. Here's your window sticker. I'll call in and order it now. I love my car. I love my car. Within 6 months of it being out of warranty, there was like $8,000 worth of repair bills on it.
Damn.
And quite literally, it only ever had one problem when it was under warranty. The thing never skipped a beat.
Oh, I just knew how to read a calendar. Okay, there you go. Rolls Royce or Bentley?
Bentley.
Any model. Yeah, that would have been my answer. I mean, a Rolls. Now, unless we're talking Rolls Royce Merlin engine or something like that I would try and put in there, but no, a Bentley. Those are pretty nice.
I'm trying to find the
ooh, that's
other
sweet.
cars.
That one on the left right there. With the,
there.
Yeah, that shit pretty sweet there, buddy.
Yeah, because the guy that has the Superbird in his house's garage, his wife is the one that races. She's also the one with the lead foot.
Nice.
And her car is a 71 Hemi Roadrunner. And in the house garage, he's also got like a car like one of these that is like $1.5 million or something like that. I mean,
what's the one with the Z? Starts with the Z.
Z28.
No, I'm talking way back, like the one he was pointing at. It was the automotive manufacturer. It just happened to. I thought it was a Z. What is that?
Because I know it had leather straps with the headlights and everything else. I remember. I mean, it was kind of something like this. Of course, that's a Rolls Royce.
And the one I'm thinking of also had like the headers coming through the front almost. Man, come on.
Yeah, we used to get on his wife.
You don't mean the Excalibur, do you?
Do what?
Z, are you thinking of an Excalibur?
Maybe something like that, but
that's
man, I thought it was like the last guy's name had a Z in it or something like that, and it. Oh. What is it? Boca Raton. Oh, I guess I was confusing a Duesenberg with something else. Like the Phaeton from 1930. It's here, I got a picture right here. Like the car that was in obviously not the car that was in
Yep. I
League
think
of
that's
Extraordinary Gentlemen. But that shit right there is tight.
I think this is what he's got in his garage.
Yeah, that car's worth whatever you just said he has. If he has a Duesenberg in his fucking garage, and it looks anything remotely close to that, would you say over $1 million?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember the leather straps. It was mirrors. That's what it was.
Just those headers and the sound that it makes, dude. I think I was somewhere and somebody started one up. I don't even know how somebody had one or whatever. I was pretty young.
It's a doozy.
Is that where that comes from?
Yes,
No shit.
absolutely.
That totally makes sense. Yeah, that's way better than a Packard.
That was back in the day of coach building.
There you go.
You could get a frame from whatever factory you wanted. You could send it to any coach builder you wanted, because that's actually one of the problems with Duesenbergs is they're all so one-off. It's real hard to tell which ones are authentic.
That hasn't been almost fully replaced or what have you.
Yeah, like when you're into like muscle cars and people are into the matching numbers cars and stuff like that. When you try to
they'll
do
never
that,
they'll disagree about just about everything.
right? Well, when you're in the coach building thing, that's the whole deal. Is trying to figure out when that car was built, what was it, and where does it sit now.
Now, see, when I look at this, I'm not saying that I never could afford it. I'm just saying these are usually so out of my realm of possibility that I can easily and relaxed just enjoy it for its aesthetic beauty. You know what I mean? Like the Duesenberg and the... And man, it might have been an Excalibur was the one I was originally thinking of, G-Webs. Because I was thinking it looked more like the car from League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. It's just 4 wheels instead of 6.
See, like that's the thing about building a car. Like I want to build the Cobra. Is it's not like it's exactly cheap, but you have control over how much money you want to invest in it. You have control over what you want it to be, and more importantly, I have a big pile of metal in my garage to stub my toe on and trip over. Like it's my therapy thing, and it's literally like a build I've been putting off most of my life.
You get to swear at it. It's not going to talk back.
I don't know about that. It might talk back. One never knows.
Yeah. Entirely possible. Oh, there's the Richard Petty one. But I think that was the barn find. That wasn't the Superbird on your screen, Pink.
That one?
Yeah. Yeah, it was great, dude. They went through like almost every car that he ever drove on that little Gears program. It was fucking great. And they gave a story about how when, like, it was either before or right after the Superbird part, and it was like when he was changing manufacturers, right? Like, that's a Ford he's got right there.
Yeah.
But, like, either the year after or the year before, it was like a Plymouth, and they didn't want to do something, and so he just said, well, these guys over here will do it for me. So he went over.
Think how, I mean, they were, Plymouth was still racing with the old, heavy, like lead sled cars. And, that they had to come up with the Superbird just to draw him back.
Yeah, and that was what he said. Like, he's literally talking to, like, the president of Plymouth or whatever, right? And this is after he's won races with Ford after leaving him, and he is the king. I mean, he's the only other American figure that I think of when they say the word king is, other than Elvis, is that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that thing was just a block of lead going down the track.
Fucking heavy. And it was, yeah. And he made him give him the spoiler on that Superbird. Made him. Oh, you want me back? Oh, you want me back?
But see, they had to put that spoiler on there because at 200 miles an hour, that rear end would come off the ground.
Yeah, you have to realize that cars basically are airplane wings. When they changed in '94, when they did that super modern Camaro at 120 miles an hour. That thing like was a hovercraft. It was terrifying.
See, that's like the 59 Chevys, like, the one we've got. Those, flat wings, when the highway patrol would get up to speed chasing somebody, that thing would just start floating. That's why they got away from them. Got away from those cars.
And the other thing too, back in the day, I can't think of the name of them. There was a famous Dodge dealership in, I believe it was Detroit, so someplace in Michigan, where a bunch of the guys were into drag racing, and they were like, fairly serious dudes, and they had the contacts in the factory and stuff like that, and Chrysler at the time, like, completely supported these guys in letting them do stuff, and they became a bunch of famous, grassroots racers and stuff. But then Dodge was actually incorporating those changes into their cars, and that's one of the reasons why they became such monsters on the drag strip, was because they literally were tapping into all of these shade tree mechanics. And I mean, they did crazy stuff. Like, they moved the rear axles forward like 2 feet on some of these cars to make them short wheelbase. They tried everything, and it was all being done out of a dealership in Detroit and with permission and assistance and facilities from the factory.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name. I know what you're talking about.
And that the video that I just posted in the side chat and the external, that's the episode from Gears with Richard Petty where he's talking about that. And it's that actual car. It's the barn find, was that one that you had just pushed up there, the Ford. That was sitting in someone's freaking barn.
And then Chevy had the Copo program, which was genius. Central office production order. There were order sheets that were secret that you didn't have access to unless you were somebody. And when you saw these sheets and saw what you could order from Chevy, it was like absurd.
Like, come on now. What do you mean?
Tac.
You could order a Camaro with no interior, no rear seats, plexiglass windows, a fiberglass hood, and a 454 in it.
So you could order your race car?
Yes.
Yep.
Wow, that would be fucking sweet.
I mean, the reason why it was called a Copo was because the central office production order, that was like the sheet for the assembly line. So it's not even like you went to the dealer and took an order. You were actually filling out the sheet of what was going to be bolted together on that line.
Fuck yeah.
Now,
that's a nice list to be on.
I don't know if you guys, Dr. No might remember my windshield washer. You know how, like, you have a little button to push for the electric washer?
Mm-hmm.
Mine was a foot pump.
Oh, yeah!
In my AAR CUDA, it came with a manual foot pump for the washer fluid.
I bet you had to turn on your high beams with a little button on the floor too.
Yeah, it was right beside it.
That's funny because did you post that? No, or was that already posted? Because I think I liked and shared that a week or so ago.
I wasn't the original one. I reposted it, and it was one of those things where even people that I thought were going to get it didn't.
I just started laughing, and I think I liked and shared. I know I at least liked it because I definitely started cracking up. I'm like, well, what do you mean? It's like somebody wouldn't know what that is. And then I thought about it. I'm like, oh, yeah. It's on the tree now. So it doesn't, like, and it has been for quite some time.
And there's some debate as to whether it was staged or not, but supposedly somebody that was a service manager posted a picture of a car, and the customer complaint was that his iPod dock wasn't working, and there was an iPod stuffed in a cassette deck.
Now that's some classic funny shit right there. I like that air intake. Where was that? With the double. It was like white. The hood was open. It was literally just sitting on top of the air filter, I think. It had two openings. Yeah,
That one's
shit's
shaker
nice.
hood. Yeah, the shaker hood.
I don't know if it was worth a shit, but that looks fucking cool.
Oh, I mean, that's all it was for. Was to look cool. You'd sit there at a street light, gas your engine up, you'd see that shaking through the hood.
And plus, that was when a hood scoop or an air vent was an actual vent. It wasn't a piece of plastic with no holes in it that you literally just affixed to your hood like they do now.
Right.
I
there.
can't understand. Yeah, yeah.
Now, see, mine, the one on the AAR, let me show you a picture. Well, that one's not a good one. It's not big enough, but still. You see how it's just all open?
Yep.
And see, the whole hood was fiberglass. So, let's scroll back up here. Yep. Well, that'd be a good enough picture. And this right here, it was, this is the 346 pack engine. All this rubber mounted up against the engine.
The hood, right?
Yeah.
'Cause that's like the weather stripping or whatever, right? Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And air just came straight in, right to the air breather. And this hose right here, there's one here, and then there's also one on the back side about right here. That's to let water drain out. If it was raining and rain would come in, the water would drain out right there.
The puddle, or get in the engine, which would be even worse.
Yeah.
And okay, so now I don't know if that's a race car or whatever, but look at that hood. There's elbow room. You could, I mean, I wouldn't. I'm too big, but you could crawl in there almost.
Yeah, I have before.
Dude, when I was a kid, like, I don't know, maybe 12, 13 years old, my father blew the motor in his wrecker, and we needed to change it out. So they figured out that the easiest thing to do was to put me in the engine compartment. And, like, literally, my father and my uncle, like, hoisted the motor up with me in the engine compartment, and that's how we put the motor in the car, and, like, literally me crawling around in there.
No shit.
Yeah, I've still got 3 of these carburetors sitting in the garage. I had a full set of extra spares for my AAR.
And how many sets of Mercury sticks did you smash trying to balance them?
Nice giggles right there.
Because he knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Now, when I got mine, it was, real cold natured, and I found out what it was. It didn't have any vacuum advance, and it was the center carb. The like how it has little ports for in the valve body or whatever here for the vacuum advance. It wasn't completely drilled through from the factory.
Wow.
Once I punched it all the way through, the vacuum advance started, working on the engine, and never had any problems with cold starts anymore.
That'll drive you crazy.
Yeah.
Because
the only reason I found that out is because I put a rebuild kit in it. I was like, well, that doesn't look right.
For some reason, I always remember it was the center carb that used to hang up and start all the fires, too.
Yeah. Well, the outboard carbs worked on vacuum only.
But yeah, Z, you know how to balance carburetors using Mercury sticks?
Not at all.
Okay, when you have more than one carburetor on a car, or a motorcycle, whatever, they have to work in sync, and you do that by vacuum. So to the vacuum hoses, you plug in this thing, which basically looks like a yardstick, or like 4 thermometers together. Okay, with 4 hoses on them and 1 hose per carburetor, and that shows you your vacuum draw in inches. Okay, so you adjust the carburetors until they're all drawing the same amount of vacuum. And because that particular setup had combinations of mechanical advances and vacuum advances and 3 carburetors, you were like Gandalf if you could balance the carbs in less than a day.
Wow. And I mean, fucking wow.
My little track bike, the 944 Pro Thunder bike, has 2 Delorto Ferrari carburetors on it, on intake manifolds that we made, and I still have to use sticks to balance those.
Man. One thing, I know back in the day, one thing I always wanted to do, remember the, was it the 225 slant 6? Is that the big one? I'm trying to remember.
I remember the motor, I don't remember the displacement.
But the large slant 6, I always wanted to put Weber side drafts. 3 Weber side drafts on it.
Yeah. I've never seen one in person. I've seen pictures of a couple of them that were done like that. That was a genius of a design.
Yeah. But yeah, one thing that, where I showed you those drain hoses were, they stopped right above the exhaust manifolds. So your exhaust manifolds would always rust. Because that water was always draining out on top of your manifolds. Needless to say, I've still got manifold paint in the garage.
You can extend the hoses a little bit. We won't tell on you.
It had to be factory original.
I was going to say that's not factory original. That hose is 0.2 millimeters too long.
And actually, I've been to car
it's not
shows.
OEM either, right?
Yeah.
That whole thing.
I mean, I've been to car shows where people have come up, I mean, actually looking for my tags, because the AAR Cudas had 2 tags, fender tags, and you know, they'd be like, "This is it. This is the real thing. Yeah, this is not a clone."
That was like one of the reasons why I like just never got into the whole show circuit thing. Was the couple of times that I did go, it's people, you know, oh, this isn't this and this isn't that, and shut up. Okay, it's 70 SS 454 with 43,000 original miles on it. Like I care. Well, you know, that's an aftermarket belt. Yeah, I'm sorry. The guy that originally bought the car didn't buy the lifetime warranty, never need to replace rubber belts.
Yeah, exactly. Dumb fucks.
I'll be right back.
But if you get me at like any of the hangouts, because we actually have a lot of them down here, especially since Jesse James moved here. But the whole pinup hot rod thing down here in Austin's huge again. So there's all kinds of places on Friday and Saturday nights where you can go like hang out and see really nice cars.
Not worry about getting shot.
No.
We were talking about a wrecker earlier, so I'm all sidetracked trying to find a picture of what I think I remember my grandpa's wrecker would look like. I'm not winning. My Google flu is waning.
I was going to say it's like 20 after 5 here for me. I don't know what time it is for you, but
oh, it's bedtime. It's bedtime.
And since the first chat got derailed, this chat's running. He started a lot later.
What was the first chat? What did I miss?
Okay. Since we're still live, I'll try to.
Or do we not talk about it? Fight Club, we don't talk about it.
since we're still live. Well, here's the thing. Do you want my watered down, politically correct respect to gun channels in G Web's version, or do you just want to wait?
Well, I've only got 20 more minutes left in the broadcast, so
Man, I don't know if I got 20 minutes left in
I,
my.
I can shut this down
But
now.
but if it's disparaging in any way, I should just wait.
Here's the thing too. Pink didn't start it. Blackpink, which is me, didn't start it, and we're like, who started this? Moon started it.
Oh, you know what? I saw some of that came up in the feed, I thought.
I was like, oh my god. You're like, can't blame. My first comment was, I don't know if I want to get blamed for this or get credit for it, but right now it's split 50-50, and I'm glad because that 50-50 suddenly turned into like 99.99.
Okay, now I'm thoroughly intrigued.
Yeah,
Okay, let me put it.
Don't worry. Fuck it.
Let me preface it with this because I'll give you the anticipation thing. The comment that G typed into the chat room was, worst chat ever, not why I started gun channels.
Wow, that's heavy duty, dude. That's fucking heavy duty. I can only imagine what the fucking topic of conversation may have been. Oh, obviously that's the funny part then. Oh, shit.
I'm like way used to people being way more diplomatic than me and way more politically correct than me and way more patient than me. So to see that brought a tear to my eye.
You're like, attaboy. Well, you know what you could do? If either one of you was near your keyboard, you could actually type it in the side, or give me a clue and let me formulate the answers on my own or something. Right now, my head is swimming. There's just so many possibilities. Did all of the automakers make a big tow truck back in the day? Like whether it's Dodge, Ford, Chevy, they all made it?
I mean, they all have it, yeah.
And I'm not talking a tow truck. I'm talking a record, right? I mean, I know both of you guys know what the fuck I'm talking about when I say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you like the coach building thing. You could have got a wrecking body put on just about any truck you wanted to. But now there's just kind of like a handful of companies that really do it.
Well, and I did just watch like a 4-axle wrecker, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Do you know what I've been trying to find out what it is, and for some reason I can't? It's like nobody knows about this. There was one of those movies with Selma Hayek and Antonio Banderas when they're in Mexico, and he calls his brothers, and one of his brothers has like the rocket launchers.
Right, that's Desperado.
Okay, do you remember that little like tractor trailer-ish looking truck that he pulls up in?
No, I don't. And it's either Desperado or it's Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
Yeah, I don't remember which one it was, but I remember the truck, and I remember obviously Selma Hayek.
Well, that's mostly what I remember about it too. She's smoking.
But yeah, it looks like a tractor, like a vintage Freightliner crashed into a brick wall, Warner Brothers style.
I think I got it. Nope, that's Die Hard.
Oh. Okay, it was Friday night. I gotcha. Nice.
Was it an actual semi?
It looked like one. Honestly, I couldn't tell you if it was made from a semi, if it was a one-off. It's just so bizarre looking.
What in white was it?
It might have been. No, it's not that big giant thing.
Okay.
It's. Oh man, I gotta find the. The two things on the internet I can't find: Robin Williams singing Elmer Fudd, The Rabbit Sleeps Tonight, and anything about this stupid truck.
That one?
Hold on, let me see. Yes!
Come on now.
1948 Chevy 6400.
So would there be another axle on that normally? Like they stumped a
Possibly no. I mean, some of these only had. I mean, they only had like one axle, and it was. Oh, I'm trying to think of what they used them for. But I mean, it's just to haul like short trailers, like around yards and stuff like that. But it's actually got a.
What did you actually search for?
Just Desperado movie vehicles.
Oh, see, you went real simple. I guess I tried too much powerful Google flew backfire on me.
Let's see. Basically, a 48 to 52 GM cab with a modified Mack front clip on it. Yeah, mobile home toter. That's.
See, now it's shit like this which will have me delay my 427 build another lifetime. Because if I could find one of those in Texas, they'd make me the governor. Or they'd shoot me. It's MS-13, it's MS-13. I just think that's the coolest looking little thing. And like an idiot, I'm sitting here trying to cut and paste your links off a screen shared on my browser going, why isn't this working?
Hold on a second.
I'm such a retard. GMC 19.
There you go.
Thank you, but I would have punished me just for being that dumb. No, just try it again. It's probably just your computer's slow. I want to know why exactly Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch has got his guns out staring me in the face when we search for Desperado movie vehicles. Oh, this is kind of a cool site, the IM car database.
IMB, yeah.
See, this is what I mean about people. I'm reading the comments under that picture. Did you notice the gold Mack Bulldog hood ornament? I think that's an aftermarket product. Oh my God. Just do a Google foo for Chevrolet 6400 mobile home toter and see what some of these people have customized them into. I am not the only one with this thought.
You see this one?
I like literally just saw it. That's awesome. 'Cause what were those cars? There were little. They came after Matchbox cars. It like wasn't my generation at all. But there were these little teeny tiny Matchbox kind of cars that were all smushed like that.
And I can't think of them. I grew up with Matchbox.
Matchbox versus Hot Wheels.
Yeah.
That was the 9mm versus 45 of my youth. I remember one of the most incredible days of my life was when I realized that you could have multiples of those Hot Wheel sets and hook all the tracks together.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that one. What is that? That's a Chrysler something.
Which one?
The second row down, far left, with the 8 rear wheels.
Oh, Dodge Dakota. That's what the front end looks like.
I was going to say the front end is definitely a pickup truck front end.
GM front wheel drive engine, transmission to pull the rest. What the hell? So those are just free axles.
I'm doing it again. I'm using my mouse to try to scroll your screen. What day is it? It's got to be past my bed day.
Yeah, it's definitely a Dodge hood. I like that.
And Z is sitting there silently contemplating himself. Why would I ever ask these two car advice? What am I going to end up with? Send bail money. What the hell is that?
That's what I'm. Cab over engine.
Oh, it's some sort of British thing. Well, of course, the Chrysler fan, you remember the Dodge, the Dragon wagon, the wheel stander, the cab over pickup.
Yeah. Yep.
I used to love those. That, and I had I had one of the little red wagons.
I always wanted the Warlock. Are you talking about the Little Red Wagon or Little Red Express?
I think the door said Express on it. We used to call them the little red wagons. It was the little step-side pickup truck with the smokestacks.
Yep. Yeah. See, I always liked the Warlock.
What's that's not ringing any bells off the top of my head. Let me see.
It was a black one.
Oh, same concept?
Yeah, kind of.
I don't think I ever saw one in black.
Yeah, it was. I liked it a lot better.
Yeah, basically same thing. Was that available without smokestacks? Because I'm seeing a lot of pictures of them without.
I can't remember. They probably did for emission. Well,
Back then, the emissions wasn't like they were now, but still.
Yeah, like horsepower ratings. You could take a Hemi, the Hemi Chrysler, 425 horsepower. Take it out of the car, put it on the dyno, 545 horsepower. But we forgot to tell you, we tested it on unicorn piss underwater. Oh, the Z-Man split.
Oh, did he? He might have lost connection. Yeah, we're probably going to be closing up here in about 10 minutes anyway. I might as well go ahead and shut this down. So, well, thanks everybody for sticking around and listening to us gearheads.
Thanks for hosting, as always.
Yeah, anytime I'm off.
Which is going to have to be more now, since obviously parental supervision is required.
Yeah, I know. Well, we'll talk to everybody later. See you tomorrow night.